Welcome to our viewers here in the United States and around the world. I'm Wolf Blitzer in the CNN Election Center for our special coverage of the South Carolina Democratic presidential primary. We're a few hours away from the end of voting. We're standing by for our first exit poll results. That will give us some early clues about the outcome tonight. But right now, there's another major breaking story we're following. The first coronavirus death confirmed here in the United States. We're standing by for a news conference by officials in Washington State where the patient died overnight. President Trump spoke just a short while ago as his administration announced new travel restrictions aimed at limiting the spread of the virus. The president is urging Americans not to panic, asserting that the risk in this country remains low.
Incredible people that have worked. Additional cases in the United States are likely, but healthy individuals should be able to fully recover. So healthy people, if you're healthy, you will probably go through a process and you'll be fine.
We're joined now by Dr. Zeke Emanuel, the former Obama White House health policy advisor. Zeke, thanks very much for coming in. Do we know enough about this virus to say that what the president just said is true?
It does look to be true. So if you look at the epidemiology, those people who tend to be older and people who have comorbid health conditions, as we call them, chronic illnesses, tend to be at higher risk. And the president said, if you're healthy, you're fine. But let's remember how many people do have comorbid health conditions, chronic conditions. 133 million Americans have chronic conditions, and 30 million people, 65 years and older, have two chronic conditions. And we add in that the 70 million Americans who are obese, the 16 million Americans who have chronic lung disease. We're talking about more than 150 million people or so have some adverse indication for this illness. So healthy people, that's about half the country, and people who have some increased risk, that's about another half of the country. And so, you know, yes, if you're healthy, you're likely to have no problem, although as Tony Fauci said in that press conference, could be a problem. On the other hand, you can have a situation where we have a lot of people who are compromised and maybe need the ICU.
What is the first confirmed death here in the United States from coronavirus say about how this virus is spreading?
We don't know for sure how it's spreading. We know it's spreading beyond people who've been to China.
Zeke, let me interrupt for a moment because they're having a news conference in Washington State providing more details on the first confirmed death. Let's listen in.
Duchin, who is our health officer for Public Health Seattle-King County, Dr. Kathy Lofi, who's the Washington State health officer, Dr. Frank Rito, who is the medical director of infection control at Evergreen Health Hospital, Dr. David Knopfler from Overlake Medical Center, and our King County Executive Dial Constantine. So with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Duchin for the initial update.
Thank you, Patty. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. Today, Public Health Seattle and King County is announcing 3 new presumptive positive cases of novel coronavirus, COVID-19, including 1 person who died. And I want to just start by expressing our deep and sincere condolences to the family members and loved ones of the person who died. 2 of the confirmed cases are associated with Life Care Nursing Facility. It's a long-term care facility in Kirkland, Washington. 1 is a healthcare worker from Life Care. She's a woman in her 40s. She's in satisfactory condition at Overlake Hospital, and she has no known travel outside of the U.S. The second case is a woman in her 70s, a resident at Life Care, the long-term care facility, and is in serious condition at Evergreen Hospital. In addition, we're aware of a number of individuals associated with the long-term care facility who are reportedly ill with respiratory symptoms or pneumonia, and we're in the process of investigating this situation as an outbreak. We're in the beginning stages of our investigation, and new details and information will emerge over the next days and weeks, and we'll keep you updated. The person who died was a patient at Evergreen Hospital who had underlying health conditions. It was a male in his 50s. He was not a resident of the long-term care facility. We are now in the process of working with the long-term care facility with the support of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Our CDC colleagues are coming out. We have a team arriving tonight. We'll have additional help on the ground from the CDC tomorrow. and we're in the process of providing support to that facility to care for the infected patients, to protect the uninfected patients, and to provide infection control guidance for their staff. At this point, I'm going to stop and turn the podium over to Dr. Kathy Lofi, who is our State Health Officer. Actually, before I do that, Kathy, let me just remind people a couple of things. First of all, novel coronavirus infection, as has been recognized, is spreading globally. And we are having increasing cases in the United States, and we expect to see increasing cases locally. It's very important for everyone to remember that 80% of the cases are mild. Patients frequently don't even need to seek health care. You can think of it as a bad influenza-like infection. However, as these recent cases demonstrate, it can be severe. And we want people to understand that there are things that they can do to protect themselves from getting this infection, just as we can do things to protect ourselves from getting influenza. Hand washing. More hand washing, less face touching. Staying away from others who are ill. Please don't go to work or school if you yourself are ill. We can think about what might happen if we see more cases, which would mean possibly telecommuting, businesses having fewer people coming into work, either because they're sick or they're trying to minimize face-to-face interactions, social distancing that we will recommend so that people put more space between them and others so they're not likely to get sneezed or coughed upon. So there may be times when we would ask people to avoid going to large gatherings, to avoid congregating in public settings like sporting events, social events, and so on. But at this point, we do not have widespread community-wide transmission locally. We have transmission that's associated with an outbreak at this long-term care facility. So we're going to be watching the situation very closely, and we're going to be providing guidance as we learn more. At this point, I would say everyone should take the basic precautions: hand washing, more hand washing, less face touching, social distancing, not going to work or school when you're sick, staying home when you're ill, thinking ahead as to what might happen if people in your family become ill, how you'll care for them, if children are dismissed from school, who can watch them, if you've got people in your home who are older or vulnerable, how you'll take care of them, if we have social distancing and people are requested not to go out frequently. Have medications in your home so you don't have to go out and refill a prescription if you don't need to. Have some foods that you like to eat handy so you don't have to go to the store if you don't have to go out and be interacting with other people and touching other surfaces. And finally, it's really important to know that as with seasonal influenza, the people who are at greatest risk for novel coronavirus infection with serious outcomes are elderly, so we will say, as we do with influenza, over 60, over 65, and who have underlying health conditions, chronic cardiac disease, lung disease, diabetes, and the other conditions that we're concerned about with influenza. Pregnant women, perhaps, people have weakened immune systems. These people in these groups really need to pay attention to the guidance about hand washing, not being around ill people, and trying to minimize social interactions at this time to the greatest extent possible. So with that, I'm going to introduce our State Health Officer, Dr. Kathy Lofi.
All right, we're going to continue to monitor this news conference in Seattle, Washington. That was Dr. Jeff Duchin, Health Officer at Seattle and King County, monitoring the situation. Zeke Emanuel, Dr. Zeke Emanuel is still with us. No known travel for these individuals, the three new patients, 3 new individuals who've been confirmed with coronavirus, although he did say there are other people who are pretty sick right now, although they haven't yet confirmed it.
Right, and there are 2 things to notice about this. One is you have 2 separate epicenters. You have the one patient who's in the hospital, 50-year-old with some chronic conditions, who died unfortunately and tragically, and then you have this long-term care facility, which is a separate spot. And you have a patient and a healthcare worker, and who knows which way it went from patient to healthcare worker, which means someone who visited the patient or someone else has it. And then you have a healthcare worker who was taking care of other patients, and all of that long-term care facility, there are probably a lot of potential cases there. But outside of the facility, there are also probably a lot of cases. You also heard him. I thought there was a very seriousness. We might have to move into social distancing, preventing sporting events, closing schools, prepare for this, he said. And I think you're beginning to hear people, we're going into the next phase. When we had that...
Is that a smart move, you think?
I think preparing people, making them think about it, thinking about what they're going to have to store. If this turns out to be a big outbreak and you have thousands or tens of thousands of people, yes, they may well, in fact, begin saying, all right, more telecommuting, don't come into work, and you could see that, that move. You know, we thought about...
So what I hear you saying is that just in Japan now, for the next month, elementary, middle school, high school, all those millions of kids are being told, stay home.
I don't think we're going to do that across the country unless we have more outbreaks across the country. But in focal areas, we did this in H1. We didn't do this. The local communities did it, but we agreed and sort of supported them. In H1N1, where there were local outbreaks, distancing kids and or closing schools so kids wouldn't spread it was important. Now, in H1N1, it had a proclivity for young kids. This doesn't have a proclivity for young kids.
He said something very important, and you were getting at this before when we started talking. He thought 80% of the people who get this coronavirus, they'll get a mild case. They might not even realize it, sort of like a cold or a flu. But 20% will have some serious problems. That's a lot of people, 20%.
It all depends, Wolf, on how many people get infected. That's right. If you have 1 million people, that's 200,000 people who could have serious complications. And, you know, I remind your listener, we only have 95,000 intensive care unit beds in the whole country, right? If some fraction of that need respirators and have to be in the intensive care unit, we could overwhelm the system. And I think, again, this is one of the things that I'm looking for. How is the government preparing if we need hospital surge in certain areas and we need surge capacity? Yes, we have empty beds in many hospitals in this country, but we could see, as we saw in China, some overwhelming of the healthcare system. The other thing that I'm particularly concerned about is the health of healthcare workers. All these people are going to need healthcare worker attention, and we need to have them healthy. And, you know, all those masks that Mike Pence talked about, 40 million masks, you know, do a little math, that's not that many.
Let me play for you and for our viewers what the Vice President Mike Pence, who's in charge of this coordination team, what he just said.
Let me be very clear, and I'm sure the physicians who are up here will reflect this as well. The average American does not need to go out and buy a mask.
Is that true?
True.
Why?
Because wearing the mask is going to not prevent you from getting the virus. The people who need to wear masks are the people who have the virus. And since most people, you know, I don't know most people, but there are people out there who have the virus and don't know it, and they're not going to be donning the mask. So the public running out and getting a mask is not really going to help you.
So if you can't breathe in this virus, is that what you're saying? It doesn't go through the...
Oh, no. You can breathe in the...
Well, then if you're wearing a mask, doesn't that protect you?
It's not going to protect you. In general, it doesn't protect you. I think as the Dr. Duchin said...
If you're wearing a mask, then why wouldn't that protect you? Because you're not going to breathe in, potentially, that virus, right?
It's got to be very secure. You've got to have an N95 that filters out the right particles and could get on your hands, and then later you could touch your face.
If you had an N95, would that protect you?
I don't think so, and it's not recommended. If you have the virus, that's when wearing the mask is going to be beneficial for patients in the hospital, for example, or patients in that long-term care facility. That's what we really need to have. And remember, the vice president also said there are about 40 million masks. But, you know, personal protective equipment is also gloves, it's the gown, it's the whole armamentarium that we need. Having the masks is absolutely critical. Running out of them would be a disaster for the health system.
You used to advise President Obama on these related kinds of health issues. If you were advising President Trump, if he called you and asked you about his decision on travel advisories, travel restrictions right now, the new restrictions he announced today, what would you say to him? I'm
not at all surprised by the travel restriction from Italy. The travel restriction, as people have pointed out, at the border in Iran seemed like we're going overload just because that's where we want to target.
What about South Korea?
South Korea had been a travel restriction. That wasn't new. That had been last week because of the large number of cases there. But we should be clear, and the viewer should be very clear, which is travel restrictions will not prevent the virus. The virus is already here. Okay, we know it's in the community. We know that in California. We know that in Washington State. It's not going to prevent it from coming here. It will delay it, and the value of delay is in better preparation. If the administration doesn't prepare, that delay is not worth anything.
One final question before I let you go. The 30,000 U.S. troops in South Korea right now, many of them have family members who are in South Korea with them right now. Should all of them stay?
I would be very concerned about that, and I would be very concerned about where they are. I don't know the geography of where the families are living relative to the outbreak in South Korea, but bringing them home is something that non-essential personnel is something that has to be thought of. We do know that some troops, I think at least one troop, has gotten infected in South Korea. And again, that makes you nervous because of the base, right? You bring it onto a base, you spread it to many other people. It's one of those convening places, just like schools, and that is a very large concern.
Yeah, I'm concerned about that, having been to some of those bases over the years. I want you to stick around. We're going to have much more on all of this coming up. Also, our countdown to the first votes out of South Carolina. We'll soon have the first information from our exit polls of primary voters. Our special coverage continues right after this. We're back here in the CNN Election Center with our special coverage of the South Carolina Democratic presidential primary. Voters have less than 3 hours to cast ballots in South Carolina. This primary could make a significant impact on the Democratic race just ahead of the critical Super Tuesday contest next week. Joe Biden is counting on South Carolina to score his first primary win and revive his campaign with help from the state's African-American voters. But the frontrunner, Bernie Sanders, is hoping to build on his winning streak and potentially dash Biden's hopes for a comeback. We'll get our first clues about the outcome in the next hour when we reveal results from our exit poll of South Carolina voters. Dana Bash is with us. Dana, we're in a critical stretch of this race right now.
We sure are, Wolf. And as we count down to the end of voting in South Carolina, our correspondents are around the state at key polling places. We're also covering the candidates. Right now, I want to get an update on the thinking inside the Biden and Sanders campaign. First, let's go to Jessica Dean with the former vice president.
Well, good afternoon to you, Dana. Yeah, the Biden campaign really counting on South Carolina to come through for them. I talked to an ally of the Biden campaigns this afternoon who told me that they really thought that Biden had found his footing. Now, those were their words in the days leading up to this, that it was something about Nevada, about getting past those first two losses in Iowa and New Hampshire. But it started in Nevada, and it has only increased since he's been here in South Carolina. A campaign aide telling me that they always thought that South Carolina was suited to Joe Biden's strengths, but that has proven to be true. He's had a very strong week here with his debate performance, his town hall, with his events, that it's boosted fundraising. But Dana, we've also seen a looser Joe Biden, a more confident Joe Biden out on the trail. People in South Carolina are certainly responding to him in a much stronger way than we have seen in the last three states. The Biden campaign hoping for a win tonight. And Dana, if they do get a win, the big question is just how big will it be?
Jessica, thank you so much. Let's get over to Ryan Nobles, who is with Senator Bernie Sanders in one of the Super Tuesday states, Virginia, not in South Carolina. Ryan.
Yeah, that's right, Dana. And this is a unique position for the Bernie Sanders campaign in this Democratic primary contest. It's the first time that they're going into a night not expecting to win. The Sanders campaign telling me that they do view the situation in South Carolina as somewhat of an uphill fight for the senator, and that's not a surprise given his dismal performance there 4 years ago. But that being said, they do see an opportunity for gains. Sanders has spent a lot of money and time in the Palmetto State, and that includes increasing his ad buy in the closing days of the campaign. And while he did travel to a number of Super Tuesday states over the past couple of days, he did add a number of stops in South Carolina. The goal here may not be to win, though. The goal may be to close the gap with Joe Biden as much as possible. Sanders aides acknowledge that there is the opportunity and the potential for Joe Biden to get a boost in South Carolina into those Super Tuesday states, and they hope they can mute that momentum as much as possible. Now, they won't put a number by which they think that momentum could be stalled by, but you can bet the Sanders campaign will be watching those returns very closely. One more note, Dana, they also hope that Sanders does much better with African-American voters as well, because that could be a signal for how his campaign will do with that voting group in the contests going forward. Dana?
Ryan, thank you so much for that reporting. And Wolf, we have some early indications of where the enthusiasm is in South Carolina. That is the early absentee ballots that have been returned. Look at this. This year, just for the morning, they have until the evening to do this, more than 75,000 returns. That's up 20,000 from 2016. And another interesting note, black voters early in the day, absentee ballots, 47,000 plus. Up from 2016, which was just a little bit more than 41,000.
Yeah, there clearly is a lot of enthusiasm in South Carolina right now. The former Vice President, Joe Biden, he really needs to win South Carolina, and not just by 1 or 2 points. He needs to win by a significant number, right?
Well, I think the best way to answer that is to talk about what Jim Clyburn, who endorsed him this past week, said to you. Which is, yes, he believes that he has to do extremely well to keep going in a robust way in the future states, because it will bring him enthusiasm and money and everything that comes along with the notion of breathing life into a campaign that needs it.
Yeah, next hour we'll start getting exit poll results. That will be very, very interesting. We're awaiting the first results out of South Carolina. We'll soon, as I said, get the first clues about what's on voters' minds. We're standing by to unveil early information from our exit polls. Stay with us. Much more right after this. Welcome back to our special coverage. We're only about 30 minutes away from the first exit poll results that we'll be able to bring you. We'll be able to share with you what's on the minds of South Carolina voters. In the meantime, let's walk over to John King. He's over here at the Magic Wall. John, so when you're looking at South Carolina right now, what are you looking for?
Just for starters, the big headline. This is contest number 4. You have Buttigieg, Sanders. The question is, can Joe Biden get the win he very much needs in South Carolina? So let's pop it out and take a look at the state. What are we going to look for? One thing we're going to look for, Wolf, let's use this to take a peek at it, is this is the first contest where we have a significant African-American vote. The darker you see here, the shading, the higher the shading, the more populous of African-American voters. So you see here in Richland County, this is where the state capital is, Columbia, a very big concentration of African-American or black voters there. It's also one of the more populous counties in the state. So is Greenville. You come up to Greenville County here, about 10% of the population of the state here. Next door, Spartanburg County. Are African-American voters turning out in good numbers? And are they supporting Joe Biden as he's counting on? Or do we see a split there? One of the things we'll get from both the exit polls and the turnout and the results when they come in. Another thing to look at as you follow this play out, let's turn this off a little bit. We'll just look at the state map. There's some other areas in the state we want to look at, more affluent counties along the coast here. Horry County is one of them. It's also about 6% of the population. How are these voters coming out? The Myrtle Beach area down here, the coastal areas. We have seen in some of the earlier contests, Mayor Buttigieg, for example, doing better with more affluent Democratic voters. Does that happen in South Carolina? Does he do better than expected? That'll be one place to look. Another place to look will be down here in Charleston along the coast. You have the resort communities there, some military communities too, especially as you go further to south down to Beaufort and the like. The mix of the African-American vote in the more upscale communities, is there a difference? And in the rural areas, does Joe Biden continue in rural areas? Let's just pick one in here. You come in here. Orangeburg County, more rural, heavy African-American population. Is Joe Biden performing well here? Or when you get into the more working-class areas, does Bernie Sanders surprise us and make a statement there? One of the things we'll look for, just to go back a little quick history as we do it, let me bring the state back out a little bit here. Remember, this was a blowout 4 years ago. So we've talked as we go through the 2020 map, how did Senator Sanders do 4 years ago? In some places he did very well, and we've watched him build on that. We watched him in New Hampshire squeak out a victory after a big one 4 years ago. This was a blowout for Hillary Clinton. So the question is, can Bernie Sanders, largely because of the African-American vote, can Bernie Sanders do better this time? Or can Joe Biden fill in the map something like this and get the big win that he really needs? And I'm going to go back a little bit more in history. This is what made Barack Obama a legitimate contender for the Democratic nomination. It was his springboard, even though the race went on for a long time. So South Carolina has a history, if you will, of reshaping the Democratic race. We'll see if it does today.
And what, about 60% of the expected turnout today, as it was 4 years ago and 8 years ago, is African-American?
That'll be a great early question for David Chalian in these exit polls, because we do expect somewhere around 60% of the Democratic primary vote will be African-Americans. There are some expectations it could shrink just a little bit this year. The state is getting more white. The suburban areas are growing. There's some question as to whether there is as much enthusiasm among African-Americans. No Obama on the ballot. The relationship Hillary Clinton had with those voters. So I think that is a key question. What percentage of the vote? What do we see in the early exit polls? If it's a high number, the percentage, the Biden campaign will be more confident, and then we'll count votes.
And let's look ahead, because as important as South Carolina is, and it's very important tonight, 3 days later, Super Tuesday, 14 states, including some big ones like California and Texas, 14 states, American Samoa, all of them will be voting. How will South Carolina, do you believe, impact Super Tuesday?
Well, South Carolina will give somebody momentum, especially, again, if a Joe Biden wins big. That's what he needs, especially because he doesn't have the resources. If you want a little cheat sheet, here's what you can look at throughout the map tonight. This is South Carolina right here. We've had Iowa, New Hampshire, Nevada. We're going to get South Carolina. And then look at the lighter gray. Those are the 14 states, plus American Samoa, plus Democrats who live abroad start to vote next Tuesday. At the end of the night tonight, we'll be around 4% of the delegates awarded. At the end of, when we wake up Wednesday morning, we're going to be past a third. That's how quickly this race is going to change. We've had one state at a time in February: Iowa, New Hampshire, Nevada, South Carolina. There are 3 Tuesdays in a row in March, beginning with this coming Tuesday, Super Tuesday. When look at them, you mentioned California is the biggest prize on Super Tuesday. More than 400 delegates at stake there. Then you go to Texas, 200 plus here, another big prize. The third biggest prize, and one of the, you could see a South Carolina effect, if you will, its neighbor, North Carolina. So those are the 3 biggest prizes, but you also have Elizabeth Warren's home state of Massachusetts, Bernie Sanders campaigning there today, trying to take that away. Amy Klobuchar's home state of Minnesota. Can she get a win at home? A lot of candidates are going to be asking themselves after South Carolina, and especially as we get next Wednesday morning, do I have a reason? Can I prove to voters I have a reason to stay in this race? Can I prove to donors I have a reason to stay in this race? So South Carolina today, and then what I like to call the blur.
Yeah, that's a good technical term, the blur. We'll be spending a lot of time over here. John, thanks very much. You know, Dana, taking a look at South Carolina, who has spent the most money advertising among these presidential candidates?
Billionaire Tom Steyer, and it's not even close. Well, look at this, $22.5 million, which is a lot of money, you know, anywhere, but particularly in South Carolina when we're talking about television and Facebook ads. And it's not that expensive to put ads in South Carolina compared to other major media markets. And just to kind of give you the context, Mayor Pete Buttigieg is not even close, and he's the second behind him. He spent $20 million less. Joe Biden, in fairness to Tom Steyer, yes, he's only spent not even $1 million, but what I was going to say is, in fairness to Steyer, he's much better known there. Steyer had to completely introduce himself to voters, and he has been playing big and hard in the African American community. And, you know, up until the last few days, there was a big concern inside the Biden campaign that Steyer would take a lot of votes from him because of how much he's spending in these TV ads and spending on the ground, investing economically in the African American community. There's more of a sense of relief inside Biden world that maybe they've gotten some of those voters back, but we'll see when we see the results come in.
Steyer and Biden are competing for the same
and whether he's
votes.
going to get a return on this investment.
That's a very important hour. We're going to have a lot more on this. Also, we'll talk to a former Democratic presidential candidate who is calling on some of his former rivals to drop out of the race. And we're also awaiting our first exit poll. Stay with us.
Special South Carolina primary election coverage. You see there, 20 minutes left until we get the first exit poll results from South Carolina. In the meantime, I'm joined by Congressman John Delaney, who was a candidate in this race for president. You wrote an op-ed in the Washington Post, and in it you call on your fellow 2020 candidates to drop out and give the party, a lot of them, to give the party the best chance to beat Donald Trump. Who specifically are you talking about? Because you don't say so in the op-ed.
Well, what I ask the candidates to do is to ask themselves a very tough question, which is, are they adding value at this point, or are they potentially setting up a situation where they're steering the nomination to someone who they don't believe can beat Donald Trump and govern this nation? So what I was more probing was that fundamental question, because it's really hard. I mean, I've been there. You've worked really hard. You have these amazing supporters. You've met all these extraordinary Americans. You keep thinking the field is going to shift and start coming your way. But, you know, the data starts becoming pretty clear. And some of the candidates after today, it will be clear they have no path to the nomination.
So, I mean, who are you talking about? Who do you think, looking at the field?
Well, obviously, I think the vice president is going to do very well in South Carolina today, so I'm not talking about him. But look, I'm really talking about moderate candidates, right? Because right now we have a situation where Bernie Sanders is in the lead. I mean, Senator Klobuchar, Mayor Buttigieg, you know, there's several.
So they should get out of the race.
I'm not saying they should get out of the race. I'm saying they should ask themselves a question. Are they actually adding value? And I think if they ask themselves that question, I think they might come to the conclusion that they're not. And it's not about them at the end of the day. It's about, you know, why they ran for public service in the first place was to make a difference. And if you look at California, for example, where you need 15% in any of the congressional districts to get delegates, it looks like right now Senator Sanders is leading quite a bit in California, and all these other candidates are kind of around 15%. There's a scenario where none of them get delegates.
So you just named Senator Sanders just now. You don't name him in the op-ed,
Right.
but you do warn the status quo could steer the race toward a candidate who either can't win or can't govern. You're talking about Bernie Sanders?
Right. I don't think, listen, I think he could beat Donald Trump, but I don't think he's our best shot at beating Donald Trump. And I don't think, based on the policies he's running on, he'll be able to govern, because none of that stuff's going to happen. So I think if you're a candidate, you're running. Because I made this decision right before the Iowa caucus, because I saw in the data that I wasn't going to get viability in most of the precincts, but that I would take votes away from other moderates and perhaps prevent them from getting viability. And I didn't want to do that. And that's basically what I think some of these other candidates actually have to start asking themselves, which is, are they handing this race to Bernie Sanders by splitting up and working against each other and fracturing the remaining vote? And if so, is that really what they want to happen?
You didn't name Mike Bloomberg when you named.
Oh, I should have said Mike Bloomberg.
So you think, so on him specifically, as you well know, he came into the race late, and he said it's because he doesn't think Joe Biden can win. But is he now making it so that Joe Biden can't win?
Well, listen, I think all of the non-Bernie Sanders candidates, all of the moderates, are fracturing the vote.
So should Mike Bloomberg drop out too?
I think clearly Mike Bloomberg is going to stay in Super Tuesday. Right, so I think some of the candidates are going to have to ask himself the question after today. Mike Bloomberg obviously isn't going to ask himself this question until after Super Tuesday. He's been working on this whole Super Tuesday strategy. He's on the ballot in all the Super Tuesday states. But I do think he'll have to ask himself the question if he doesn't do well, as would anyone else who doesn't do well. If you're doing well, I mean, if you crush it today, well, if you win South Carolina, for example, I don't think you have to ask yourself that question. If you suddenly have a lot of delegates and you're in the lead after Super Tuesday, I don't think you have to ask that question. I think it becomes self-evident who's got to ask the question. If you don't have a lot of delegates, or any delegates, and you're just fracturing the vote and preventing other like-minded candidates from getting delegates, you're basically handing the race to Bernie Sanders.
Congressman, thank you so much for coming in.
Thanks for having me, Dana.
Appreciate it.
Nice to see you.
Thank you. You too. And we are getting closer to our first exit polls out of South Carolina. We're going to be back after a quick break.
We're awaiting the first votes out of South Carolina. We'll have more of our special coverage of the Democratic presidential primary in just a few moments. But we're also following a huge breaking story. The first known death from the coronavirus here in the United States. Officials in Washington state, they've just confirmed that the patient who died was a man in his 50s who had underlying health conditions. We're joined now once again by Dr. Zeke Emanuel, the former Obama White House health policy advisor, and Eric Feigl-Ding, an epidemiologist at the Harvard School of Public Health. Thanks so much, guys, for coming back.
No problem.
Eric, let's talk about this American who died of coronavirus in his 50s. What does that tell you?
Well, the fact that we have a death so quickly identified means this is just the tip of the iceberg. It means the epidemic was probably already spreading in the community for 3 to 4 weeks, potentially, even before this death. Because WHO says mild cases have usually 2 weeks duration, and severe cases have 3 to 6 weeks. So we're talking at least the epidemic's been around for 3 weeks before he died.
Officials in Washington state, they've just said that the coronavirus cases could have been identified in their state earlier, if not for delays in local testing. What does that say to you?
Yeah, the kits problem that the CDC had, that they had sent out and recalled, caused enormous delays, up to 2 weeks delay. And 2 weeks in this epidemic is literally an eon in amount of transmission. It is an epidemic curve, as you see in Korea, of potentially thousands of cases. So we've lost a good 2 weeks, and this is why testing as soon as we can to ramp it up is absolutely critical.
Especially if individuals have some underlying health problems.
Right.
That's especially critical.
With any symptoms, without any travel restriction. Because I think travel criteria at this point, with it being so widespread throughout the world, travel criteria makes no sense. I think any doctor that sees a symptom and they believe it could be COVID-19 should have the right and access to test it for the patient.
There was some confusion, Zeke, earlier in the day because the president and the vice president, they identified the person who died in Washington state as a woman, when in fact the Washington state officials recently came out and confirmed it was a man. A senior administration official says placed the blame on the directors for Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Dr. Robert Redfield briefed the vice president and the president after speaking with Washington state health officials that it was a woman. Washington state has since corrected. But what does it say to you that there was some confusion there?
Well, you need clear lines of communication with all the states because they're the first, they're going to collect the data. You saw Seattle, Kings County sends it on to Washington State, then sends it to the CDC, and then to Washington. Those lines of communication have to be clear. And I've been worried that they haven't called all the state health officials together and put everyone on the same page, so we're all doing the same thing, and we're taking it seriously, and they all get the same information at the same time. And this is a problem. Coordination is key, and if we don't have a coordinated response that's uniform, we're going to make mistakes. And I think one of the things Eric said is absolutely right. This, delaying the virus coming here from China by having the travel restrictions. That was important, but only if we prepared. And it was quite clear that we underprepared for this moment. And I'm very worried that we're going to underprepare in subsequent moments. There are certainly hundreds of people who've been infected now. We have 3 different loci, 2 in Washington State, 1 in California, that we can't account how it got transmitted. That probably means underlying hundreds of cases, maybe thousands of cases. And if we can't get our arms around those, we're going to have a very large outbreak. And that's, I think, what most of the American public's worried about. Can we get our hands around it?
Yeah. If you teach at Harvard, you give grades out, I assume. If you had to give this administration so far, based on what you've seen, a grade and how they're dealing with coronavirus, what kind of grade would you give them?
For some of the confusion in communication and information, I would get a B-. But in terms of efforts, now that ramping up the FDA approvals for these kits and CDC allowing all these different labs to ramp it up, I think they get an A- for effort because it is really hard. I think right now, we should push some of the things water under the bridge. But right now, we have to ramp up testing to over tens and potentially 20,000 tests a day, just like Korea can.
Because the last time we spoke, Eric, on my show, you said we're kind of driving in the dark with no headlights due to insufficient testing. Yeah. I want you to elaborate on that.
Yeah, because if you look at the CDC up until a few days ago, it had only done 500 tests. Korea has done 90,000 tests, and they do 10,000 tests in between their lunch breaks, literally. And America, Korea is the size of California, Oregon, and Washington. We're a much larger country, and we can't even get a fraction. Without testing is a cornerstone of stopping an epidemic. You test, you isolate, you trace, you find out where they were exposed, and you lock those people down, and that's how you contain. Without testing, we are literally in the dark.
We spoke
I also think,
go ahead.
In the Evergreen nursing home, you now have a very good Petri plate because it's in that nursing home. We ought to be testing everyone and finding out how frequently people are shedding, how many people are actually positive. I mean, we really should be intensively going in there and trying to get additional information that we don't have about how this virus behaves.
And it's obviously in California, there's been cases.
Same thing.
In Washington State, it's moving, and we don't know how many people have this problem who haven't yet even been identified.
Right. Absolutely. It's very likely that the Washington State and California ones aren't related in the sense that one person went from one to the other.
Which is more worrisome.
Exactly. Yes, I totally agree.
I think it's probably in more states because, again, the fact that you had someone die means it's already been spreading uncontrolled in the community, and we're finally seeing the tail end of it.
All right, I want you guys to stand by because we're going to stay on top of this story. We're also heading into the key hours of our primary coverage, including the big reveal of our exit poll information. We're only minutes away from getting our first clues about how this night may turn out.
I'm Blake Essig in Hong Kong, and this is CNN.
We're back in the CNN Election Center covering South Carolina's high-stakes Democratic presidential primary. I'm Wolf Blitzer. South Carolina voters have about 2 more hours to go to the polls. They have the power to jolt the Democratic field right now, heading into Super Tuesday just 3 days from now. Joe Biden is hoping to put a dent in Bernie Sanders' dominance with a win in South Carolina. The future of Biden's campaign may hinge on what happens tonight. Dana will have our first exit poll results coming up very soon. It'll give us an indication of what's on the minds of voters.
It sure will. And Wolf, as we get closer to the South Carolina results, we have a team of correspondents in the field covering all of the campaigns. Let's check in with the Biden and Sanders camp. First going to Jessica Dean with Joe Biden. Jessica.
Well, Dana, as you and Wolf both mentioned, the Biden campaign hoping this is their first win in this primary season. Biden himself saying this is the start of his comeback. So they're certainly hoping that his support from African-American voters is going to give him a big victory tonight. I talked to one campaign aide that said, look, they always knew South Carolina was suited to Joe Biden's strengths. That has certainly been the case this week. He's had a good week. It's boosted their fundraising. We've seen a more confident Joe Biden out on the campaign trail, interacting with people here who really seem to be enjoying that interaction. It's certainly different than what we saw in Iowa and New Hampshire, even Nevada. I also talked to one ally of Biden's, Dana, who told me that really in the last few days, it seems as if Joe Biden has found his footing, that he's really in his comfort zone. And if he can win here tonight and win big, that could potentially set up a big Super Tuesday for the Biden campaign. They're certainly hoping that if it's a big enough win, it'll jolt them not only with momentum, but also with money. Dana.
Jessica, thank you so much. And Ryan Nobles with Senator Bernie Sanders. Ryan, what does it tell us that the senator is in Virginia, a Super Tuesday state, and not in South Carolina?
Well, it's pretty obvious, Dana, that they really are putting a lot of their hopes into Super Tuesday, that the results in South Carolina likely won't trend the same way the rest of this Democratic primary process has up until this point. And Sanders has been able to claim victory in some form or fashion in both Iowa, New Hampshire, and Nevada. Tonight, it likely won't go that way. Instead, they are looking to close the gap against former Vice President Joe Biden and make it as small a number as possible, because they really believe the momentum is still behind this campaign, and they are looking at big gains coming up on Super Tuesday. Just go through the Sanders travel schedule this week alone. Yes, he's hopscotch back to South Carolina, but he spent time in North Carolina. He is spending a lot of time in Virginia. He had 2 rallies in Massachusetts, home to Senator Elizabeth Warren, where he also believes that they could have a big night on Super Tuesday. After his event here tonight, he's scheduled to go to California for 2 events, and then to Minnesota and also Utah. So the Sanders campaign flexing their muscles in terms of the enormous resources they have at their disposal. They're one of the few campaigns that's been able to play across the entire Super Tuesday map. So while they're hoping to come in a close second in South Carolina tonight, they are very focused on the voting that comes just a few days from now on Super Tuesday, where they believe he'll take an even more commanding lead of the Democratic primary. Dana?
Ryan, thank you so much for that reporting. And Wolf, as we go into the evening, as we start to see results, it's noteworthy to look back at the first 3 contests in this month to see where turnout was. First of all, let's go to Iowa. The high water mark was in 2008, at least recently. That was almost 240,000. But this year, 2020, they did pretty well there. You know, wasn't anywhere close to 2008, but it was a healthy turnout. Nothing, though, nothing like New Hampshire. Look at this. This year, over 300,000 people voted in New Hampshire. And that dwarfs not just 2016, 4 years ago, but 2008, where enthusiasm across the board was really up among Democrats. And Nevada, it's about in the middle. The high water mark was also in 2008, but this year it was approximately 105,000. So the question tonight is South Carolina. 2008, again, big numbers. More than 500,000 people voted. So the question is, how is tonight going to compare to that?
And we'll soon find out because the numbers will be coming in. I want to go to David Chalian. David, we're getting some results in from our exit poll.
That's right, Wolf. We talked to voters as they arrived at the polling locations today, and we're learning about the makeup of this South Carolina Democratic primary electorate. Remember, these are early conversations with voters who have arrived at the polls. These numbers will change as the evening goes on. But take a look here at the racial breakdown of the vote. Right now, we're seeing, according to the exit poll, 55%. A majority of the electorate is African-American, which is a little bit down from where it was in 2016 when Hillary Clinton walloped with that vote. 41% white, 3% Hispanic. But that 55% is about where it was in 2008 when Barack Obama was propelled towards the nomination out of South Carolina. That's a sizable number and one the Joe Biden camp will be happy to see. We also took a look at the age breakdown in the electorate today. 10% are young voters, 17 to 29. Look at this. 29% of the electorate, 65 and older. That older category is a Joe Biden strength and a Bernie Sanders weakness. They're going to be happy to see that by sort of 3-1, it overwhelms the makeup of the young person population in South Carolina today. And ideologically, this is fascinating, Wolf. Take a look that 40% of South Carolina Democrats today call themselves moderate. That is more so than we saw in Iowa, in New Hampshire, Nevada, and in fact, 9% call themselves conservative. That is far more than Democrats called themselves conservative in the other 3 early states. This, only 20% say very liberal. This is a more moderate conservative, a more African American, and an older electorate. Those are key Joe Biden categories and why that campaign felt so good about heading into South Carolina, Wolf.
Yeah, historically, older people vote in bigger numbers than younger people. Looks like that's happening in South Carolina. Dana, if Bernie Sanders is looking at these numbers and sees, what, 55% of the voters in South Carolina, African-American, 41% white, he learned some lessons, what, 4 years ago. What does he say?
Well, he needed to learn some lessons because look what happened to him 4 years ago. The black vote went 86% to Hillary Clinton, and Bernie Sanders only got 14%. Now, the share, according to the exit polls that David was just saying, was a little bit higher, over 60%. Now it's 55%. But still, I mean, if he repeated this, it would be a blowout again, which is why, as you mentioned, the Sanders campaign has been working really since the end of the last campaign to have better relationships in the black community in South Carolina and beyond, but particularly in South Carolina. And we're going to see if those efforts paid off tonight.
We'll see very soon. We'll be watching it very closely. Coming up, more information from our exit polls. Stay with us. We're counting down to the first votes in South Carolina's Democratic presidential primary. We're also following breaking news on the first known coronavirus death here in the United States. We're learning more about the outbreak in Washington, the state where that patient died. Let's bring back Dr. Zeke Emanuel, the former Obama White House health policy advisor, and Eric Feigl-Ding, an epidemiologist at the Harvard School of Public Health. More than 50 people, we are now told, Eric, are from this nursing facility in Washington state are now feeling symptoms, and they're going to be tested for coronavirus. Sounds like a really serious development.
Yeah, I think 50 is only just a start because there's over 288 people, staff and patients, who work at the nursing home. And we know that this virus can transmit asymptomatically. Even if you have no symptoms whatsoever, this virus is still transmittable according to many, many studies. So the fact that they're only testing symptomatic is way under testing what is actually needed. Because, again, you have to lock down every case, even the ones with no symptoms.
Because Dr. Jeffrey Duchin, the health officer for Seattle and King counties in Seattle and Washington state, he says there are approximately 108 residents at this facility and about 180 staff. That's 288 people, and 50 people are now feeling some symptoms.
I totally agree with Eric. We have to test all of those 288 and their families because they're not going to stop with the virus at the door of the facility. So you really need to understand how prevalent this is among the population, among the workers, and then how they might be spreading it to other people. I think this is going to lead us definitely to an undercount, and it's problematic because if those people continue to spread, we don't take them seriously. At least if we test them, we can be much clearer about who is negative, and we can also see how it might transmit over time, how people might convert over time. And I think the same thing needs to happen, by the way, in California.
Because that's 288 people at the facility, the residents or people who work there. What about all the people who visited there, who brought stuff? Family members coming to visit their loved ones. Should they be tested as well?
This is why the asymptomatic spread is so worrisome, because you casually come into contact with people, you're not feeling sick, but you could easily spread it. I also have to say that the 40-year-old worker in the facility is hospitalized. It's not clear how symptomatic she is and how problematic that is, which would be another worrisome sign because she probably is, well, as we know, she's young, maybe no chronic conditions. And that,
how contagious is this coronavirus compared to other viruses?
Right, so compared to other viruses, this virus has an R0, which is a reproductive number for every single person infected it can infect 2 to 4 additional people. That is very high. The seasonal flu only has an RNI of 1.3. The pandemic a few years ago was only 1.5. So that's very transmittable. But the hardest thing is that the asymptomatic transmission. SARS we were able to contain just by symptomatic isolation and quarantine. We didn't even need a vaccine. This one, it looks like we can't probably stop it until we have vaccines and antiviral drugs.
So what does that say to you, Zeke?
It's coming back next fall because we're not going to have a vaccine until next January at the earliest. That's gone through the 2 phases of testing. And we still don't know about any therapeutics. We need to be doing those therapeutic studies. Apparently in China, they've got a number of therapeutic studies underway. But as you know, there's been a lot of question about the data in China and the reliability of data in China without external oversight.
Is there already some antiviral drug that might work?
They're being tested in trials. There's some existing HIV and Hep C drugs that they're doing randomized trials for, but we have to wait until they finish in 3 to 6 months and before we get definitive results. The other key tricky thing in this containment is that we're not sure if the 14-day quarantine and self-isolation that many people have been undergoing is enough after they travel. The incubation time is around 5 to 7 days, but there could be a tail of people who have incubation longer than that. We just have to see, and again, test everyone, including family members, especially of the Washington State high school student case. You need to test every family members, even if no symptoms.
It seems like the incubation rate is very serious right now. A lot more people should be tested than are being tested.
Yes, I think we're undershooting. Throughout this epidemic, we've been undershooting, and maybe, we've been lulled into the fact that, it's only been 15 reported cases.
Because if one person infects 2 to 4 people, give me a projection a month from now, what might we see?
Well, if it's every 5 days, right, then you have in a month 6 multiplication periods, so it'll be, 3 to the 6th. I can't do that math that fast in my head, but that's well over 100 people per person.
What do you think, Eric?
Yeah, I think the exponential potential is really, really tricky. And that's why testing, every single test and case we identify a week early, a day early, but could potentially mean 10 or 20 people not infected. And this is why time is of the essence.
I'm going to have both of you stand by because we're going to continue to cover the breaking news. We're also standing by for the first votes from South Carolina. We have more revealing information to share from our exit poll, including how many first-time voters turned out today. Still ahead. We'll be right back. All right, we're getting more information from our exit poll. David Chalian is going through all the numbers for us. What are you seeing, David?
One of the things, Wolf, that we asked voters as they showed up at the polling place today, is this your first time voting in a South Carolina Democratic primary? 18% of the electorate, according to these early exit polls, say yes, this is their first time. Nearly 1 in 5 voters are new voters. That's up about 5 points from where it was just 4 years ago. So some more new voters, which is something Bernie Sanders has been trying to do in each of these states, expand the electorate to new voters. 81% have voted previously. Also, when did people make up their mind? Take a look at this. If you look at those that decided just today, 16%, and those that decided in the last few days, 21%. 37% of today's electorate just decided recently. Contrast that with the one all the way down here, 38% of the electorate, another big chunk, decided before January. So you have a little more than a third of the electorate locked in, and then a little more of the third of the electorate that just decided recently. Well, what could have influenced that decision? Take a look at this question. The big Jim Clyburn endorsement, the dean of the congressional delegation, a national African-American leader. 24% of primary voters today say it was the most important factor in their decision, Clyburn's endorsement of Joe Biden. 23% call it an important factor of many. That is huge. 47% of the electorate today impacted by the Jim Clyburn endorsement. That is how important that was to Joe Biden. Brianna?
All right, David, thank you so much. And I want to discuss this now with our esteemed group of correspondents and analysts here. Okay, let's talk about what David just said about first-time voters, right? Because there is a slight difference from 2016. First-time voters, 18%. It's not a huge number, but it is up from 13% in 2016. I wonder what you make of that, Chris.
So I think it's a little bit of a tough comparison in that Hillary Clinton was absolutely rolling over Bernie Sanders in 2016 in South Carolina. So yes, there was a race, but I think it was, Bakari will know better than me, it was like 76-20. I mean, it was not close. So this is much more of a contest between a number of candidates, all of whom in differing levels, Biden obviously the most, but Bernie Sanders, Buttigieg, Klobuchar, they're all in there trying to find people, trying to find their voters. So that number doesn't surprise me all that much. I think the more I'll look, but back 08 is probably a little bit more applicable just because it was more of a contested race, similar to what we have this time.
What do you think, Bakari?
No, I mean, I don't know what that number tells us as much as what Chris was talking about, but I will say that over the final stretch, you had Elizabeth Warren bringing in John Legend. You had even Tom Steyer with Juvenile last night. I was able to mention Juvenile on election night already.
Good job by you.
So, but
that will never leave my head. Those images.
So I just think you had and the debates recently were really well watched. So there were a lot of people who were excited about this process. I don't think that number touches 2008, but I do think that is we need more of that. I mean, at the end of the day, what we will know is that number's too low to beat Donald Trump. And that number, if it's replicated throughout the South, which you can pretty much take South Carolina Democrats and put them in some of the Super Tuesday states like Arkansas, Tennessee, Alabama, and you can kind of see that what we need to see is more energy from young people.
Yeah, well, that's the point that I want to make is that the exits show that only 10% of the vote was young people.
17 to 29.
17 to 29, right? So this is supposed to be the group that Bernie Sanders is supposed to inspire a wave for. It doesn't appear to be happening here. It did not happen certainly in New Hampshire. It did not happen in Iowa. And there was a very large 40,000 person study that was released a couple of weeks ago. And that study showed that if Bernie, now this is just the facts, Bernie bros, so don't get mad at me, I'm just reciting the facts of the study, but the study shows that if Bernie Sanders is elected, that what you end up having is a lot of people in the middle fall away, and therefore you have to have a big surge in youth vote. And that big surge would have to be that youth would have to show up at 54%. That number has never happened. In fact, when Barack Obama was elected, it was 48%, and that was a record. So that kind of overperformance is what we'd have to see, and we just haven't seen it yet.
So just to respond to my colleague from Michigan.
You've endorsed Bernie Sanders, and we are very interested in your reaction.
For sure.
I'll say a couple things. Us winning in November will require, as you've discussed, young people showing up in droves. And so I worry about these numbers, yes, but I'll also say this. If you looked at the numbers in Iowa, turnout overall was low, but that low turnout was driven by decreased turnout among the oldest groups, and actually young people turned out substantially higher than even they had expected. That's number one. In Iowa.
Actually, they were down 10,000 from 2008. But there wasn't that huge turnout.
But there was substantially low. A lot more of that decrease in turnout was driven by older folks.
No,
right?
I'm talking
young
about
people turned out substantially in that. We'll have to check the facts. But the second point, bigger picture here. If you actually look at where Bernie does best, it's not just under 29s. It's actually under 40s. In particular, if you look at the black demographic, among black folks under the age of 40, he outperforms Joe Biden threefold. And so I think it's interesting also if you just looked at turnout under 40, we need to grow that. That's the demographic that's going to win us this election. Bernie Sanders does that better than almost anyone else. And I hear you, right? We've got to take South Carolina alongside all of the other states that have already voted.
Look, and if he wins, we all got to get out and do this. I agree. I just worry that we're biting
I know Jess is jumping in here, but I know that my friends always want to point out that Bernie Sanders wins in 18 to 40 African Americans. And that's great, but if it's only 5 turning out and you're winning overwhelmingly of those 5, that number is insufficient. So what I'm trying to say is we have to do a better job. Bernie Sanders, all of us. I mean, Joe Biden, I'm not saying that Joe Biden is turning out the youth vote, head over heels either. I'm just saying as a party, if we're going to beat Donald Trump, we have to do that. But what tonight is indicative of is we have to see, one of the narratives we have to see is that if Bernie Sanders is going to be the standard bearer for the Democratic Party, it's not just about South Carolina, but if you're going to win in Milwaukee, Philadelphia, Detroit, you better show you can win black people. And this is the first testament.
Bakari, I mean, he's winning them versus Biden, but if he was the nominee, the African Americans are going to vote for him. I mean, that's not.
We're talking about intensity.
The question is how big
No,
is the pool?
I understand that, but is there any reason to really believe that African Americans wouldn't intensely turn out for him against a Donald Trump? I mean, if you look at the polling,
there is, because I think if you look at the Washington Post, who's done some great work on this, you see that 4 million people who voted for Barack Obama stayed at home in 2016. Of that 4 million people, 1/3 were African American. And so I harp on that number a lot on this set, because I know some of my colleagues want to say, well, let's just go turn out all of these Midwestern white voters, all of these Trump Obama unicorns. And I'm saying we have to focus on that 1.3 million black voters that stayed home. And so we have to begin to see that intensity.
But that's why I think what we have to see tonight is how Bernie actually does with African American
Correct.
voters, because he actually has been making up a lot of ground with
He
them.
has.
Yeah, the Bernie Sanders campaign of 2020 is really different looking than the Bernie Sanders campaign
It's much better.
of 2016.
Correct.
I am much happier with it. I think it's much better looking. Bakari and I don't always agree doing the moderate progressive lane here, but I could not agree more that Democrats have spent way too much time on the 77,000 voters that we lost in Wisconsin and Pennsylvania,
and Michigan. But we haven't spent. I mean, I still think we got to do both.
You
it's
can
not
do both.
like
Both
we
hands.
have
Yeah, you can
got to do both.
But I think we have been doing one at an extreme detriment to the other, and I care a lot more about the million black people who stayed home in those states than the 77,000 people who looked real hard at Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump and chose Donald Trump. I think the million that stayed home are easier to turn out for us in 2020, which is why what matters, which is why it's sad that we have gotten to this point where we have only white candidates running, and endorsements in South Carolina matter more than they would have otherwise. I think that's why we need a validator.
You know, I just think, let's go back to the nucleus of this whole discussion. It goes back to the youth vote, right? As Chris was spitting out numbers, we're looking at it's about 20% or 18% in South Carolina.
First-time voters.
First-time voters. I'm sorry. When we get to California, though, on Super Tuesday, I guarantee you that number is going to be a lot higher. I think when you get to New York in April, that number is going to be a lot higher. So I do think that while we're looking at South Carolina, let's understand what the demographics of that state are. It tends to be an older state. It tends to be a little bit more conservative. So you wouldn't expect Bernie Sanders to perform necessarily very well down there. So whatever he does do down there, it looks like he's going to be successful, even if he doesn't win. And I do think that's kind of lost in the whole thought about whether Bernie Sanders is going to be strong.
Can we comment on one other number, because you brought it up? That as someone who one day would love to run for Congress, that Jim Clyburn number is a fascinating.
Oh my God! I mean, that's.
Let's take a look at that. The
47.
importance of Clyburn's endorsement in the vote today.
Amazing.
The most important factor: 24% of people in this entrance poll said that. 23% said it was one of several important factors. So you have 47, almost half the folks there saying it's very important.
Does any elected official in the country command that kind?
No, but I think you.
Obama, he's not an elected official.
But you know that people love their congressmen and hate Congress. And so, no, I actually think that in some of these areas, you'll begin to see that. Like Benny Thompson, for example, will command very, very similar respect. And so a lot of these individuals who are in these, John Lewis, will command very, very similar respect. And something I kept telling Pete Buttigieg, a friend of mine, is that you have to get these validators. You have to have people who can actually speak for you, stand in your shoes, and his campaign was absent that. And a lot of times it's very difficult to build that support. But what we saw was you had the absolute truest validator in Jim Clyburn. And that's a remarkable number.
I mean, out of everything that David Chalian has talked about, like, I went and made sure that number was right. Because I'm stunned that it's that high. I mean, it speaks to Bakari's point.
I mean, I was measuring his curtains, and I have to stop right now.
It speaks. I will tell you, no matter what else happens today, Jim Clyburn has had a very good day. If those numbers stay at all, if we're doing a winners and losers, Jim Clyburn's in the winner. Because, I mean, that is remarkable. Even if some people are saying it was one of a couple factors, and maybe they're just cut that number in half. 1 in 4 people say that he was a fact. I mean, that's a remarkable thing for one person who, Bakari's right, in that area, yes, he's an influential figure. There are others, but that's a remarkable thing in a statewide race where you've seen millions and millions of dollars be spent, not, by the way, by Joe Biden on TV, that validation is so powerful. I mean, that's remarkable because endorsements nowadays, it's nice to have.
We're going to get some more information from our exit poll ahead. Did South Carolinians base their votes on who can defeat President Trump? We will find out after the break.
Welcome back. We're getting more information right now. What's on the mind of voters in South Carolina? David Chalian is going through the exit poll numbers.
That's right, Wolf. As you know, we asked voters as they were coming to the polls today in South Carolina this one key question that we've asked in every state and asked throughout the entire campaign. In the candidate you choose today, are you looking for somebody who can defeat Donald Trump, or are you looking for somebody who can agree with you on the issues? It is still a majority, a slim majority, 53%, who say they're looking for somebody who could defeat Trump. But that is a smaller number than we saw in Iowa, New Hampshire, or Nevada. And this is a bigger number. 43% in the South Carolina Democratic primary electorate say they're looking for somebody who agrees with them on the issues. But this is what's so interesting. It's moderates who are driving this. They're the ones looking for agreement on the issues. Whereas in the 3 other early states, it was liberals looking for somebody who agreed on the issues. Here, it's moderates looking for that. It is a different electorate here in South Carolina. We also looked for the candidate quality that matters most. Take a look at this. Can bring needed change. 38% of voters today say that's what they're looking for above all else. 27% say unite the country. 26% say cares about people like me. Again, a big chunk, the biggest chunk, can bring needed change, looking for a change agent, but it's moderates and conservatives that are a bigger share of the electorate than we've seen previously. Important to remember. And finally, how are you feeling about the Trump administration? Take a look at this. 48% of Democratic voters in South Carolina say that they are angry. That's their feeling about the Trump administration. In New Hampshire, that number was 79%. So not nearly as an angry of an electorate that we saw in New Hampshire. And the whole question about Democratic unity, will the party come together? 80% of voters today say regardless who the nominee is, they are going to vote for the Democrat in November. Brianna.
All right, David, thank you so much for that. Let's talk about this candidate quality, because I'm curious how much you think that actually you can extrapolate that to who these voters might choose. 38% say they want someone who can bring needed change. Only 6% say they want someone who's a fighter. What do you think about that, Mark Preston?
Well, a couple things. One is if you take two numbers, can bring needed change at 38% and cares about people like me at 26%, comes out to be 64%. The reason why I put those two numbers together is that you're looking at somebody like Bernie Sanders, who is energizing the base right now. I mean, when you have somebody who talks about raising the minimum wage, about Medicare for all, about free college, cares about people like me, cares about issues that are important to me. And that's why I think that's important for Bernie Sanders at this point.
Just one word of caution. I think what's hard is we focus a lot of times, for example, on the electability question. Oh, people say they want someone electable. That's good for Joe Biden. Well, sometimes it's just like electability was very high in Nevada. Bernie Sanders won overwhelmingly. Because if you like Bernie Sanders, you probably think he's electable. Right. If you like Joe Biden, maybe you think he can bring about needed change. I mean, it's just a little hard because I think a lot of times the top of the ballot drives underneath it. Like you think that Joe Biden cares about people like you. That question, I think, is just very hard to your point about extrapolating. It's sometimes hard. I think, yes, broadly speaking, can bring about needed change should be Bernie Sanders.
So the electability question also has an insidious way of cutting against women candidates and candidates of color, which is really odd when you think about this 2008 high watermark that we keep talking about. If Democrats could beat this 2008 metric where more people turned out than ever before, and we treat it like something we're probably never going to get to again. Well, there were two history-making candidates in that primary in 2008. It was a woman and a black man, and that galvanized Democrats across the country. But when we ask the electability question, the safe choice continues to default to, well, that's probably an older white guy who looks like the majority of our presidents. So I just want to add a note of caution. Really,
absolutely. And just to kind of take that one step further, I remind everyone that the first, second, and third highest vote getters in the history of the United States of America are not white men. It is a black man once and twice, and then a white woman in 2016. So that's something there. But if you talk about this electability thing, especially when we're talking about black voters in South Carolina, you know, all of these different polls are great, but it boils down to one thing for most African-American voters. I dare not say that I speak for all, but for most it's trust. It's trust in that particular candidate, and we skip that sometimes. That's why it's hard for a candidate like Elizabeth Warren or even Pete Buttigieg or Amy Klobuchar, who don't necessarily have these relationships with the community, to come in and build that trust. It was hard for Bernie Sanders, which is why, you know, having Killer Mike and having Philip Agnew and having Nina Turner, having all of these amazing surrogates come down and kind of cultivate that and build a movement, which he's done. I don't know if it's enough, but black voters, they trusted Barack Obama. They trusted Hillary Clinton. They trust Joe Biden. And the main reason trust is so important is because we have worked so hard to have some semblance of success in this country. When success meaning, you know, rights, having this American dream, the Voting Rights Act, Civil Rights Act, the amount of energy and blood and sweat and tears that was put into actually having that ounce of success. We're not going to risk a vote on someone who may not be there or who may not be strong enough to fight to make sure we can continue that progress, or we lose it. And so that trust is huge.
To Bakari's point, if you watch Jim Clyburn's endorsement of Joe Biden, while you were talking, it made me think of it. He talks a ton about just the length of the relationship. He said, I know this man. My wife talked about Joe Biden. You know, it's hard to just go in if you're Pete Buttigieg and be like, hey, I won in Iowa and I came in second in New Hampshire, because Joe Biden's been there for about Fritz Holland, 40 years.
Let's sort of talk a little more broadly about what we may be seeing tonight. Polls most recently looking in Joe Biden's favor. He really needs a win, and with kind of a capital W tonight. There's some good numbers for him, right? Older voters, moderate voters, just what we're seeing here in these polls. But what does he need to do tonight, Kirsten?
Well, I mean, we're talking about the African-American vote a lot for a reason, because I think that is going to be the most important information we're going to get tonight, right? Because we're going to see whether or not he really can deliver with African-American voters. Is he going... Bernie has been making up some ground in the polls. Is Biden going to be able to really lock in that vote and show that he's the favored candidate? Because that's meaningful. If you can't win black voters, you can't win the nomination. It's not possible. And so I think it will be interesting to see also, has Bernie, are the polls accurate? Is he making up that ground? When it really comes time to cast a vote, are there going to be some African Americans who've switched from Biden to Bernie the way we've seen in the polls?
Is Joe Biden going to be viable if he doesn't come away with a big win tonight?
Well, he won't be viable if he doesn't come away with a win. The question is how big, right? So if it's a double-digit win, that is a big win, and that gives him a lot of momentum. And knowing that in South Carolina, historically, the winner of South Carolina, other than when John Edwards, the winner of South Carolina goes on to win the nomination. And he was, right, and he had his own issues. But the winner of South Carolina also generally wins Mississippi, Alabama, Louisiana. I mean, there's a chunk of votes that go along with that. And when you look at what's up on Super Tuesday, there's a number of southern states that would be influenced if this vote, if what he does tonight gets him over double digits.
I think the right context to be thinking about this is what does this say about Super Tuesday, right? Because if we're talking about 54 delegates, Super Tuesday is going to deliver a third of the entire primary public. And so the question becomes, how do voters take a cue here? And is there a cue to be had? The two cues that I'm looking for is what happens on the moderate side of this race. Does Biden win decisively and, in effect, force other people out of the race? Or is there still an argument to stay in? The second point, though, is what can Bernie say about his ability through consistency to build up a base in South Carolina? Because really, at some point, he doesn't necessarily have to win, but what he has to show is that he can make up that ground over the 4 years that people have gotten to know him. And I think that ability says a lot about what will happen in California, in Texas, in some of these southern states that vote on Tuesday.
And we are getting closer now to the end of voting in South Carolina and our first chance to potentially make a projection. Our special coverage continues after this.
We're closing in on the polls, closing in South Carolina a little bit more than an hour from now. We're watching it very closely. We have reporters over at various polling places, including in North Charleston and Columbia, South Carolina. Let's go to Athena Jones first in North Charleston. What are you seeing over there, Athena?
Hi, Wolf. Well, here at this elementary school, a polling station, about 900, a little over 900 people have cast votes here so far today. Talking to the poll workers who've been here working this polling station for about 20 years, one described that as average. The other said they thought there would be more people turning out because of all the attention on this race. Well, I've talked to over 100 of the people who have cast votes, so more than 10%. And what I can tell you is the name I'm hearing most often by a broad bit is Joe Biden. A lot of support for the vice president here at this polling station from voters young and old, black and white. The other name we're hearing a bit is Bernie Sanders. Those two certainly have the most support. And one thing I should mention is that of the voters who have been showing up here, the majority of them have been black. And we've been talking about how this is the first state to vote with a large African-American population. And the vast majority of those voters said that they were backing Biden. And they said they liked him because of President Obama, the fact that he served President Obama. They called him decent. And they believe that he has a good chance of winning against President Trump.
Interesting. All right, Athena, stand by. Diane Gallagher's in Columbia, South Carolina, the capital. What are you seeing over there, Diane?
And yeah, Wolf, we're sort of seeing something similar to what Athena is talking about here at our particular precinct. We're here in Richland, just right outside of the big part of Columbia. We have a predominantly black voter base here and a little bit older as well. And most of the voters that we've spoken to, and again, this is purely anecdotal, but they're going for Joe Biden or for Tom Steyer. And a lot of the people that we've spoken to who are choosing Tom Steyer got to know him through those ads that have blanketed South Carolina, Wolf. They have said, basically recited back some of those ads to me about why they chose him, saying that they feel like he'd be the best person to beat Donald Trump. He cares about the environment, something they care about here. When it comes to Joe Biden, we're hearing pretty frequently that they trusted him when he was the vice president to President Obama, and that it made them feel better about their choice when Congressman Jim Clyburn went ahead and went public with his endorsement of Joe Biden. And so that's kind of what we're seeing here. There's a couple of other different candidates, but for the most part, overwhelmingly, we're hearing Joe Biden and then Tom Steyer at this particular precinct. Now, again, we haven't talked to everybody who's voted. Something else that's happening here, Wolf, and you may be able to see them back there with me. They're coming through here. They're taking these machines. It's the first time they've used these ballot marking devices here. They're bringing them out. Most of the people here say that they enjoy the ease of using that right now. But again, we're going to have to wait until it's over to see whether or not South Carolina, in the first time using these machines statewide, how it goes for them here for that.
All right, Diane and Athena, we'll of course get back to both of you. Thank you very much. Voting winds down soon in South Carolina. Will this be Joe Biden's night? We're getting closer and closer to our first chance to make a projection. We'll be back in a moment. We're back here in the CNN Election Center with more of our live coverage of the South Carolina Democratic presidential primary. Polling places, they close about an hour from now. That's when we'll get our first chance to project the early leaders or possibly a winner. 8 Democrats are still in the 2020 race, so one of them has the most at stake tonight. That would be Joe Biden. He's banking on South Carolina and African-American voters to breathe new life into his presidential bid. But frontrunner Bernie Sanders is riding a wave that could threaten Biden's plans. Diana, the outcome tonight is crucial, especially as it sets the stage 3 days from now for Super Tuesday.
That's right, Wolf, and we are in a really important phase of the race, and South Carolina is very key. We have correspondents covering the candidates as they await the first votes. Let's check in with a few of them, starting with Jessica Dean with Vice President Joe Biden's campaign. Jessica, what are you hearing?
Well, Dana, I just spoke with a senior Biden campaign advisor who tells me they feel great about how things are shaping up with about 1 hour left before polls close here in South Carolina. This advisor believes that this win, that if they get a win here, that they are poised to have the momentum they want going into Super Tuesday. And I asked about fundraising, too. They said they've seen that boost in fundraising throughout this week. It's been a very strong week for Joe Biden here in South Carolina, and that they expect the money to also come in if he wins here and wins strongly. But again, the Biden campaign right now with 1 hour left in South Carolina feeling great. They're looking for their first big win of this primary season. Dana.
Jessica, thank you so much. Now let's get to Ryan Nobles covering Bernie Sanders' campaign. And Ryan, the senator is flexing his muscle looking ahead to Super Tuesday.
He certainly is, Dana. We expect him here in Virginia Beach in just about a couple of hours or so. And of course, Virginia, one of the most important states on the Super Tuesday calendar, which is coming up in a couple of days. But we should point out that Sanders did make a play for South Carolina, though his team does expect he'll come up short tonight. They did have a focus on improving Sanders' relationship with African-American voters in particular, and even further out, they made a specific play for African-American women. They view that as one of the most reliable and important voting blocs, not just in South Carolina, but across the country. And they saw an opportunity with Richland Council member Dahlia Myers, and she was someone that supported Joe Biden's candidacy, switched to support the Bernie Sanders campaign. When she made that switch, the Sanders team swooped in, cut an ad with her, and got it on the air as quick as possible. And when they increased their ad buy in the closing week of the campaign, they featured the Myers ad heavily, especially in the spots where they believe that African-American women were paying the most attention. So when we see these returns come in tonight, it will be interesting to see how many gains the Sanders team has made with the African-American voting bloc, and in particular, if he was able to convince African-American women to come to his side. Again, the Sanders campaign wasn't necessarily about a victory for them in South Carolina. It's about closing that gap and preventing Joe Biden from getting a big win tonight. We'll have to see what the results tell us, but there's no doubt, Dana, their big focus is on next Tuesday, which is one of the reasons we'll see him here in Virginia tonight. Dana?
Thank you so much, Ryan. Glad to see CNN is still on in the background there. Let's get over to Rebecca Buck, who is covering Tom Steyer's campaign in Columbia, South Carolina. Rebecca, $22 million in TV and Facebook ads alone. That doesn't even count the dollars that he spent on the ground and elsewhere. Will he see a return for this investment? That's the question, right?
That's right, Dana. A big chunk of change, and certainly the Steyer campaign is hoping that they get a return on that investment here in South Carolina tonight. They're hoping for a strong finish, and they're optimistic that they'll place at least second or third here in South Carolina. They recognize, of course, that Biden remains here, and they expect him to do very well. But they do hope that if they finish second or third place here, a strong showing in South Carolina, that could springboard them into Super Tuesday and maybe give voters a reason to give them another look. Another reason for optimism among the Steyer campaign, one aide tells me, is that they've watched Michael Bloomberg stumble in some of these debates, and they feel he's invested so much money in Super Tuesday, it's his entire strategy, but they believe that they might now have an opening because he has not performed strongly in those debates. And they've been running an ad in some of these Super Tuesday states, California, Texas, North Carolina, Alabama, contrasting his support, Steyer's support for reparations, with Michael Bloomberg's record on stop and frisk. So very much trying, as they have in South Carolina, to appeal to the African-American vote. They are optimistic, though, that this is just the beginning for them here tonight and that they will have an opportunity, Dana, moving forward.
Okay, well, money helps, that's for sure. Rebecca, thank you so much. Appreciate that. And Wolf, as we get closer to the polls closing and seeing the first results, it's noteworthy to see where things stand with the most important thing, which is the delegate count, right? Bernie Sanders is ahead by far with 45 delegates. Pete Buttigieg is behind 26, Joe Biden 15, Warren 8, and Klobuchar 7. Nobody else has any of them, including the campaign where we just were. Tonight, South Carolina, they are going to be looking at 54 total. And so it's proportional. We should remind our viewers that. So it's not winner take all like Republicans, 54 total in South Carolina. And you have to get at least 15% of the vote to get even one delegate. And that is why Joe Biden is hoping to do very, very well, not just because of the perception of what that means, but also raw math.
Yeah, and if he does really well, that will be significant going into Super Tuesday. But let's see, the polls close less than an hour from now. David Chalian, in the meantime, you're getting some more exit poll numbers.
That's right, Wolf. And South Carolina is the fourth state. And once again, we're learning health care was the dominant issue for voters. According to the exit poll, 39% of those participating in the South Carolina Democratic primary today say health care was the most important issue to their vote, followed by income inequality at 21%, race relations at 18%, and climate change down at 14%. We've also been asking the question in all these states, Do you support Medicare for All, a government-run plan, over private insurance? Once again, support beats opposition, but here in South Carolina, 50% say they support a government plan instead of private insurance. That is significantly lower, 7, 8, 10 points lower than we've seen in the previous states in this contest. 44% oppose the government plan and instead favor private insurance. And finally, what about the economic system in the United States? Take a look at this. 51%, a majority participating in the Democratic primary today in South Carolina, says that the economic system needs complete overhaul. 35% says needs minor changes, and only 10% of the electorate says works well as it is. Watch to be this a motivating factor today and in contests in the future if voters think the economic system needs a complete major overhaul, Wolf.
Very interesting indeed. David, thank you. We're counting down to the end of voting and our first chance potentially to make a projection. More on the South Carolina stakes. That's next.
Welcome back to our very special live coverage of the primary in South Carolina. As you can see here, the polls will be closing very soon in just under 49 minutes. We'll be keeping an eye on that. And the entire political world is focusing its gaze on this state to see what happens in this very important primary. I want to talk to our panel about this. There are things that South Carolina is going to tell us that Iowa, New Hampshire, and Nevada have not told us. Joe Biden appears to be on top. He really has to pull out a win. But what, Kirsten, does a win really look like?
Well, so I think that's in contention. Now, I heard you say 10 or double. You think?
Well, if he wins double digits, I think it's a big win.
So, a lot of people are saying if it's by 10 points. I don't agree with that, because this is a state that he's put everything into, and this is what he said is his firewall. And so 10 points is not actually that impressive. Yes, I know the field is divided, but also he needs to be showing that he can consolidate a bit the field. So, I would say it's something more like 20 points, probably.
What?
Yeah, and I don't think, because I really think, like, if this is what you say, I put all of my energy into this, this is the place where I can win. I don't think moving forward, 10 points says that you have a really incredibly strong candidate.
I will disagree. And the reason I'll do it is because I sat here, we were in these same chairs, and Bakari told me, Iowa, New Hampshire, don't worry about it, South Carolina, it's going to be fine. Look, fourth place in Iowa, fifth place in New Hampshire, wasn't even in the state when they voted. Second, but by a lot, second in Nevada. I give him credit. I don't think if he wins, I don't think if he wins by one, it matters. But that is a remarkable. But if you asked me after Iowa, is Joe Biden going to win South Carolina? I would have said.
But Chris, this is exactly what I'm talking about. The lowering of standards for Biden all along the way.
That's fair.
So that if he actually does something and actually wins a state, we're all supposed to be jumping up and down.
But the trajectory is.
No, but the trajectory was up and then down, and now he's like working his way back up. And so we have to. I don't think we should overstate the strength.
But I just think throwing out random numbers is okay of what you should win by, but the political dynamics in South Carolina right now are totally different. And what I mean by those dynamics is Tom Steyer. Okay, Tom Steyer is the human dynamic in this race. He is siphoning votes from one person and one person only, and that's Joe Biden. Tom Steyer spent 22.48, whatever.
Does the point matter at this point? Not really.
I mean, he spent $22 million on just TV and radio. Yeah. What we didn't include was the number that he spent on direct mail. He has been like just papering people's houses for a complete year. Tom Steyer is going to eat some of that margin. Now, I do agree that he has to win by, 10, 12, 15 points. I can see that and see that actually happening tonight. So I'm not necessarily lowering it and say if he squeaks out of here with a 6-point victory, oh my God, he's back. But he needs to have a victory that will springboard him. And I do think that, double digits, 15 points. I just think it's practically impossible to get a 20, 25-point win tonight just because of so many people in the race and this Tom Steyer dynamic.
The question I think people are asking on the center side of the party is who can chase down Bernie? And I just want to go back to those numbers that David showed, which is 50% in exit polls saying that they believe in government health care, 51% believing we need to reform the economy. What's clear is that over the last 4 years...
Not just reform, a complete overhaul.
Complete overhaul of the economy.
Right.
In the last
they
4
want
years,
something big.
That's Bernie's message, and it's really clear that it's resonating. So the question that I think coming out of this is, can Biden come back from what has been a message of, you know, I hate to say it, sort of a Democratic version of Make America Great Again, right? Let's go back to the Obama years and we'll be okay. And I just don't think that, given what we're seeing out of these exit polls, that he may be able to make that up.
I think that's been one of the issues that he's had this entire election season. He came in saying he was the electable safe candidate. And I mean, as a progressive, if I had believed that he was the electable safe candidate, I would have been on the Biden train on day one. But the idea that he was going to sell a country that is as angry as polls suggest they are, as dissatisfied on this idea that we can simply go back. Like Trump was an aberration and we can get over that, and if we just keep things the way they were, everything will be fine, because things were not fine for the vast majority of this country.
I would say that we should not overplay the notion of issues versus people's gut feeling. I mean, I totally agree. I think we should do an overhaul of the economic system, and I would like to see some government involvement in healthcare. But I think if you look this past week at what Joe Biden did at the CNN town hall, for example, where he responded with such heart to the man from Mother Emanuel Church whose wife was passed away, that clip got a huge number of views. The notion that people are moved by somebody who has a heart, who's somebody who is good, who really feels empathy. That, I think, is an even bigger boost than sometimes these more narrowly sliced head issues.
There's no doubt that he's a good man, and I'll never take that away from Joe Biden. I just think that the country has really moved in 4 years. I think if you look at why you're seeing those kinds of attitudes among voters, it's because if you look at the African-American electorate, nobody has been as affected by the issues of dire poverty, lack of access to health care, the fact that they feel like these institutions have locked people out. And so I worry that empathy, that take us back to that moment where we all felt good about America again, just isn't going to get us.
I mean, I guess my question is, what's the disconnect then? So, I mean, I think I know what the answer is, but I would ask you as someone who supports Bernie Sanders. So when you see somebody, it's 50% supporting government-run insurance, you want this entire overhaul, but you still see someone who does not necessarily overwhelm or do substantially well with African-American voters. I mean, if Bernie Sanders wins 20, if he wins,
I mean, nationally, he's
and I will say, on that note, we will pick up that very important thought in just a moment. Stay with us as we get some new information from our exit poll after a quick break. Welcome back to CNN for our special live coverage of the South Carolina primary. And here in just under 38 minutes, polls will close in South Carolina. We will start getting a flood of results. And this is going to be a pivotal moment in this race for the Democratic nomination. This is very much a do or die night for Joe Biden. So let's pick up where we left off. And Bakari, you are for Biden. You, Abdul, are for Bernie Sanders. But you just,
No, I think I was just asking a question because one of the numbers that we're seeing often is those persons who were in favor of abolishing the private insurance, going to a government insurance. We talk about the overhaul of our economy. So my question is, don't we have to see Bernie Sanders begin to catch up with the progressive shift, the window shift that we're seeing in the Democratic Party, particularly with African-American voters, and doesn't that have to start tonight?
I think it's already happening, and I hate to talk about any group of voters as a monolith.
Of course, no one, yeah.
Black voters in South Carolina are different than black voters in Michigan, different than black voters in California. Nationally, Bernie is catching up. In fact, he's starting to exceed. Number two, though, you got to remember, Joe Biden was Vice President of the United States for 8 years. Building that kind of relationship, especially as the vice president, the first black president in American history, right? That's going to earn you some trust. And if you look at the interval change, which I'm really interested in looking at, you go from where Bernie was in 2016 to where he is today. That's a level of trust he's been able to pick up off of his message.
But I think that's a narrative and a theme we have to pay attention to as the night goes on. Because while we're talking about how well Bernie, I mean, it's do or die for Joe Biden. So that's A, right? But I do think along the line, but even before we get to the Pete Buttigieg and Amy Klobuchar registering, 0 to 2% black, we still have to look at whether or not Bernie Sanders is able to improve on this. Yeah. I don't think that Bernie Sanders can come out of this night not doing well, and we say, oh, well,
Well, yeah, but look, I think as we look ahead and we look at the playing field as we move forward, let's assume that Bernie Sanders comes in second tonight, okay, and, does well enough with the delegates. Joe Biden wins by 15, okay? So, so we split that. Once we hit Super Tuesday and we get the results from Super Tuesday, I don't want to say the race is over because it's not over, but in some ways it is over. If Bernie Sanders does well enough that he can only has to do is to keep pace with everybody else. There's no way, the way that the system is set up, the delegate race, the way the system is set up means that if you get an early lead, it's almost impossible to be overcome. And I think, but I do think that that's a problem for the Democratic Party because there's going to be decisions that have to be made in the Democratic Party about whether they try to hold on to those delegates and try to take Bernie Sanders out at the knees before the convention, or they get behind him if he wins the nomination.
Which is why when I was saying the 20 points, I just mean thinking towards Super Tuesday. Like Biden he doesn't need to just win. He needs to reshape the race, right? So he has. That's what I'm saying. He has to. It has to be so decisive and big to show that he has enough strength moving into Super Tuesday because he doesn't really have the money, right? I mean, he's really going to be going off of how well he wins in this race.
And I would point people to I showed Brianna this off cam, but I do think there was an interview earlier today, Jim Clyburn and our colleague Ana Cabrera, where Clyburn basically says, "Look, I endorsed Joe Biden." And there's a lot not good about this campaign. The fundraising has been bad. He uses the word, we need to retool, which is to your point, Kirsten. This is not, oh, okay, well, Joe Biden's fine now. This is, can Joe Biden use South Carolina as sort of a, I hate to use the press the reset button, because, you know, but that sort of vibe that, okay, well, now this is now a different race than it was these last 3 weeks. No, Joe, but that means money. I mean, look, we talk about this, but Joe Biden spent $880,000 in South Carolina. He did spend what he had there in his time there. But compared to Bernie or Bloomberg, who we don't really talk about, I mean, it's not even close.
And it will be smart of them to heed this advice from Jim Clyburn. So the polls right now are going to close very soon, just 34 minutes away. The first results will be coming in as our special primary coverage continues.
All right, polls close in South Carolina about a half an hour from now. That will be our first chance, potentially, to project a winner. We'll see if we can. That's coming up soon. In the meantime, some of the candidates, they've moved out from South Carolina. They're already thinking about Tuesday, Super Tuesday, and they're thinking about North Carolina, Texas, for example. Kyung La's in Charlotte, North Carolina for us right now. What are you seeing over there, Kyung? You're covering the Klobuchar campaign.
Well, Amy Klobuchar is looking beyond this last hour of voting in the South Carolina primary, even as the clock ticks down to those polls closing. She is in the middle of a mad dash through these Super Tuesday states. Starting today all the way until Tuesday night, her plan is to hit 11 states. That is an enormous geographic footprint. The campaign has spent heavily in advertising in Super Tuesday states. They are only exceeded by Mike Bloomberg, Tom Steyer, and Bernie Sanders. So the campaign is truly looking to Super Tuesday. As far as what's happening in South Carolina, Klobuchar herself is lowering expectations. She told reporters, quote, "I don't pretend to think I'm going to be #1 in South Carolina. I think we see that in the polls." Her campaign maintains that they have had volunteers canvassing in the state, that they continue to have people in the state. But Klobuchar and her entire campaign looking to states like this one, Wolf, North Carolina, with its moderates, hoping to do well here. Wolf?
A lot of delegates in North Carolina, a lot of delegates also in Texas. Leila Santiago's in Houston, Texas. She's covering the Warren campaign for us. What are you seeing over there, Leila?
Well, we're expecting Senator Warren to take the stage in just a few hours. Her campaign continuing to insist that Vegas debate really shook up the campaign for her. But now the attention will turn to Super Tuesday. She visited Arkansas today for the first time. That's a Super Tuesday state. She was asked today if her home state of Massachusetts was a must win. She didn't necessarily say yes to that, but really it's clear that Texas is where she's putting a lot of time. She was in San Antonio earlier in the week. She is in Houston today. Our latest CNN poll shows that she's at 15% here, roughly even with where she was in December. And when you talk to her supporters, they say, look, the fight isn't over. In fact, one person close to the campaign I talked to in just the last few hours said that tonight is about blunting the momentum for Bernie Sanders. That is what they are paying attention to. There's also a lot of attention from the campaign on fundraising. fundraising. They announced today that the goal is to raise $29 million this month by midnight tonight.
We'll see what happens. All right, I'm sure she's looking beyond South Carolina to Super Tuesday as well. Abby Phillip is joining us as well. Abby, you're in Raleigh, North Carolina. You're covering the Buttigieg campaign. It looks pretty empty right there now. I assume there'll be a bunch of people soon.
Yeah, there are already quite a few people lined up outside of this high school gym here in Raleigh. Pete Buttigieg is expected to come here in a few hours to give his second event of the day. He was actually earlier today in Nashville, where his campaign said they drew about 3,000 people to an event there. But one of the things that that we should note here is obviously he is not in South Carolina tonight. And as we wait for the results to come in from that state, it is going to be a reflection of the struggles that he has had over the last many months trying to woo black voters. And as we were on the ground with him in South Carolina for the last several days, we saw that really in full effect. The campaign continuing to struggle to get black voters into chairs at his event, to even hear what he had to say in this final week. It really just reflects a long-running struggle for that campaign you know, in an interview with Buttigieg this week, he told me that he believes that it's going to take a long time. But the problem here is that now time is quickly running short. At the same time, his campaign is looking forward to Super Tuesday. That's why we are here in Raleigh, North Carolina. And in a call with reporters, aides said that they are looking at the delegate picture. They are not necessarily looking at wins and losses. They are looking at how many delegates he's able to pick up. Now, that is both strategy, but also a little bit of expectation setting as we head into Super Tuesday. His aides also would not say where the campaign expected to actually pull out wins in any of those states that are voting on that day. Wolf.
To get delegates in South Carolina, you need 15%. We'll see how that works out. Abby, we'll get back to you. We're watching all of this unfold just minutes from now. Polls will close in South Carolina. Will the state change the dynamic in the Democratic presidential race? The first results, that's just ahead.
Welcome back to CNN's special live coverage of the South Carolina primary, and you see it here just 20 minutes until the polls close there and we start getting a flood of results in for what is such an important night in this race for the Democratic nomination. So let's talk about what we are expecting to see, really what we need to see if Joe Biden is to continue to be a viable candidate. He is ahead in the polls, right? He seems to have opened up maybe a lead again. But it's interesting to take off on your last point about what Congressman Clyburn said. Now that he's endorsed Joe Biden, he said, I think we have to sit down and get serious about how we retool this campaign, how we retool the fundraising. And then he said, I did not feel free to speak about it or to even deal with it inside, meaning inside the campaign, because I had not committed to his candidacy. I have now, and I'm all in, and I'm not going to sit back idly and watch people mishandle this campaign.
I feel like there has been a bar set for Joe Biden that I have never seen set for any other candidate running for president. This man was the vice president for 8 years. He came in as the front runner. We're now saying, okay, if he comes in first in the fourth contest, then we can give him the opportunity to completely overhaul his campaign because he's not raising any money and he's not building the infrastructure that he needs to win. But if he wins here, let's give him a chance to try again, and then he can be our safe electable candidate.
That's not totally fair. I do think, first of all, if Joe Biden wins tonight, which everybody thinks he will win, you know, this will be the first primary or caucus that Joe Biden has ever won.
Because he's never been the safe electable candidate.
I'm just, for 1 second, run for president. He's run for president 3 times, and this will be the first one. But again, this has always been where people thought Joe Biden would actually show strength. It wasn't in Iowa. It wasn't in New Hampshire. They thought he would do better in Nevada. But, I mean, in Nevada, you had 105,000 people vote in that caucus. 10%, 6 to 10% were African-American. That's 6,000 to 10,000. Tonight, you're going to have 240,000 African-Americans vote. I mean, that is a robust number. So now you get to springboard. That's what he's hoping for. The springboard into Tennessee, et cetera. And let me just, in the South, we had this saying, you got to give people their flowers while they're living. And we have to value the strength of not just the CBC. And I think a lot of times the Congressional Black Caucus doesn't get the respect they deserve, and we don't give them their flowers. A lot of them are rallying behind Joe Biden. A lot of them will come on board. And this victory, if it's sizable, was on the shoulders of Jim Clyburn.
Yeah. One of the points here that I think has to be considered is that we do keep grading him on a curve, A. B, the reason he's run 3 times and he's only this would be potentially the first time he's ever won a primary is because he's one of the most gaffe-prone politicians we've ever seen. And I don't know that he actually handles the increased scrutiny that comes with actually having the cameras on him again, because he's kind of faded in this race.
Let's just say, though, I mean, people criticize him all the time because of his debate performances. How many times do you think the skill of being a debater is really relevant to being a president? I mean, just because you can answer in 60 seconds and pivot and do an attack and do it all very crisply. So he may not be as great at that as some other people, but what he can bring is a heck of a lot more, which is experience, et cetera. Let me just quickly say one thing about the next 72 hours. Because this last primary, if this primary had been first, of course, our conversation would be entirely different. Back to our Granholm Sellers plan of putting all four of these states on the first day. But I love it. Now,
that was good. You guys
I want to buy But now, we have 72 hours. If I were going to say which primary would you want to win before Super Tuesday, it would be this primary. Given how quickly these news cycles churn, there's very little time. In the next 48 hours, if he wins, and if he wins big, there will be a lot of positive press. In the past 4 days, he has raised, or the 4 days right before this, not today, he raised $2 million from his supporters, $2.5 million from the super PAC, $4.5 million, which is obviously a big infusion because people felt like there was momentum. It will bring money, it will bring press, and we'll see what happens.
And I think with Biden, this was a have to have, and now it's and ... Because the truth of the matter is we don't know. Look, I do think Tennessee it should be pretty good for him, Alabama, but this in and of itself is not enough. This is not, oh, okay, Joe Biden. This is, he had to have this, and now what's next? Now, the governor's point is well taken, though, I think. You're better off winning this one with 2 days of Super Tuesday than if he won Nevada and then finished meh in South Carolina, because Joe Biden, more than anyone, needs a bounce. He doesn't have Mike Bloomberg's money. He doesn't have Bernie Sanders' delegates currently, or Bernie Sanders' energy, or Bernie Sanders' money. He needs something. And this has to be that. It's possible that we look back on Super Tuesday and say, South Carolina helped him, but he was too far down here. He bumped up, but not enough.
I want to ask you, having covered, as I covered 2016, and I covered Bernie and Hillary Clinton, and I can tell you there were different energies. There was energy for Hillary Clinton, but at a Bernie Sanders event, you could feel the difference, right? He wasn't obviously hitting some of the demographics that he needed to, but there was a lot of energy that you could just sort of feel. And I wonder what you think, Kirsten, looking at this and seeing a lot of folks who are hanging their hopes on Joe Biden. They want him to retool his campaign, but Bernie Sanders is making this case about energy. And I guess my question is, might he have a point?
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously you want to have a candidate that energizes the people who support him and who will ultimately energize all of the voters when you're up against Trump. So I think it is a factor. I don't know that you can necessarily always draw a correlation between crowds and that kind of stuff and whether you're going to win or not.
So because Ron Paul would be president. Yeah, honestly, I mean, Ron Paul, you go to a Ron Paul rally, you'd be like, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
One of the most exciting for Hillary rallies that I went to was in Washington State, where Bernie just, danced all over her there.
I think the issue for Biden is it's not as though he's coming in second in all the other states and he's really a contender. I mean, it's been a lackluster performance, at least in the first two states, for a person who came in as the vice president.
All right, polls are going to close very soon. Check this out. 13 or so minutes in South Carolina. We'll have our first chance to potentially project a winner. So will Joe Biden get the victory that he needs? We'll be watching. We'll have results ahead.
We're just minutes away from the end of voting in South Carolina and our first chance to project the early leaders or possibly a winner. South Carolina is considered a must-win for Joe Biden. He's hoping to jumpstart his campaign and bolster his chances against frontrunner Bernie Sanders on Super Tuesday. That's only 3 days from now. Dana will start getting the first results very soon.
We're minutes away from that, Wolf, and the candidates are watching the clock. They are waiting for the votes to come in. We have a team of correspondents covering the campaigns on this very important primary night. Let's start with Jessica Dean, who is covering Joe Biden's campaign. Jessica.
Well, Dana, the doors have opened here at the Biden headquarters. People coming in, the music playing. They are ready for good news. They want a victory tonight. South Carolina has long been the state that Biden campaign advisors have pointed to say this is where Joe Biden can really show his strength as a candidate, that he can show how strong he is with African-American voters. They make up the majority of the Democratic electorate here. Of course, he had the endorsement from Jim Clyburn this week. We saw in our exit polls nearly half of voters saying that played in. That was a factor in their decision when they went to vote today. So incredible sway there from Congressman Clyburn. The Biden campaign, their objective tonight, to not only win, but to win with a big enough margin that it bounces them into Super Tuesday with a ton of momentum, with money, with a message that is going to resonate all across these different states that will be voting, and help him collect as many delegates as possible as he tries to really consolidate this moderate lane of the Democratic Party to go up against the frontrunner right now for the nomination, Bernie Sanders. So, Dana, we're keeping an eye on will he win, and if he wins, by how much?
That's right, Jessica, thank you so much. Let's go now to Ryan Nobles, who's covering Bernie Sanders' campaign. And Ryan, yes, he is looking ahead, obviously, by being in Virginia, Super Tuesday state, to that. But that doesn't mean that he didn't put a lot of work and effort into South Carolina, right?
No, that's right, Dana. And, you know, this is kind of an odd place for the Bernie Sanders campaign to be in this Democratic primary process. Basically, at every contest up until now, they'd been planning for a victory party on a night like tonight. And that's not the posture that they have at this point. You can bet that when Bernie Sanders appears here behind me in about 2 hours or so, that they're going to be looking toward the future, not necessarily looking back at what happened in South Carolina. Their goal from the very beginning in South Carolina was to try and minimize the momentum of Joe Biden as much as possible. And as a result, they did pour a lot of resources into the state. They spent close to $1 million on ads. Sanders spent quite a bit of time in South Carolina, especially in the closing days of the campaign. When you saw those polls start to tighten, Sanders responded by sprinkling in visits to South Carolina, in addition to visiting the Super Tuesday states of Virginia, North Carolina, Massachusetts, and beyond. So it'll be interesting to see how the Sanders campaign responds to whatever the results are tonight. They knew that it was going to be an uphill climb in South Carolina from the very beginning. He was trounced there 4 years ago to Hillary Clinton, but they've worked hard to make his stance in that state much better, particularly with African-American voters. So the Sanders campaign feels resilient. They know that they have strong footing in many of these Super Tuesday states no matter what, but there's no doubt they're keeping a close eye on just how big the margins are when the vote finally comes in South Carolina tonight. Dana?
Ryan, thank you so much. And Wolf, just look at where we are as we close out the month and the very first month of voting. Obviously, there were 4 contests. This is South Carolina. Tomorrow, actually already tonight, you're including Bernie Sanders. A lot of the candidates are already looking ahead to what happens on Tuesday, Super Tuesday. This is the money day. Over a third of the delegates are going to be counted on March 3rd, and that is a tremendous haul. That is why Bernie Sanders and others, even though they're hoping to do well in South Carolina, they're looking at the numbers there.
14 states, including California and Texas, lots of delegates on Super Tuesday. David Chalian, you're taking a look at the exit poll numbers. We're getting more information.
That's right, Wolf. The racial breakdown is going to be a huge component of the story tonight in South Carolina. 56% of the electorate today, according to our exit poll in South Carolina, is black. That is unlike any other state we've seen to date. 40% white, 2% Hispanic. That black vote is going to be all important tonight, and it's going to be a hugely important factor looking at it, projecting forward in these contests. It's hugely consequential in the Democratic nominating race. And we wanted to take a look at the party breakdown in South Carolina today. This is really interesting. 68% of those voting in the primary today are Democrats. 27% are independents. That's 11 points higher than just 4 years ago, because 4 years ago, there was a competitive contest on both sides. But without a really Republican competitive contest, because of the president's re-election campaign dominating on the Republican side, a lot of independents who may have played in the Republican primary last time are playing in the Democratic primary this time. And by the way, these independents, are by a 2-to-1 margin, are white. So that's why you see the overall African-American turnout may be a little bit lower. It's because these independents, largely a white group, are now playing in the Democratic primary tonight. But this racial breakdown is going to be a key part of the story tonight when we look at the results come in, Wolf.
It certainly will be. All right, David, we'll get back to you. You know, John King, within a few moments, the polls will all be closed in South Carolina, and maybe we'll be able to make a projection.
Maybe we will. And the big questions, can Joe Biden get a win? We have Pete Buttigieg in Iowa, Bernie Sanders in New Hampshire, and then Nevada. Can Joe Biden get some of this Biden blue on the board as we get to contest number 4? And then if he can he move up? This is the delegate count right now. Remember, a third of the delegates get picked Tuesday night. This is the last of the one-at-a-time contest, if you will. And so can Joe Biden move up in the delegate count heading into Super Tuesday? And can he get momentum? So the challenge is for him right here in South Carolina. We'll get votes in just a few moments. In South Carolina, pretty good history. I don't want to curse it or jinx it here, but a pretty good history of counting quickly. So what will we look for? This is Columbia. This is right here, Richland County, in the middle of the state, about 8% of the population, one of the population centers you're going to watch here. This is where David Chalian was just talking about the African-American vote, the political establishment vote, comes to the state capitol. We'll watch that come in. The largest population center up here, Greenville County, about 10% of the state population, also key for the African-American vote. And you watch, and right next door to it, Spartanburg. So between Richland, Spartanburg, Greenville, big population centers there, and they're spread throughout the state, right? You're up here in the northwest part of the state, the center part of the state, then you come over Horry County along the coast here, Myrtle Beach. A lot of you are familiar maybe from a tourist perspective here. This is important. It's 6% of the conversation. To the point David was making earlier, I just want to show you, if you look at this, the African-American population is critical. This is the first primary. This is where Joe Biden said he would have his springboard. The darker the shading in the state here, the higher the percentage of African-Americans in those counties. So this is absolutely critical to Joe Biden. What Joe Biden is hoping for is a win here in South Carolina, and you pop this out, then you start thinking about the Super Tuesday states as you come on from here, and you look at the African-American population, you see again, the darker the shading, the higher the African-American population in these areas. Well, Super Tuesday states include California. You see the African-American population there. Super Tuesday states include Alabama. You see a high African-American population here. So one of the things Joe Biden is hoping for is a win in South Carolina, credibility, credentials in the African-American community that he hopes carries on into other Super Tuesday states, including North Carolina is another Super Tuesday state. So is neighboring Tennessee. So is Virginia just above it. So what Joe Biden is hoping for, especially because time is so short, to change the electorate, to do advertisements between now and South Carolina, Wolf, what he's hoping for is a win in South Carolina tonight to put him back in this race, to move him up in the delegate chase, and to give him a springboard as we move on. One state tonight, 14 states Tuesday.
Tuesday is going to be huge. Polls are about to close in South Carolina. This is a make-or-break moment for Joe Biden's presidential campaign, and we can now make a major projection. CNN projects that Joe Biden is the winner in South Carolina. This is the former vice president's first primary victory. He was counting on South Carolina to help keep his campaign going. This gives Biden a much-needed boost as he looks to challenge the frontrunner Bernie Sanders on Super Tuesday. That's only 3 days from now. Joe Biden, the winner of the South Carolina Democratic primary. Dana, a major, major win for the former vice president. He desperately needed it. He got it.
You can't understate how important this is for the Biden candidacy. His firewall held. He promised that he would win South Carolina, and he delivered on that promise, according to our projection. Talk to voters in any of the early states, as I have in Iowa and New Hampshire and Nevada and even South Carolina. The question always was, I like Joe Biden, for those who are thinking about him, but I don't know that he can win. Well, he has a win now. And the hope inside the Biden campaign is that they will finally get the momentum that they have been looking for to show that he is somebody who is electable. You have to be electable as a Democratic primary candidate or as a Democratic Party nominee before you can obviously beat the President of the United States. So this is really, really huge for Joe Biden.
And it looks, John King, like the fact that we could make a projection right as the polls close, it's going to be a significant win for the former vice president.
And that would be incredibly important for all the points Dana was just making, in the sense that 14 states vote on Tuesday. Joe Biden has some resources, not a lot of resources. He can come nowhere close to matching Bernie Sanders, and not even in the ballpark of matching what Michael Bloomberg is spending on television tonight. So what does he need? He needs South Carolina, not just to be, this is the third time he's run for president. This will be his first win. This will be his first win. So there's a point of pride there, just a simple point of pride, and we should all step back, whoever you support at home, whoever your candidate is. It's hard to run for president. So this is a big night for Joe Biden in the history of Joe Biden. Now, in the moment of this campaign, a moment of great urgency, because a third of the delegates will be awarded Tuesday night, is can he use this as a springboard? Do African-American voters in other states say, I'm going to take validation from African-American voters in South Carolina? So does it help them? Alabama votes Tuesday. 54% of the Democratic primary electorate in 2016 in Alabama was African-American. It was 32% in North Carolina, 54% in Alabama, 19% in Texas. Is this a springboard? Because Joe Biden, even if he had some money, even if he raised a boatload of money tonight, can't get ads on TV fast enough in these Super Tuesday states. It's just simply not enough time. He can do some, but not a lot. So is this a one-off? Is it a big win for Joe Biden? Or is it a springboard? Here's something else you're going to hear tonight. The Biden campaign was already having conversations, its top aides, with other people in the party, trying to get other candidates to get out of the race. If Joe Biden has a very big win tonight, they will try. That doesn't mean they will succeed, but they will try. And one other question I would ask here is, where will the Tom Steyer numbers come in? Tom Steyer, $22 million, $23 million almost just on television and Facebook ads, a lot more on direct mail. Does he get something out of South Carolina? Does he get any delegates, or does Tom Steyer among those who has to say, is there a reason to go on?
I mean, that is really the conversation now, after we take a step back and we explain how important this is for Joe Biden, given his history. The conversations have been going on, but they haven't really come to any conclusion, obviously, on the notion of the non-Bernie Sanders people splitting the vote, and how do they amend that? How do they change that? And what it means is that people are going to have to take the hard look in the mirror and say, okay, maybe it's not me. It's really doubtful at this point that it'll happen before Super Tuesday, but you never know. We'll see how big the margin is.
And that's the hard part for Joe Biden, in the sense that Bloomberg's definitely not getting out before Super Tuesday. He's not on the ballot until Super Tuesday. His whole strategy is built around Super Tuesday. So Biden gets a win tonight. The question is, how does it translate in the next 72 hours? Because he so desperately would need to follow up on Tuesday with more. Bernie Sanders is expected. We'll see what happens. Yep. Expected to get the most delegates Tuesday. Can Biden surprise that math a little bit?
So let's get over to Wolf, who has some new information about delegates.
All right, Dana, David Chalian's here. David, 54 delegates are at stake in South Carolina right now. We've projected that Joe Biden will win. Presumably, he'll get a big chunk of those delegates.
Yeah, and of the 4 early states, South Carolina is the biggest delegate prize. Not as big as what we'll see on Super Tuesday, but 54 delegates at stake. You know, we are already able to allocate, in our delegate estimate, 14 delegates tonight at least. Joe Biden will win. That leaves 40 that we haven't allocated yet. We're going to wait to see how the vote comes in. As you know, Wolf, delegates are allocated both based on the statewide vote total and percentages, as well as how the candidates do in each congressional district. They have to hit 15% threshold in each congressional district to get those district-level delegates, and 15% statewide to get statewide. We know with his statewide victory, he's going to get, right now, at least 14 delegates.
And maybe more. So where does this put the overall count, given the fact that now 4 states have voted?
So we still have a long way to go, but yes, take a look. Up there, you see you need 1,991 delegates to secure the Democratic nomination. Look what happened with Joe Biden tonight. He just jumped ahead of Pete Buttigieg, and that's with 14 delegates. We still have 40 to allocate from South Carolina. You've got Bernie Sanders with 45 delegates to date, Joe Biden with 29, Pete Buttigieg in third now with 26, Elizabeth Warren with 8, and Amy Klobuchar with 7. Just before we projected South Carolina, Joe Biden only had 15 delegates. Look, he basically doubled his delegate total already, Wolf. This is really significant. Now, again, these first 4 states are about momentum and proving your worth in this race. When we get to Tuesday, a third of the delegates are at stake, but this is where we are as of right now. Delegates to date, Sanders, Biden, 1 and 2.
Biden needed this win. He got this win. We'll see what happens in the days ahead. Let's go over to Anderson.
Stay in your lanes, all right? Just. Hey, welcome back. Sorry, we're in the midst of discussion. I'll include you in on the discussions. David Axelrod, what do you make of this from Joe Biden?
Listen, this is leap day, and he needed to leap back into this race, and he needed a big win to do it. Obviously, being called so early suggests he's going to have that kind of sizable win, and it's going to create a lot of conversation around a lot of campaigns about whether there is a path forward. This thing could narrow down very quickly to a race between Bernie Sanders and Joe Biden.
Gloria?
I think it's momentous for Joe Biden. It could be for the Democratic race as well. A little factoid here, which I'd like to share with you about Biden. If this is the first time Biden has ever won a state across 32 years, and the 3 times he has tried to become president of the United States.
Good timing, I'd say.
Good timing for him. And we've all been talking about this before tonight, which is the size of the margin. If it is very big, that is very important for him, because then they are going to go to other candidates, and other candidates may go to them, particularly like, say, Tom Steyer, who spent $24 million in the state, may get a delegate or so out of it. And they're going to say, okay, we need to consolidate against Bernie Sanders, because I think their goal is on Super Tuesday, according to the people in the Biden campaign that I've spoken with, is to be the clear second to Bernie Sanders across a lot of states on Super Tuesday.
Yeah.
No, I think that's right. One of the things that I came into this looking to see if it will make a difference was the Jim Clyburn endorsement. You know, in a lot of ways, I was like, I didn't necessarily think it would make a difference. When I was on the ground in South Carolina over the last couple of days, so many people talked about the Clyburn endorsement. It was playing on the radio, the audio of his endorsement. And folks have ties to Jim Clyburn, not just older African Americans, their kids, their grandkids as well, because he's been on the scene in African American communities throughout that state for many, many years. So that seemed to be a deciding factor. Some of the exit polls clearly showing that. We'll see what Steyer does. People talked about Biden and Steyer. They liked that Steyer showed up in a lot of these African American communities. He was at Allen University, an HBCU, with Juvenile and Yolanda Adams over yesterday. So we'll see how well he does. I'll also be interested to see how well Joe Biden did with white voters. We've been talking a lot about African American voters. He clearly will do well in this state, but he hasn't shown any strength with white voters, and we'll see how he does tonight.
Okay, I got to get a quick break in. We're going to have more from the folks in just a moment. We expect to hear from Joe Biden soon as he celebrates his first primary win of 2020. There's much more ahead as our special coverage continues. And we are back with the best political team in the business, watching the South Carolina results come in. Joe Biden, the winner, with 54 delegates at stake. We're waiting to hear from Joe Biden. I want to go to Governor Terry McAuliffe. Governor, a lot of folks have been wondering if you're going to endorse somebody, when you're going to endorse somebody. Have you made a decision?
I have made a decision. I'm going to endorse Joe Biden. I'll be with him in Norfolk tomorrow at 7 o'clock tomorrow night. He's coming up to Virginia. You know, I've thought long and hard about this. For me, it's about beating Donald Trump, and to me, it's an electability issue. Who has the best shot of beating Donald Trump? You know, health care is our biggest issue. That's why Democrats win. I want someone who's going to protect Obamacare and expand Obamacare. And we have Virginia on Tuesday. You know, Tim Kaine yesterday came out and endorsed Senator Biden. I mean, Tim works with all these senators. He decided that Joe Biden was the best shot. Lamont Bagby, the head of our legislative black caucus in Virginia, I think Joe Biden has the best chance of winning Virginia in the general election. So, you know, he can't sit in the sidelines, so I'm going to go all in for Joe Biden. I think he has the best shot of beating Donald Trump, and most importantly, not only winning the presidency, but helping us in Senate and House races. I worry in Virginia. We've got 2 new members, Abigail Spanberger and Elaine Luria, in very tough districts. Joe Biden would be the best person at the top of the ticket to make sure we keep those seats.
And how does tonight change the path ahead for Joe Biden, for Mike Bloomberg, for...
Yeah, good question. I'm hoping tomorrow, actually, some of the candidates decide to get out. If you do not have a pathway, let's not wait till Super Tuesday. I mean, we've had candidates who've run great races. I mean, look how impressive Pete Buttigieg has been. You know, winning Iowa, he was a mayor, and he was able to do. But I would ask these candidates, you know, not after Super Tuesday, but tomorrow, do you have a pathway? And if you don't have a pathway, who is it that you think is the most electable and can help the Democratic Party from the top to the bottom in all of the local races and statewide races?
Who do you think should get out?
Well, it's not, you know, I don't want to tell people they should get out because they've been in, they've worked hard for a year, they've gotten, you know, a lot of support. But I do think that Pete and Amy and Tom Steyer and others, they need to make that decision themselves.
But you just did say who should get out.
What about Bloomberg?
I'm not going to tell them what to do.
What about Bloomberg?
I think the mayor's got to take a tough look now. And now I believe leaving tonight was such a huge win in South Carolina. And I have said on this show now for 7 months, I want to know about South Carolina. I want to know who's going to win the hearts of the African-American community. To me, as you know, in Iowa, New Hampshire, only 15% of eligible Democrats actually voted in those early states and the caucus states that we had. Now we've got primaries. But to me, who wins the heart and mind of the African-American community? And tonight, Joe Biden proved that he is that candidate. This is a broad coalition that you have to build. We cannot win unless we have excitement in the African-American community. Joe Biden proved tonight that he is the one to build that coalition.
David Axelrod, what do you think about for Mike Bloomberg, the path ahead?
Look, I think the whole rationale of his candidacy was that he wanted to represent that center-left wing of the party, and he felt Biden was going to falter. That plan has gone awry now. Biden hasn't faltered, and as long as Biden is competitive in this race, as he apparently will be now, where's the path for Bloomberg here? I think he's going to. I mean, I guess he'll go through Super Tuesday, but I don't think he has television ads scheduled for after Tuesday, and I think he and his team are going to have a hard discussion if Biden's momentum continues on Tuesday and he finishes second and closest to Bernie Sanders.
I remember when I was in the field and Bloomberg declared, and we were very, very concerned about what state he was going to enter in. And to me, Bloomberg made a really crucial mistake by not getting in on South Carolina because he was on the debate stage in South Carolina. He had many endorsements, including from mayors in South Carolina. And advertising really works in South Carolina. If he'd put his ad dollars to work in South Carolina, I believe he'd have double digits tonight and he'd be suppressing Biden's margin of victory. But the fact that he waited till Super Tuesday is going to give Joe a real burst of momentum, and I think it's going to be potentially a difference maker.
And he also ran into a buzzsaw named Elizabeth Warren on the debate stage, who really, I think, in some ways exposed him as somebody who in the past obviously endorsed and supported Republicans like Lindsey Graham in South Carolina, talking about his record in terms of stop and frisk, as well as discrimination lawsuits at his businesses. So there was one thing for him to spend all this money, $400 million, on campaign ads, but somebody else showed up and in some ways was exposed.
Well, I mean, the question is not whether he should have gotten into South Carolina. That's one question. Another is, should he have gotten into the debates before Super Tuesday? There was always that danger of the Wizard of Oz thing where you have to step out from behind the commercials, and he lost in that.
Michael, we haven't heard from you.
I think that what the other candidates have to evaluate tonight is the depth of support that Joe Biden exhibited with voters of color. Because folks in South Carolina, like us, have been watching Iowa. They've been watching New Hampshire. They've been watching Nevada. And no one gave in to the idea of momentum. They made a decision, apparently, that they were going to hang with him, that they owed him one. They stood tall, and consequently, I think it sets the stage for those states that are about to unfold, including Virginia.
Ben?
But you imagine 6 southern states, too, which is a lot of African-American vote in the Super Tuesday.
Super Tuesday. Look, to me, it's very simple. Joe Biden stood with the first black president, and black voters stood with Joe Biden.
Right.
This is his night. He had a strategy that a lot of us doubted. I doubted it very, very loudly, that he could have a firewall where African Americans would stand with him while everybody else ran away from him. He was correct. He was vindicated tonight. He proved that loyalty matters. Being there with the community for years and years matters. There are now 2 candidates that have proven they can put together multiracial coalitions. One is Bernie Sanders with his reliance on the Latino vote. And now you have Joe Biden with his reliance on the black vote. Those are the 2 that meet the threshold of being able to put together a multiracial coalition. But Joe Biden vindicated himself. This strategy was pummeled by everybody, including me. He was right, I was wrong.
Alexander?
I think that this victory tonight is a real lifesaver for Joe Biden's campaign, and I think that they had no other option but to have a strong performance tonight. I mean, I think the context that we have to put into this is the fact that he is, Obama's vice president. There's a lot of trust that I think that a lot of, folks have with his prominence sort of there. And I think that the other thing to sort of pay attention to here is how that impacts on Super Tuesday. Is there going to be momentum, especially from what you just said, which is Bernie Sanders also doing extremely well with Latino voters when you look at California, when you look at Texas and some of the other Super Tuesday states up. But it's definitely a victory for Joe Biden tonight.
I just want to add to Van's point, where you were talking about white voters, and if you look at the exit polls, Biden and Sanders are about even when it comes to white voters today. And one thing that I think Biden will look at is that he did okay with those younger voters. Sanders probably beat him, but Biden did okay, and we know that he hasn't been able to. But my one question for you, Terry, is where's the money? Is Bloomberg going to give a speech Sunday night and say, I'm getting out and I'm giving all my money to Joe Biden? Where is the money coming from?
Will Biden take it?
I mean, you know the money game. Is he going to raise the money?
Let's pause on that answer. I got to get this break in. We're also going to take a look at more exit polls revealing how Joe Biden won in South Carolina tonight. We'll be right back.
All right, we got a key race alert right now. The first numbers are just coming in very, very early. We've already projected Joe Biden as the winner. But look at this, these first numbers showing right now that Biden has more than 70% of the vote. Tom Steyer right now in second place at 12.2%. Bernie Sanders, 10.8%. Everybody else, Elizabeth Warren, Pete Buttigieg, Amy Klobuchar, Tulsi Gabbard, trailing way, way behind. Those are early, very early numbers, but you get a sense of why we were able to make an early projection for Joe Biden. Let's get some more exit poll information, how Biden did it. David Chalian's got that.
That's right, Wolf. These numbers mirror the numbers you were just showing, and it shows you why Joe Biden was able to be the projected winner and why he is on course here for a pretty substantial victory. Look at the African-American vote. Remember, 56% of the electorate, African-American, majority of voters. Biden, 60%. Sanders is next, way down here at 17%. And by the way, that's only 3 points better with African-American voters than he had 4 years ago against Hillary Clinton. So he didn't substantially improve his standing. Tom Steyer, the only other competitive person in this category, at 14%, Warren at 5%, Buttigieg at 3%. Take a look at another strong Biden category. Voters 65 and older, senior voters. This has always been a Biden strength, even more so here in South Carolina. 58% of them, Biden's winning, compared to Steyer at 14% and Sanders at 13%. Take a look at moderate voters. And remember, they made up 40% of the electorate today. This is a more moderate, more conservative electorate than we have seen to date in this Democratic nomination contest. Biden wins moderates, overwhelmingly so, 52% of them. Sanders gets 14%, as does Steyer. Buttigieg down at 10% with moderates, and Klobuchar, who likes to own that space, she's all the way down at 4% with moderates. Again, this is because of the overwhelming advantage Biden has with African Americans. And just to make the point of how strong a state this is for Joe Biden, look at the very liberal voters. They're 20% of the electorate. They make up 1 in 5 voters. Joe Biden is winning them with 39%, the very liberal ones. Sanders is at 30%. I mean, where did you ever think Joe Biden was going to beat Bernie Sanders among voters who identify as very liberal? Well, it's right here in South Carolina. Anderson?
Chalian, thanks very much. Right before the break, Gloria Borger was asking Governor McAuliffe about Mayor Bloomberg. What does the next week hold for Mayor Bloomberg post Super Tuesday?
Listen, that's the big test now because you've got, in 48 hours, we've got 14 states. There's no way you can raise money and you can get it on the air. So this should be a huge boost for the vice president. But you go to those 6 other states with large African-American votes, this should be a springboard for people to come out. The Democrats have wanted to get this down to a 2-person race. I think leaving here tonight, it is a 2-person race, and I think you're going to see a lot of consolidation. So I think the momentum should help him in those states on Super Tuesday, and then I think he's going to raise a tremendous amount of money.
But Andrew Yang, if you are Mike Bloomberg and your reason for getting into the race not only was you really wanted to be president and have for a long time, is you didn't think Joe Biden's up to it, and you do not want, above all else, Donald Trump to become the president, what do?
Well, you take a long, hard look at your path ahead. If Mike ends up underperforming in the Super Tuesday states, he may be below the 15% threshold to get delegates in many of those states. He hasn't bought ads past Tuesday. And I think Mike's a very, very rational actor, where he's not going to be the spoiler. If he senses that he's the spoiler, I think he makes a very quick decision about making a change. And one of the things I said the other night was that Mike obviously can bankroll any candidate he chooses. He chose himself. But if he drops out, then I think he would put his money behind the strongest moderate, which at this point is clearly Joe Biden.
And let me just say this.
Having talked to Bloomberg's team, they do see multiple ways to be useful. In other words, if you're Bloomberg, you got $30, $60 billion. You can stop Trump 2 ways. You can do it, or you can help somebody else do it. And it's very, very clear that Bloomberg's primary interest is in stopping Donald Trump from having a second term. He's got 2 ways to do it, but if he doesn't get out after Super Tuesday, I think he becomes part of the problem, not the solution.
He has said all along, Governor, that he would push his resources to whoever the nominee is. He probably didn't think it would be him and that it wouldn't happen so quickly.
Yeah, he's got, I think, like 2,500 staff now. They're all paid through November. Let me say this.
So all his staff, if he dropped out this week, they would all go to whoever to.
But Michael Bloomberg cares about one thing: beating Donald Trump. He is passionate about it. I think the problem for Mayor Bloomberg, I think his ads are great. I think the process hurt him. He got in late. He probably should have done those first 4 states, and I think that hurt him. But, he's been such a huge asset to us in Virginia on gun prevention, on climate change. He's got a great message. But I think the process hurt him. But he wants to beat Donald Trump.
But you can't imagine him dropping out before Tuesday.
No, he's got too much money invested in it.
I don't know that I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I was going to say that I think it's interesting. We're talking about one billionaire. There's another billionaire that spent $22.5 million on this race and clearly had a little bit of a ceiling. We're still waiting for the results to come in, but to get, at least right now, showing about 14%, there is a ceiling when it comes to even raising money and the ability, I think, of advertisements to really work. And so I think the question heading in, right, is it's not just about moderation, it's also about motivation. Who is going to have the energy and the momentum to be able to, I think, translate this into actual people power? So Biden showed that tonight, and I think that we'll see.
Would anybody see Steyer dropping out before Super Tuesday?
Yes, I do. I think if he's going to look at it, and he's, as you say, he's a practical guy. He spent an awful lot of money here, over $20 million. He hopefully will get a delegate out of it, but the question is, at what point do you become a spoiler? And a lot of that, a lot of his vote came out of Joe Biden's backside, and so they're going to say, wait a minute, you ought to get out. But I think he might come to that conclusion himself. He's run a good race. He's talked about the issues he's cared about. From talking to the Biden people, I can tell you what they care about right now, which is on Super Tuesday, they want to make sure that they are the alternative to Bernie Sanders and that there is a distance. How much distance is there overall between the number of delegates that Bloomberg may get and the number of delegates that Biden may get? And they want to be on the top of that, and they want, Biden to be way ahead in that. But they said to me, and this is before tonight, that that's the metric they're going to use, which is they don't, they want to be 2, and they want Bloomberg to be back, and they want to measure the distance between the 2.
But I mean, if you think about the other metric, Bernie Sanders looking ridiculously strong in these contests going forward. California's got about, 500 delegates. He's been leading in all the polls. We'll see if Biden can make up some of that room. And he's run before and won in some of these states going back to 2016. Places like Utah, Vermont is obviously on the ballot. Minnesota's on the ballot. He looks strong there. Massachusetts as well. So, if you flash back to 2008, a race that went down to the wire, but Hillary Clinton, even winning states, couldn't overcome 100, 200 point, 200 point or 200 delegate margin because of the way this thing is structured. So good for Biden that he's coming in second, but you still got somebody.
Listen, the other candidates, by staying in the race, are accentuating, they're compounding actually a Sanders lead. Because if they don't reach that threshold of 15%, that vote gets whacked proportionately by those who do meet the threshold. That's how a candidate gets 30% in this process and can still yield 45 or 50% overall. That's all the more reason for them to evaluate what they're doing.
I think the high likelihood is that Bernie Sanders will be the delegate leader. I mean, I think it's going to be hard to deny him that. The question is, how close is the second candidate, and how close is Bernie Sanders to the majority? And if he's not close to the majority and the second place candidate is close to him, then I think you're headed to a fight at the convention. Let me just say one thing about Sanders. He has done well in this campaign, but a lot of the question was, well, he's done big work in the African American community. He's built these. If these exit polls are right, he didn't do appreciably better with African American voters in this primary than he did 4 years ago. Right. And he didn't do very well with moderate voters in this primary either. So there are cautionary notes for Sanders in these returns.
Well, let's take a quick break. We expect Joe Biden to take a victory lap very soon, address supporters in South Carolina. We'll be back in a moment.
Let's get another key race alert right now. Still early in the actual vote. We have projected that Joe Biden is the winner of the South Carolina Democratic presidential primary. 2% of the vote is now in. Biden with 58.4%. Second place, Bernie Sanders, 13.3%, 12.3% for Tom Steyer. Buttigieg, 6.1%. Elizabeth Warren, 4.8%. Klobuchar, Tulsi Gabbard, they are trailing. Let's go over to David Chalian. David, we're looking also at the all-important delegate count as it unfolds right now. At least right now, Biden is at 52.8%. Buttigieg is at 15.1%, so he might get something, right?
Well, yes, and we'll see if he can maintain that kind of percentage. Remember, Wolf, it is an early 3%. 3% in, 54 delegates at stake. But here's the key. Remember, to get delegates, you need 15%. Joe Biden is the only one significantly over that threshold. You note at this particular moment, Pete Buttigieg is at 15.1%, but we'll see if he can maintain that level. This is just the statewide. So really only Joe Biden here is going to earn a delegate, assuming Buttigieg falls just below that 15%. As more vote comes in, you see Bernie Sanders at 11.7%. You see Tom Steyer also at 11.7%. And Elizabeth Warren is all the way down here at 4.2%. Now, it's also by congressional district. So we will look throughout the night as the vote is coming in at each congressional district to see who gets above that 15% threshold. But in this scenario, Joe Biden is winning the lion's share of these delegates, and that is what is so important. Take a look at where we are in the delegate scoreboard to date in this entire contest. You need 1,991 delegates to win the Democratic nomination. We've been able to allocate 14 of the 54 delegates tonight so far in South Carolina to Joe Biden. And that jumped him ahead of Pete Buttigieg. That has him now at 29 delegates to date. Bernie Sanders is at 45. So here is something to watch all night long. Does Joe Biden, as he accumulates delegates in South Carolina with this very large victory that he may be on the precipice of having here, does he actually overtake Bernie Sanders in the delegate count tonight? I will watch that very closely throughout the night. You may have two front runners in this race in terms of the delegate count when the night is over.
That's potentially very significant indeed. John King, you're taking a closer look right now, and with 3% of the vote in, only Biden is above that 15% threshold you need to get a delegate.
Right, and just want to be careful and emphasize the early part, as you just said. We're at 3% reporting. So far, the map is filling in all Biden blue. We'll see if that changes throughout the night. The most important thing is, to your point, A, it's early. As we get later in the night and we get more votes, we'll have to look at congressional districts as well, because you can pick up delegates in a district. But in the statewide vote right now, Joe Biden is the only one above 15%. We'll watch that at congressional district level. We'll watch as it plays out. Also, just to emphasize, we have none of the major population centers in yet. Actually, we just got, oh, there we go, as we're here. See, it's wonderful to come over. You get a live data feed and the results are coming in. Spartanburg County, one of the larger counties in the state, Joe Biden getting 53% there. Pretty healthy lead. It's pretty early on, but it's a pretty healthy lead. The largest county in the state is Greenville County. Joe Biden under 50 here, but at 43%, a pretty healthy lead. You just wander it out. I'm just going to pop it out for you right now, and you see this. This is what Joe Biden needed. Now we'll watch as the rest fills in, but the map is filling in with Biden blue. You come up here to York County, 46%. Again, more than 2-to-1 everywhere we go, right? Just tap and look, 68% in Cherokee County. And so as it fills in, I'm waiting to see. This is not, we're looking for Georgetown County along the coast here. It's a smaller county of the ones right along the coast. But again, Joe Biden above 50 here. More of your moderate voters along the coast here. We'll see these later. Horry County here, where you have Myrtle Beach. Some Republicans in general elections down here. We'll see how these fill in. But if you look at it right now, especially up here, David Chalian talked earlier about the African-American vote. Greenville County, including the city of Greenville, coming in strong for the former vice president. Spartanburg County next door, coming in strong for the former vice president. The question, Wolf, is just, I just want to show you something here, just as you watch this. As this fills in, let's watch the night as it goes on. We've been talking about Joe Biden gets a big win here. Can he capitalize? Can he use South Carolina as a springboard into Super Tuesday? I just want to go back in time a little bit here and go to 2016 and come in North Carolina. You see, Joe Biden's winning all up here. Hillary Clinton won. There's a lot of similar counties. A lot of similar counties right along the border, smaller, rural, heavy African-American population counties. Does it translate? Not automatically. But if you're looking at this Joe Biden in South Carolina tonight, as we come back to 2020 and come back into South Carolina, can he take this? Can it translate into the neighborhood, if you will, if he has that support? That's what he's hoping for on Super Tuesday, because he's had to focus so much time here. He has spent less time than some of the other candidates in these Super Tuesday states. He's hoping this is a springboard.
So Biden clearly in first place. What about second and third place? Can we see who's doing second place? Bernie Sanders, for example, how's he doing?
We can take a peek at that. As you see right now, there's no counties in South Carolina where Sanders is running first. Of the ones coming in here, in these ones, they're Biden blue, but that means Sanders is running second in those. And you fill in some more of them here, you tap the third. So Bernie Sanders is running second or third in most of the counties where we have the results right now. Most of them, not all of them. But you watch that pin. That's a way to see, again, as you watch this, can he get to 15%? That would get him some delegates. And watch that play out throughout the night. No question.
What about Buttigieg and Steyer?
Let's pop this out again. Make sure it's clear. It is clear. Bring it out. So now you come up. Let's just start with Mr. Steyer, who spent a lot of time here in South Carolina competing. He's not first anywhere. He's second in those counties. That's a strong showing for him there. And he's third in some other counties. Again, second and third, a distant second and third, clearly, since he's running 12% statewide. But the question is, again, we'll watch his vote throughout the night, and then we'll isolate it by congressional district to see. Mr. Steyer spent more than $22 million on television ads in South Carolina alone, television and Facebook ads, a lot of money on direct mail as well. Does he get his bang for a buck? Does he get anything? Can he get delegates? We'll watch that as we go on. I think you asked me about Buttigieg third. Let me bring this back out, and we look for Mayor Buttigieg, and we come through. Obviously, he's not coming in first in any counties. Second, nowhere, not yet. And third, just a couple. 1, 2. Let's see if there's one behind here as this closes off for us. It'll close off a second. So 2 counties where Mayor Buttigieg is running third at the moment, and you see he's running just almost 8% statewide at the moment. Again, we want to watch as this plays out.
What about Warren?
Clear this back out. Let's take a look at Elizabeth Warren. So first, we'll click this on here, bring it up. Obviously, she's not running first anywhere. She's not running second anywhere. And she's not running third anywhere. Again, this has been, in the early contest, Elizabeth Warren throughout the summer was talking about a national infrastructure, a great organization. It has failed to deliver for her now in several contests in the fourth one. And again, she's not even, the candidates here, you map it up, you have to go down here. Elizabeth Warren, 6%. Amy Klobuchar just below 5%. So another disappointing performance for Senator Warren. Again, wasn't expecting to win South Carolina. At the moment, she shows up nowhere when we look at counties first, second, or third. So questions about her organization as you go into Super Tuesday. Now to pop back out to the statewide, we're up to 4%. So far, everything's filling in Biden blue. And remember, just a flashback, we don't know it's going to turn out this way. In 2016, this was a big night for Hillary Clinton. A trouncing in a 2-candidate race, a trouncing. The whole state filled in for Clinton blue. At the moment, Joe Biden is hoping for, if he can't get a repeat, at least something close, again, to send a message into Super Tuesday.
Huge night for Joe Biden, indeed. Coming up, South Carolina voters, the views of the candidates for better or for worse. There are some surprises in our exit poll. We'll have details of that, much more of our special coverage right after this.
A CNN Primetime Special, Monday night at 8, only on CNN.
Former Vice President Joe Biden, the winner of the South Carolina Democratic presidential primary. We projected that right at the top of the hour. We're standing by. We expect to hear from him very soon. We'll have live coverage once he goes to the microphone, of course. In the meantime, I want to go back to David Chalian. He's looking closely at the exit polls. We're getting more information, David, on how he did it.
This is really interesting, Wolf. We asked voters heading to the polls today their opinions of the candidates, favorable, unfavorable. Take a look here. Joe Biden, I guess this won't surprise many people with his big victory tonight. 76% have a favorable opinion. 20% of today's voters said they had an unfavorable opinion. Compare that to Bernie Sanders. 53% said they have a favorable opinion. 41% unfavorable. Take a look at Michael Bloomberg. He was not on the ballot in South Carolina. He was not doing a blanket ad campaign. Those ads did appear on national cable there. Look at how upside down he is. 26% favorable, 66% unfavorable. That is pretty much the same among African-American voters. Massively upside down in his favorable rating. Very unfavorable opinion. That is something that he is hoping his massive ad campaign can help cure in the Super Tuesday states.
Very interesting. So, Dana, what does that mean for Bloomberg going ahead to Super Tuesday? He didn't formally compete in these first 4 states, but he's competing in the 14 on Tuesday.
Right, and his presence is everywhere. You're right that he didn't place the, millions, tens of millions of dollars of ads in the Super Tuesday states in South Carolina, so they didn't see all that positive engagement, but it's not good. The flip side, the other thing I want to talk about is what Chalian talked about at the beginning, which is Joe Biden's favorability. I mean, 85% among black voters. And that is obviously in keeping with how well he did in South Carolina, but it's important going forward to Super Tuesday. 6 states in the South where there is a huge African-American electorate demographic as part of the electorate, where he is going to rely on that kind of goodwill, which is showing in South Carolina, to do well and get more wins on the board. It is a delegate race. He's got to add it up. But when it comes to the perception that he is a winner, which he is seizing tonight with this huge South Carolina victory, that's a way he wants to try to keep it going.
He has to count on momentum here in the sense that he was not competing on television at anywhere near the levels in the Super Tuesday states as Bloomberg or Bernie Sanders or anyone else in the race. So he needs momentum here, number one. The benefit a lot of people think he will get is even if it doesn't vault him into a California win, for example, it'll vault him into being above 15%, to getting delegates. In some of these other places where Sanders leads in the California polls, Bloomberg has spent a lot of money there. Sanders leads in the Texas polls, Bloomberg has spent a lot of money there. But if Joe Biden now is more competitive in the states where he can't win on Super Tuesday, that will help him in terms of the delegates. David Chalian was talking by the end of the night. We could see Biden either come very close or perhaps even catch Bernie Sanders in the delegate race so far. The question is, what is the math on Wednesday morning? And to Dana's point about the African-American vote, in Virginia in 2016 primary, it was 26%. In North Carolina, it was 32%. In Texas, it was 19%. In Alabama, it was 54%. So on Super Tuesday, you have a number of places where if Joe Biden can replicate or come close to replicating his support among African-Americans in South Carolina tonight, that automatically puts him in the game. Again, maybe not for victory everywhere, but it gives him some states where he would have a reasonable chance of victory. The Terry McAuliffe endorsement, watch tomorrow, former governor of Virginia, our CNN contributor now, watch tomorrow to see if more Democrats come out to try to create a show of force, if you will, that look at this big win in South Carolina to try to help Joe Biden, to generate more momentum, the optics of momentum.
Arkansas and Tennessee in the South as well. Significant African-American population as well who will be voting on Tuesday. Joe Biden's supporters are waiting to hear directly from the former vice president. He's in South Carolina as he celebrates his first primary victory. We'll have live coverage right after this. Welcome back. Let's have another key race alert right now. We've already projected that Joe Biden is the winner of the South Carolina Democratic presidential primary, but the numbers are coming in. 8% of the estimated vote is now in. Joe Biden with 53.8%. Look at this. Everybody else is below 15%. That's the number you need to get delegates. Bernie Sanders, 14.6%. Tom Steyer, 12.3%. Pete Buttigieg, 7.7%. Elizabeth Warren, 6.1%. Amy Klobuchar, only 4.1%. Let's go over to David Chalian. The all-important delegate count, so significant. Clearly, this is a big, big boost for Joe Biden.
Yeah, and as you just said, Wolf, the magic number here is 15%. That's what we look for both statewide and in congressional districts, because if you are over 15%, either statewide or in a congressional district, you're eligible to get delegates. So here's that statewide vote you were just saying. You noted only 8% in, Wolf, but if this is how it ended, if this was the total at the end of the night, all the statewide delegates, maybe 40% of the total delegate take tonight, would go to Joe Biden. He's the only one above 15% at that 53.8%. Bernie Sanders, as you noted, 14.6%. Tom Steyer is in third right now, 12.3%. But they're below that 15% threshold. We'll look inside those congressional districts as well to see if they are above 15%, able to get some delegates. But with 54 delegates at stake, and we've already awarded 14 to Joe Biden, well, he is on a path right now to win a whole bunch more.
Well, if no one else gets 15%, what would the impact be in terms of the contest to date?
Well, take a look at what this scoreboard shows us. Remember, you need 1,991 delegates to win the Democratic nomination. That is the metric. That is what determines the winner of the nomination. Look at our scoreboard. Sanders at 45 delegates. Biden at 29. He was at 15 when the night started. He basically doubled his delegate take, and we still have 40 more delegates to award. And then Buttigieg fell from second to third in the delegate count at 26, Warren at 8, Klobuchar at 7. But keep your eye on Sanders and Biden, because if this Biden victory is as big as it looks like it may be, there's a chance he could come real close or possibly even overtake Bernie Sanders in the national delegate count.
Yeah, that would be so significant for the former vice president, John King. Biden is the dark blue. It looks like He's #1 in a whole bunch of these counties.
A lot of people question the strategy. You know, can you lose Iowa, lose New Hampshire, come in second in Nevada, and still be 0 for 3? Could you be 0 for 3 and then have a successful firewall? The answer, at least in South Carolina, is yes for Joe Biden. A lot of people doubted that strategy. Now, there are questions. Can he use it? How big of a springboard into Super Tuesday and beyond? But this board is filling in right now exactly the way Joe Biden wanted and precisely what his campaign needed. You see the big, huge margin right now. We're still at 8%. Let's see if the margins tighten. But as David just noted, with a statewide margin like this, that means Joe Biden's going to pick up a boatload of delegates. Then we'll look at the congressional districts. But if you're winning this big statewide, guess what? You're probably winning big in most, if not all, of the congressional districts as well. Let's watch it fill in. Since you were last over here, Charleston County has come in some. This is the 3rd largest county in the state. It's right along the coast. People know Charleston, beautiful tourist site, right along the coastal waters here. Joe Biden getting above 50%. Again, no other candidate in this area getting 15%. We move up next door, just move up the coast, Georgetown County, Joe Biden above 50%, Sanders with 16% in this county. Later on in the day, we'll overlay some congressional maps and see how that matters as we go in. Then let's just pull back out here. Still nothing from Richland County, which is where Columbia is in the middle of the state. It's the state capital, the 2nd largest of the 46 counties, about 8% of the population. Nothing yet, but the count, we're up to 9% now. South Carolina, once it starts to come in, it usually comes in pretty quickly. Your largest county right here is Greenville. It's about 10% of the statewide population. Again, Joe Biden with a convincing win. Senator Sanders up 16% here. So again, later on, when we get into the congressional districts, that could mean a delegate, 2 or 3 for Bernie Sanders. We'll get to that math later on when we have more votes. Move over to Spartanburg. It's the 4th largest county, 6% of the population. Pretty convincing. This is the African-American vote turning out for Joe Biden in a huge way. And again, you just want to look at the optics of momentum and go back. We'll wait and see if the whole thing fills in this way. But in 2016, Hillary Clinton swept the state, trounced Bernie Sanders here. This was critical at a time she was being challenged. After the Sanders win in New Hampshire in 2016, Hillary Clinton needed to win big here to cement her support among the African-American base, to use it as it went on. She filled in the whole state. That, so far, is what Joe Biden is doing tonight in a crowded field at the moment by a pretty convincing margin. The question will be, Wolf, big win, an absolutely necessary win. How big of a springboard? And what pressures will there be on those other candidates? Joe Biden's winning South Carolina. Joe Biden said this would be his firewall. Joe Biden said he was the candidate who could get the broadest support among the traditional Democratic base, the African-American community. Will the other campaigns listen? Will they listen tonight? Will they listen tomorrow? We take this through Tuesday. How much of a boost does this give Joe Biden? 14 states vote on Tuesday. You can see those states when you pull it out. That's the lighter shading of gray are the states that vote on Tuesday. And again, just stay right here in the region, in the neighborhood, if you will. A lot of African voters, Arkansas as well. A lot of African-American voters in the South here. Is this a signal? Does South Carolina send a signal in the region? Is it a one-off? That's the challenge for the Biden campaign. It's going to be very interesting to hear from the former vice president in a few moments about how he tries to message this for this big map that votes Tuesday night.
I suspect during the course of the night we'll hear from some other candidates as well. Yeah. Anderson, back to you.
Well, thanks very much. David Axelrod, earlier you mentioned about some warning signs for Bernie Sanders in some of the numbers we're seeing out of South Carolina. Can you elaborate on that?
Well, one of the questions was, there was a lot of talk about how he's built a closer relationship to the African-American community. He did just about as well today, apparently, as he did, if the exit polls are correct, as he did 4 years ago among African-Americans here. He did just about as well here among moderates as he did 4 years ago. So some of the things that showed up 4 years ago have shown up now. Look, I give all the credit to Bernie Sanders for what he has built. He has built a movement. The question is, what is the limits of that movement? Can he grow it? We haven't seen those signs. Nevada was an impressive showing. He underperformed in Iowa. He underperformed in New Hampshire. He's still, I think, the favorite to be the delegate leader at the end of this process. He has broad support across this country, which, given the way Democrats elect delegates, is really important, because even if you don't win a state, you'll get delegates. But I think that there are reasons for concern if you're a strategist in his camp.
Nia, how likely do you think, and who gets out? I mean, and how likely?
Yeah, that's the big question. We've been talking about what Bloomberg will do after Super Tuesday if he doesn't do well. You have other candidates in this race who aren't going to perform well. Pete Buttigieg hasn't done well. We're looking at some of the exit polls. He's gotten about 3% of the African American vote. Tom Steyer, 14%, Elizabeth Warren, 5%. So I think those are people who really have to look in the mirror and figure out if they've got a realistic path forward. Somebody like Pete Buttigieg has said he can bring people together and he can have, kind of a broad-based coalition. And so far, there's no evidence of that. If you're Elizabeth Warren, you've got Massachusetts coming up. Is she going to win Massachusetts? Is Bernie Sanders stronger in her home state? Somebody like Amy Klobuchar, Minnesota, also on the ballot on Tuesday. So they've got to figure out, do they want to get out of this race, maybe save themselves some embarrassment in their home states, and also maybe put some momentum behind the moderate candidate, because they're the moderates.
If you had spent $23 million, like Tom Steyer, to get maybe one delegate, you were running for president of South Carolina for a very long time, and this is what you get for it. There really isn't anywhere.
If he invested that way in his business, he wouldn't have been a billionaire.
Exactly. There really isn't anywhere for him to go now.
Elizabeth
And I wouldn't be surprised if he gets out tomorrow. I just don't see any path for him, and I think he should get out. I think he should. It's not doing him any good anymore, and it's not doing the party any good anymore.
Elizabeth Warren, according to John King's look at the map, is not top 3 anywhere in South Carolina. I think that to date, she has probably been the greatest ally that Joe Biden can ask for because of the way in which she's been so aggressive in going after Mike Bloomberg. But at some point, I think there's going to have to be a moment between Bernie Sanders and she, because I am a believer that they share that lane. And as the pressure builds on the more moderates to get out, I think it'll put pressure on Warren from the Bernie perspective to also exit this race because he needs that lane clear, given that probably the moderate lane will winnow.
Can I just say a word about Buttigieg? No one a year ago would have thought he'd be in the conversation now.
At all.
Right.
And he's run an extraordinary campaign, but he made a bet, and that bet was that he could do so well in Iowa and New Hampshire that he'd get escape velocity, essentially, and he would get a look in Nevada and a look in South Carolina, and that he could build on that. He came awfully close. If Iowa had announced its results that night, he might have gotten a bigger bounce.
Right.
Amy Klobuchar doesn't have a great debate in New Hampshire. He probably beats Bernie Sanders there, and then we're having a different conversation. But tonight, looking at these numbers, if you're Pete Buttigieg, you have to really consider whether you want to continue, especially given your message of bringing people together.
Coming up, Joe Biden talks about his win in South Carolina. We are awaiting that and sets the stage for the big Super Tuesday battle next week. We'll carry it live.
More votes are coming in. Let's do another key race alert. We've already projected Joe Biden is the winner, a significant win in South Carolina for the Democratic presidential primary. Right now, 14% of the estimated vote is now in, and he's got 53%. Bernie Sanders in second place, 16.4%. Tom Steyer, 12.1%. Everybody else in single digits in South Carolina right now. Let's go over to John King. And John, we're waiting for Biden. We're told he's going to be speaking fairly soon. We'll have live coverage of that. But you're looking closely at this map, and it looks like that dark blue for Joe Biden is doing really well.
So far, the Biden blue filling in every county. He's leading in every county that has reported results so far in the state of South Carolina tonight. So all the more reason to get out early and try to project optimism as you go into Super Tuesday. One thing I do want to note, though, since the last time you were here, this is a very important number. Again, we're only at 14% statewide, but for Senator Sanders, up at 16% now. If he stays above 15%, that gets him some of the statewide delegates. That would get, you need 15% as the viability threshold, so keep an eye on that number as we get through it. But this is a blowout at the moment for Joe Biden, 53% at 14%, Sanders at 16, Tom Steyer at 12, Mayor Buttigieg at 7.2. You see Elizabeth Warren, Amy Klobuchar, Tulsi Gabbard way down there as you look through the leaderboard. And again, it's just impressive as it fills in more counties since last time you were here. Richland County, this is the capital of Columbia, the suburbs around it, Democratic establishment, the political establishment. Joe Biden getting 45% there. Just move around up here. Fairfield County, Joe Biden getting 62%. A little bit of suburban area here. It gets more rural as you go to the north here. In the larger counties where the population lives, Greenville's your largest county in the state. The city of Greenville here, 43%. Again, these are important numbers. It's a huge blowout for Biden. When we get to congressional districts later and we're divvying up the delegates, you want to look for places where Senator Sanders is above 15%, and we can overlay a congressional map, and we'll see how we do. Again, you come over to Spartanburg. There's a congressional district up in this area. Sanders at 17% here, so he's probably going to get a few delegates, or at least it looks that way early on. We'll see as we go, but again, 48% for former vice president. You get more rural as you go across the northern county here, 24th, so right in the middle of the size of counties in the state here, 60%. Come across 46% here. York County is about 5% of the state population. And again, I talked about this earlier. The question for Joe Biden is, this is the northern border of South Carolina. North Carolina votes on Tuesday. Can he take this and springboard it into Super Tuesday states? That is one of the big challenges. That's why I think when we hear from the former vice president in just a few moments, it'll be important. I just want to show the sweep of the victory, Wolf, as you come through, you come through here. In other states, we've seen a difference, but these are the least wealthy counties in South Carolina, the poorest counties in South Carolina. Anyone that has reported results, Joe Biden is leading. Now let's come out and look at it a different way. Turn this off, the least wealthy, and look at the wealthiest counties in South Carolina. Any of those counties that have reported results, Joe Biden is leading. So this is a sweep across the state, if you will. He's winning broadly and widely, and the depth of the coalition, quite impressive, as there's, you see more of them filling in just as we're standing here, more Biden blue. It's a blowout.
Certainly it does look like a blowout right now. Biden is doing incredibly well in South Carolina, and it bodes well in some of the other southern states that vote on Tuesday.
He certainly hopes so. If you pull out the map a little bit and just look at it again, the lighter gray are the 14 states that vote on Super Tuesday. American Samoa also votes on Super Tuesday. Americans abroad start their delegate selection process on Super Tuesday, but it's these 14 states. The biggest prize is California. Second biggest prize is Texas. The third biggest prize is North Carolina. Again, South Carolina's neighbor. They're similar states. So you've got the research triangle here, more of a suburban vote up here, but they're similar. But one thing you do have that's similar is a giant percentage of African-American votes in the Democratic primary. So does Virginia. The former governor, Terry McAuliffe, our CNN contributor, now just endorsing Joe Biden. Senator Tim Kaine, Hillary Clinton's running mate in 2016, the other day, endorsing Joe Biden. Tennessee, large African-American population, a giant African-American vote in the Democratic primary in the state of Alabama. Arkansas, it is significant as well. Texas, you have a Latino African-American break. It's about 20% African-American, a larger slice of Latinos. And in parts of California, the African-American vote is significant. Bernie Sanders is leading in our new poll in California just came out the other day. Bernie Sanders leading in Texas. The challenge for Joe Biden, the question, is this momentum from this blowout enough to lift him in these states? Maybe not to catch up to Bernie Sanders, but again, to get above 15% statewide, to get delegates, and then to start doing some business in some of the congressional districts that are more tailored to his base, like African-American areas here, and elsewhere. This is the big challenge for Biden, which is why what we hear from him is going to be so important. First win of his 3 runs for the presidency. This is his first win. Can he project confidence and momentum as we go into 14 states Tuesday night?
What will be the impact if some of the other Democratic candidates drop out after Tuesday? Joe Biden is getting ready to speak to supporters in South Carolina about his blowout primary win. We also expect to hear from Bernie Sanders. That's soon. Our special coverage will continue right after this.
I wanted my happy.
Coming up in the Democratic.
Call us at 1-800-213-8000.
Welcome back. We're standing by to hear from Joe Biden, the big winner in the Democratic presidential primary in South Carolina. He's expected to speak very soon. We also expect to hear from Bernie Sanders. We'll have live coverage, all that coming up. But we're getting some new reporting now from CNN's Jeff Zeleny. What are you learning, Jeff?
Well, if we are learning tonight as these results are coming in South Carolina, certainly it is not a good night for many of these candidates, but there is not a rush to push some of them out of the race, at least in the view of the Biden campaign, particularly Amy Klobuchar of Minnesota and Elizabeth Warren of Massachusetts. And here is why. Minnesota and Massachusetts are both Super Tuesday states. So I'm talking to advisors from all campaigns, including from Biden world, and they say they would like to keep Senator Klobuchar in the race. They hope she stays in the race through Super Tuesday. They want her to be competitive in Minnesota. Otherwise, it could hand it to Bernie Sanders. You'll remember from 4 years ago, Bernie Sanders won Minnesota by some 62 points. So they certainly do not want him to have that race to his own there. The same with Elizabeth Warren in Massachusetts. They want them to stay in. But Wolf, the big questions now are facing all of these candidates. What are they going to do? I've talked to advisors from all of them. They are saying they are going to stay in through Super Tuesday, but that can change very quickly. But Wolf, the biggest question of all is Michael Bloomberg and his campaign. What does he plan to do in the wake of this South Carolina victory for Joe Biden? We do not know the answer to that. But for now, at least, the Super Tuesday contests of Minnesota and Massachusetts, that is good for the Biden campaign, they believe, for having Elizabeth Warren and Amy Klobuchar still in the race.
Very interesting indeed. All right, Jeff Zeleny reporting for us. You know, Dana, there's not much time between now and Tuesday.
That's right. And that is the reason why Jeff is giving that excellent reporting, that perspective is coming from the Biden campaign. And let's just dig in on what exactly he's talking about, just to show you the raw numbers. So let's look at Elizabeth Warren, Massachusetts, okay? Massachusetts has 91 delegates. Even if she doesn't win there, she's going to get some of the 91 delegates unless it's something unbelievable happens.
It's her home state.
That's her home state. Even if Bernie Sanders wins, that will keep the number of delegates that he will get in the totality of the night down. Same goes for Minnesota. Amy Klobuchar's campaign, they're insisting that they're going to win there. If so, and actually even if she doesn't win, there are 75 delegates at stake in Minnesota. Bernie Sanders could do okay there, but Amy Klobuchar will definitely keep his margin down no matter what happens. And I was just texting with a big Biden donor who was saying the way that he looked at it is that Super Tuesday has to be a wash for Bernie Sanders and Joe Biden, because the big concern, and this is going to what Jeff Zeleny was talking about, is that because Texas, for example, and California are so delegate rich, and the latest polls show Bernie Sanders doing incredibly well, that he will be unstoppable. Not that he will actually get the 1991 delegates to win, but that nobody will be able to get close to him, and it will make it a guarantee that it'll be a mess at the convention.
Yeah, John?
There's more than 1,300 delegates at stake Tuesday night. Almost half come from California and Texas, 600 plus, about 650 from those two states. So the margins are going to matter here. The margins are going to matter immensely, which is why Joe Biden is hoping for a momentum boost here that, are you going to catch Bernie Sanders in California? Probably not. But if you can close the margin, pick up delegates, keep the Sanders margin as low as you can get it, which is why two things are very important. How many delegates does Joe Biden get tonight? 54 at stake in South Carolina. How close can he get? Can he catch Bernie Sanders tonight? Just to give you, again, the optics of momentum heading into Tuesday, that this is not a Sanders blowout, that this is a very competitive race to rally your piece of the base. And then, to Dana's point, have a playoff on Tuesday where, if Biden can win in North Carolina, maybe win in Tennessee or Virginia, find a place for a win, which is why you see where they go on the map. Follow the candidates in the next, they have 72 hours to do this. Sanders in Virginia tonight. Down in Norfolk, African-American voters in that area, military voters in that area as well. But he understands he did not do what he thought he was going to do in South Carolina tonight. He did not cut in to Joe Biden's deep support among African-Americans. Watch the chess of the candidates as this go forward. I happen to know a few people in Massachusetts. I've just been texting on this subject all day long about Elizabeth Warren because Bernie Sanders was just there in my home state for 2 events today. And very smart Democratic political operatives up there say it's a coin toss right now.
Really?
They believe the Warren-Sanders race is essentially, it's between the two of them, but it's incredibly close right now.
I just want to highlight real quick the last thing that Jeff Zeleny reported, and that is about Michael Bloomberg. The conversations already going into tonight were, is there any possibility Michael Bloomberg says, I'm not even going to make it till Super Tuesday. I'm going to bow out and get my support behind Joe Biden in order to consolidate. His campaign says that that is not going to happen. There's no way, no how. He's on the ballot for the first time on Super Tuesday. It doesn't mean that those conversations aren't happening. And the question is...
All right, Bernie Sanders is now speaking. Let's listen in.
Thank you. Whoa. Thank you. Thank you, Virginia Beach and Norfolk. And let me start off by thanking Herb Jones. For too long, we have taken veterans in this country for granted. We have sent them off to wars And too often those wars were wars that should never have been fought. And then after they put their lives on the line and they come home, sometimes injured in body and sometimes injured in spirit, we have forgotten about them. So my promise to Herb and to all the other veterans of this country, and I say this as the former chairman of the U.S. Senate Committee on Veterans Affairs, our administration will never forget the veterans. And our administration will never put the men and women in the armed forces in wars that should not be fought. We are here tonight because we are determined that Donald Trump will be a one-term president. The American people, no matter what their political views may be, do not want a president in office who is a pathological liar, who is running a corrupt administration, who apparently has never read the Constitution of the United States, and who every day, through his attacks on the media, on the judiciary, on Congress, is undermining American democracy. Veterans like Herb and millions of others have put their lives on the line to defend our democracy and our Constitution, and Donald Trump will not undermine American democracy. Now, I am very proud that in this campaign so far, we have won the popular vote in Iowa. We have won the New Hampshire primary. We have won the Nevada caucus. But you cannot win them all. A lot of states out there, and tonight we did not win in South Carolina. And that will not be the only defeat. There are a lot of states in this country, nobody wins them all. I want to congratulate Joe Biden on his victory tonight. And now we enter Super Tuesday in Virginia.
Senator Bernie Sanders looking forward to Super Tuesday after the showing tonight in South Carolina. You see it there on the right-hand side of your screen. Joe Biden, 51.6% of the vote. Sanders was 17%. Tom Steyer, after putting in an awful lot of money, at 12%. And you see the rest of the numbers there. Back now with our team. Where does the race, I mean, first of all, why has Joe Biden not spoken?
I don't know. That's Terry McAuliffe.
It's a good time for him to talk. But look, what a statement, though, for Biden. I mean, that is, you don't see that kind of a spread very often in a serious race where millions of dollars were spent. So, you know, big process now. The process now, though, we're just starting to try to figure out who's going to be the anti-Bernie candidate. We're trying to figure out who's going to come out, who's going to stay in. But I think people should be very clear. Some of these people we're saying should get out. Second choice, Bernie Sanders. So it's not like just because people come out of this race, everybody's going to consolidate behind Biden. Bernie Sanders has a very interesting and broad and wide appeal. There are people who like Biden. They also like Bernie. So this is still going to be a messy process moving forward. But to the extent that somebody needs to stand up and raise their hand and say, I can be the one to go up against Bernie, that's what Biden did tonight.
Okay, well, this is a blowout.
Yeah.
For Biden. There's no other way to describe it. It's not just a win. It's not just a double-digit margin. It's a blowout for Joe Biden. And that gives him an awful lot of credibility in this race, which he didn't have before. And it gives him an awful lot of momentum, which, of course, he didn't have before. And it'll probably give him an awful lot of money, which he didn't have before. But as Jeff Zeleny was just reporting on our air a few minutes ago, I think there's a lot of strategizing going on right now in the Biden campaign and the other campaigns. Steyer, I don't think there's any road. I think, you know, he'll get out. And the question is, as Jeff points out, which is, does Biden, if he wants to emerge as the contender to Bernie Sanders, who is a favorite here, still the favorite candidate here, what does he do? Does he keep Amy Klobuchar in, as Jeff was saying, so she
I don't
can
think
do
with
well?
Amy anyone keeps her.
Exactly.
Amy's going to do it.
But would he like her, prefer her? Let me put it that way.
Yeah,
To stay in so she can do well in Minnesota and perhaps then Sanders wouldn't win in that state. Does he want Elizabeth Warren to stay in so that perhaps she would dilute some of the Sanders vote? And you know, these are discussions we can all be having right now. Again, it's not up to Biden. We understand that, but. You know, this notion that they should all get out and
Governor, where do you
around
stand
Biden
on
may not be what he
First of all, this is going to move very quick. You're talking 48 hours, so I don't think much is going to happen. I think, you know, I think Pete, who ran a great campaign, has got to make a decision tomorrow what he's going to do. I agree with you on Tom Steyer. But, you know, this is 2 days away, so Biden's got to hope in those southern states he can continue with that African-American vote and really get some excitement out of tonight, and then get through Super Tuesday and then hope for a wash as much as you possibly can. And then you got a lot of big states coming up, Illinois and Missouri, Michigan. Then we get into a whole new play of states as we move into the end of March and April.
Go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Alexandra. Joe Biden is the new comeback kid. And last week I said that some other candidates should pull an Andrew Yang. And what I meant by that is make a rational, principled decision about whether they should be in the race based on three things. Number one, can you win? Number two, are you helping your cause by staying? And number three, are you helping defeat Donald Trump by staying? And I concluded that the answers to those questions were no, and I dropped out. Now, every candidate in the race has run a tremendous campaign. They can walk out with their heads held high. And certainly many of them are, or all of them are I'd consider a friend, so it's hard to say you should make this decision. But I will say to them all, if you get out, it's not terrible not having a camera in your face 24/7. Your families will be happy to see you. And you've missed a lot of good TV and movies.
I love the way you look in the camera and say it's not the worst thing to not have a camera in your face.
I got to say, you know what David Letterman said about retiring? He said, you know, when you retire to spend more time with your family, make sure to check with your family first.
Well, I just wanted to add in real quick that, you know, just to put this into context, I think that, you know, Joe Biden did extremely, extremely well here, but he's the former vice president of the United States. And a year ago, right, he was polling well over the margin that he was now. And so I think that's something that we have to pay attention to. It's the first primary he's won in, 32 years after his third run for president. So I think that heading into Super Tuesday, I think the money question is going to come into play. We'll see if this gives him a bump. But I think also the next generation of Democratic voters that are younger, that are blacker, that are browner, and they are a rising electorate in states like California and Texas and are really, really motivated by someone like Bernie Sanders. So I think that is sort of an area that Biden has to improve of heading into some of these more larger, diverse, delegate-rich states that, you know, their campaign has.
Well, also, wasn't the whole Biden argument that he can appeal to, you know, white working-class voters in you know, Ohio and elsewhere?
If you look at these exit polls, that's interesting here because while this was a blowout and Biden is winning in almost every category, if you look at white, no college degree, working class, Bernie still beats him. 31 to 23. I don't know if these numbers will stick, but Bernie still beats him with white, no college degree in a state where Biden had a blowout. That is something to put a little asterisk next
48
to
hours
here
from
in the
now,
campaign.
48 hours from now, we're going to be sitting here talking about Bernie Sanders again because of what you were just saying. His strength in California is unreal, and people have been voting in California for a while.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, but people have been voting in California for a while. Let's not forget, some of this stuff is already, there's a momentum that Bernie brought into other states that has been baked in with early.
California's been voting for a month. Yeah. You're right about that. You know, one of the interesting, we were having this discussion in between, some of the Bloomberg folks argue that it's actually in Biden's benefit for him to be in on Super Tuesday because the nature of the process is such that if candidates pass threshold, they get some delegates. if only one candidate passes the threshold, that candidate gets all the delegates. So having more people getting delegates could actually hold down.
That's what I was addressing before.
I mean, if you're Biden and you've got to worry about all of this, well, if this happens, carry the one over.
Probably why he hasn't spoken yet. He's doing the math.
This sort of algorithm of these people dropping and limiting Sanders here, that's pretty complicated. Sanders, on the other hand, has the money. He's got the grassroots organization. He's got this younger generation that Alexandra has been talking about. And so that's why I think, as Van said, we're going to be talking about Sanders, and in some ways should be talking about Sanders. The way we're talking about Biden doesn't suggest that he's strong, and actually suggests that he's fairly weak, and he's got to depend on all of these other factors that aren't under his control.
David, that's the point I was making, is that it compounds. I mean, if Bernie's the only one who is getting beyond the margin, and you've got 5 or 6 others who are under, they're compounding the size by which he's won that state. So it's very, very difficult. You need to know how many are going to be beyond the 15% threshold to know whether it's to the advantage of them.
Right. You got to make the effort. They are splitting this vote up. You can say whatever you want. You know, Pete and Amy and Biden, all in the very similar space. I don't buy, David, that Bloomberg argument. I just don't buy it. You look at a state like Virginia. You know, Bloomberg's been on TV now for months and months and months. He's got about probably 20% of the vote. He's been between 19 and 20. That is directly out of Joe Biden. Not even.
Well, that's the question. I mean, the question is he taking some vote that wouldn't go to Biden, and is, by being viable, does he take a portion of that? Now, I think the equation has changed tonight, and it may be that Bloomberg's numbers are depressed, and Biden is the beneficiary of that, and so this whole equation is different now.
Yeah. We're going to take a quick break, and then we'll hear live from Vice President Joe Biden.
About to speak, and I'm curious to see how he portrays a very impressive, stunning victory.
We have heard so many Joe Biden speeches in our lifetimes. We have never heard a Joe Biden victory speech during a presidential run, because despite the fact that he has run twice before, as has been mentioned, he didn't stay in long enough to win any contest. Well, this is the first one. And so it's going to be sweet for him to give that speech. But it's not just obviously going to be important for that moment, but it's going to be important for the momentum that he absolutely needs to use the love that he feels there, the passion that he feels there, which is real, given how unbelievable lopsided his victory appears to be in South Carolina. And he's got to propel it, particularly into the states that are most like South Carolina. They're not as delegate-rich as some of the bigger ones on Super Tuesday, but every delegate matters right now because, remember, for the Democrats, it is proportional.
You know, and I'm sure we'll be hearing the fact that he was President Obama's vice president for 8 years.
Yeah, look, the Obama factor among South Carolina African-American voters, among African-American voters around the country, is important. That Joe Biden has a relationship. He has a history. He is, I think it was Van Jones or someone on the panel saying earlier that, you know, he had Obama's back for 8 years, and now African-American voters are saying, we'll have your back. Can he project that further? What slingshot, springboard, choose your word. He needs this to be momentum into these other states. North Carolina, neighboring South Carolina, votes on Tuesday. Tennessee, Alabama, Virginia. There are plenty of places on the map Tuesday where Bernie Sanders, as of today, is expected to get the most delegates. There are plenty of places on the map where Joe Biden can play if he can replicate or come anywhere close to replicating what he did in South Carolina tonight. The challenge is time is so short. And so what does he say here? He has an audience here. It's a Saturday night, but he has an audience here to make this speech, and that it will be replayed over the next couple of days. Can he do something, make a compelling case? And just as I throw back to you, we're watching Congressman Clyburn there. We live in an age where sometimes endorsements don't matter as much. People don't put as much faith in institutions, if you will, or brands as they used to. This is one that did. This is one that did. If Joe Biden can somehow go on and win the presidency, James Clyburn is the secretary of whatever he wants.
As we're speaking, you know, it's interesting. Clyburn's endorsement, I think, was very, very significant. But as we're speaking, the campaign manager for Mike Bloomberg, Kevin Cheeky, has just put out a statement making it clear he's not dropping out.
This democracy is
That's right. I think we're going to listen into Jim Clyburn, and then we can talk about that on the other side.
Of this business and take us to where this country can be. Ladies and gentlemen, my good friend, one who I know, who you know, but most of all, who knows us.
Take nothing less than the supreme best. Do not obey, nor must you forsake, if you can pass the test. Just move on to a greater day. With just a little faith, if you put your mind to it, you can surely do it. Take nothing less than the supreme best. Do not obey, nor must you forsake, if you can pass the test. Just move on to a greater day. With just a little faith, if you put your mind to it, you can surely do it.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. South Carolina. And my buddy Jim Clyburn, you brought me back. It's a man of enormous integrity. All those who've been knocked down, counted out, left behind, this is your campaign. Just days ago, the press and the pundits had declared this candidacy dead. Now, thanks to all of you, the heart of the Democratic Party, we just won, and we've won big because of you. And we are very much alive. Look, I told you all that you could launch a candidacy. You launched Bill Clinton, Barack Obama to the presidency. Now you launched our campaign on the path to defeating Donald Trump. This campaign is taken off. So join us. Go to JoeBiden.com, sign up, volunteer, contribute if you can, but we need you, we want you, and there's a place for you in this campaign. Folks, as we celebrate tonight here in Columbia, let me talk directly to Democrats across America, especially those who will be voting on Super Tuesday. This is the moment to choose the path forward for our party. This is the moment, and it's arrived. Maybe sooner than anyone guessed it would, but it's here. And the decisions Democrats make all across America in the next few days will determine what this party stands for, what we believe, and what we'll get done. If Democrats nominate me, I believe we can beat Donald Trump. Keep Nancy Pelosi in the House of Representatives as Speaker and take back the United States Senate. So join us. My fellow Democrats across America, join us. If Democrats want to nominate someone who will build on Obamacare, not scrap it, take on the NRA and gun manufacturers, not protect them. Stand up and give the poor a fighting chance and the middle class get restored, not raise their taxes and keep the promises we make. Then join us. And if the Democrats want a nominee who's a Democrat, a lifelong Democrat, a proud Democrat, an Obama-Biden Democrat, join us. We have the option of winning big or losing big. That's the choice. We need to build on the coalition and legacy of the most successful president in our lifetime, Barack Obama. And the way we do this is by bringing Americans together of every race, ethnicity, gender, economic station, Democrats, Republicans, Independents, people of every stripe. Look, just like we did here in South Carolina. And like we can do across the entire country on Tuesday and beyond. Folks, win big or lose, that's the choice. Most Americans don't want the promise of revolution. They want more than promises. They want results. They want to give all Americans access to real opportunity, to be able to have affordable health care for all Americans, an environment with clean air and clean water, an education system that funds our schools, pays our teachers, makes community college free, a nation that will stand up to and beat the NRA. Reform our criminal justice system, root out institutional racism, mobilize the world against climate change. And an economy that works, rewards work, not just wealth. My dad used to say, Joey, a job's about a lot more than the paycheck. It's about your dignity. It's about decency, it's respect. It's about your place in the community. It's being able to look your kid in the eye and say, honey, it's going to be okay. For all our families, for all our communities. Because that's the right thing to do. That's what makes us Democrats. Talk is cheap. False promises are deceptive. And talk about revolution and change in anyone's life. We need real changes right now. Something I've done my whole career, and I'll do as president. So this is an election to spend all our time in a battle for the soul of the Democratic Party. This is a battle for the soul of the United States of America. And we're in an incredibly perilous moment, as all of you know. Winning means uniting America, not sowing more division and anger. It means not only fighting, but healing the country. We have to beat Donald Trump and the Republican Party, but here's the deal. We can't become like them. We can't become like them. We can't have a never-ending war. Above all, it's time for America to get back up. The country is so ready. So ready. Once again, fight for the proposition that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men and women are created equal, endowed by the Creator with certain inalienable rights. We say it all the time, but we've never fully lived up to it. But we've never before, until this president, walked away from it. And it's the reason why Jim and I and all of us are in this. I believe with every fiber of my being that all men and women are created equal. You know, I saw it a few days ago in a town hall in Charleston, Jim. I spoke with Reverend Anthony Thompson, whose wife, Myra, was studying the words of her Bible with 8 other parishioners at Mother Emanuel 4.5 years ago. It was a weekly routine, reading Scripture and finding purpose and faith in God and in each other. And in an instant, hate, vengeance, white supremacy pierced that faith, and they were lost forever. But you know what I found the most remarkable thing in my career thus far? Remarkable about Reverend Thompson and the families of the Emanuel 9. It's through all that pain, all that grief, they forgave. Yes, sir. Yes. And here's the deal. In their forgiveness, they brought more change to South Carolina than any that's occurred over the previous 100 years. Think about it. The Confederate flag came down. Real change. That's why the Sunday after, Jill and I and my family, we came back to Mother Emanuel on Sunday services after the funeral of the victims. Because 6 weeks earlier, we had lost our son, Bo. And we needed to be healed, too. We need to be healed. I really mean this. We need it. whatever they were exuding. And with every season that's passed, they've gotten up and found purpose to live life worthy of the ones they lost, worthy of the blessings to live in this remarkable country. We left here, having arrived in overwhelming pain, thinking we can do this. We can get through this. So I want to tell you, it's no small reason why I'm in this race. People like all of you here tonight, all around the country, the days of Donald Trump's divisiveness will soon be over. No. And as Jim, according to Tocqueville, he was right. This multi-ethnic country we call our democracy, America, it can't survive unless we focus on our goodness. We can build a more perfect union because the American people in the last 3.5 years have seen the alternative. No, I really mean it. Think about it. They've seen how utterly mean, selfish, lack of any sense of empathy or concern for anybody else. A president who not only has horrible policies, but the way he mocks and makes fun of other people. To all of you here in South Carolina, and especially Jim Clyburn, my friend, who lifted me and this campaign on his shoulders.
That's right.
But I mean all of you. Many I don't have time to name, all of you. We, Jill and I, our daughter Ashley, my son Hunter has been on the phone straight through for me. My brothers, my sisters, my 2 brothers, my sister, my 5 grandchildren, my 4 granddaughters who've come out on the campaign trail. We'll never forget what you've done for us. Well, we can say without fear of contradiction, the Bidens love you guys, man. The Bidens love you. That's real. And folks, now we need to stand behind Jamie Harrison, the next president of the United States, next senator of South Carolina. We need to send Joe Cunningham back to the House of Representatives. And all of us, all the Bidens, thank you. Thank you for everything, everything you've done for us. So, folks, so here's the deal. Let's get back up. We're decent, we're brave, we're resilient people. We can believe again. We're better than this moment. We're better than this president. So get up, take back our country. This is the United States of America. There's nothing beyond our capacity if we do it together. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Joe Biden speaking in Columbia, South Carolina, tonight after his massive win in that state. Van Jones, quite a speech from Vice President Biden.
That was extraordinary. That was extraordinary. That was the first time that I felt in this campaign that the Obama-Biden spirit of hope and optimism, he turned it personal. He took it back to Mother Emanuel. He took it back to his own personal pain. He's making this campaign a symbol of coming through, of finding your way. He's turning the breakdown into a breakthrough. That's what he's doing. And he's hitting these emotional, spiritual notes that this country really needs because of the toxicity of the environment. That was medicine, and that was beautiful.
One of the things that has confused me about the Biden candidacy is that it devolved in kind of to a tactical argument. He's the guy who can beat Trump, but not enough about why he should, and why his comparative advantage in this race is decency, empathy, humanity.
The heart, man.
The heart. In a sense, in this speech, he got back to his entry into the race, into the video he produced.
Soul of the country.
Yeah, his appeal to the end.
Often in debates, what he ends up talking about is, I'm the guy who did this in the room, and I met this person, as opposed to the things at town halls, which he speaks about.
Those are the best moments he's had in this campaign, those town halls where he's talking to people, ministering to their concerns and fears and loss, because they know he has experienced loss, and he understands that pain. That is the essence of his appeal. And the closer he stays to that, because these are elements that people don't see in the president. They don't see empathy. They don't see humanity. They don't see connection or caring.
It's interesting, actually, when you think about Joe Biden going toe-to-toe with Donald Trump on a debate stage. And, you know, there's all sorts of reasons you can say, well, you know, the president will, you know, be aggressive, and Joe Biden, you know, might be faltering in you know, bringing up facts and stuff. The arena in which the president can never compete with Joe Biden is as a human being talking from the heart.
They are flip sides, and there is no way, you know, Trump has no empathy, not about empathy, never has been. And Joe Biden is Mr. Empathy. Joe Biden, on a good day, is a happy warrior. Donald Trump is just a warrior. And so they're nothing alike. And the contrast, if they would ever get on a debate stage together, would be quite stark. And the thing that struck me tonight, as David was saying about Biden, and he said it in the town hall the other night, he talked about after his son died, he had to find purpose. And he found purpose back again in the church in South Carolina. And I think tonight he spoke to that purpose in his life again, because you have a sense he's an older man. He's done a lot in public service, which has been his life. And this is now his purpose, to build on the legacy of Barack Obama, to, you know, to bring the country, to unify the country, to take the divisiveness out of the country. And again, you know, that's never going to happen in the short term. But you had a sense that this is why, this is the answer. Why are you running for president?
The challenge
He also distinguished himself, I think, from others in the field. There were some lines that he offered that are memorable. One that I wrote down is, talk of revolution is not changing anyone's life. I think we know who he's referring to. Something else, Anderson, that I noted with Jim Clyburn's presence is the Washington Post is reporting tonight that as recently as February 23rd, Biden and Clyburn met. And Clyburn's polling at that point showed that the margin was down to 5 points. I don't know exactly where we are right now, but it's a double-digit, probably 20-point plus lead that he enjoys. To think that as recently as the 23rd, it was just down to 5. And why, among other things, did it grow so large? It's because Clyburn decided to get in, to get knee-deep in this and endorse the vice president. What I'm saying is I really think he owes a debt of gratitude to the man who shared the stage.
No doubt about it.
And going forward, Clyburn has said that they've got to retool this campaign, that he's not going to sit idly by and watch the folks who are running this campaign mishandle the campaign. And you can sort of see that happening already. Obviously, in South Carolina, that endorsement paid off big. Folks were on the ground who support Clyburn and then supporting Biden as well. And then this speech as well. They have retooled the campaign. There's some new folks who are involved, like Anita Dunn. It was a perfectly well-written speech. It was very moving. It reminded people of the Joe that they love, the personal stories about his loss, about his faith, and also the connection to Obama, right? And the sort of incremental change that he thinks is more realistic than revolution.
I just wanted to add that I think that, you know, I agree with my colleagues here that, you know, this was one of a better speech for Joe Biden than I think that we've seen. There's a lot of reasons for him to celebrate, and I think he showed in some of these town halls he can get really, really personal and really, really empathetic with folks. And I think, you know, hearing that line about the revolution, you know, coming from the perspective of a young person that I feel like is always told to get involved, right, the younger generation, I think that there are so many movements that have changed the material lives of people across America, not just in the 1960s, but Bernie Sanders running for president, obviously not winning in 2016, has completely shifted the conversation on universal health care, where you have someone like Joe Biden, who is staunchly against public option, now campaigning on that, right? You have someone like Pete Buttigieg that is talking about Medicare for all who want it, because Medicare for all is a popular idea. And so I think that, you know, that same empathy should be taken into account to the sort of next generation of Democratic voters. You know, millennials are starting to turn 40. It's not just, you know, young people 25 like myself, but it's you know, the consequences of decades of bad decisions by both parties, right? Not just Republicans, I think is, you know, part of the reason why Bernie Sanders is doing so well. And I hope that that same empathy is extended to the next generation that look a lot more like AOC. And
The other message that came out tonight as well is he was making the point that I'm the best one to help the down ticket ballot. This is about Nancy Pelosi increasing seats in the House. This is about getting control of the United States Senate. I think that's a big argument for Joe Biden. I think he put that out there tonight, that I'm the best one to be the standard bearer to help us win at the House and Senate. And with all the issues we got going on in the world today, with coronavirus and the Trump calling it a hoax, they want someone with experience and leadership, and I thought that really came through.
Andrew, what do you think? I've spoken before and after Joe maybe dozens of times, and that was the best I've ever seen him. You know, I think the intro, when it says that you know Joe and Joe knows you, I think the essence of that was you had the sense that Joe cares about you in America, which he does very deeply. I feel like if Bernie represents anger and revolution, Bloomberg represents wealth and managerial competence, at least, you know, to some measure. I feel like Biden is carrying empathy and patriotism. And if he's able to demonstrate that in a way that's not talking about how he's going to win, but actually just showing those qualities, I think this has a chance to be a transformative moment.
Coming up, the impact of Joe Biden's win. Will some Democrats, will some of the candidates drop out? That's next.
We got a key race alert, a very impressive win for the former Vice President Joe Biden, a blowout win in South Carolina, the Democratic presidential primary. Take a look at this, more than half of the vote. The estimated vote is now in. 56% of the vote is in. And look at this, Joe Biden has 50.1%. The second place right now, Bernie Sanders, only 19%. Tom Steyer, third place, 11.7%. Pete Buttigieg, all in single digits, the remainder. Pete Buttigieg, 7.7%. Elizabeth Warren, 6.6%. Amy Klobuchar, only 3.1%. Tulsi Gabbard, she's at 1.1%. Very, very impressive win for Joe Biden. Let's come over here to the table as we're getting ready to assess what's going on. We've got some major breaking news right now. I want to bring in CNN's Jeff Zeleny. What are you learning, Jeff?
Well, if we are learning that just in a few moments or so in South Carolina, Tom Steyer is going to end his presidential candidacy. He's going to make these remarks in his speech in South Carolina. He is running third place, as you were just saying there, but I am told by someone close to his campaign that he is going to end his candidacy. It is unclear if he's going to announce his support for someone else in the race. I do not believe that is going to happen this evening. But this is significant because Tom Steyer, of course, put his personal wealth behind his candidacy. He spent some $22 million in advertising alone in the state of South Carolina, of course, getting third place. So it certainly helped him to some degree. But his aides do not see a path forward for him. Well, if his objective has always been to try and defeat the president. So we do expect him to stay involved in this arena. Of course, he's been very actively involved in politics in terms of registering people to vote, the impeachment proceedings, et cetera. So I am told he is going to stop his candidacy tonight in South Carolina. So the question here is, as this, is he the only one who is going to be making this a decision here in the wake of this First in the South primary? Certainly this is a decision time for all of these candidates. But we do know tonight that Tom Steyer, in a short time, will announce that he's dropping out of the race.
Yeah, we'll hear what he has to say. Jeff Zeleny, excellent reporting as usual. This is an important moment right now because Tom Steyer, if he would have continued, he has a lot. He's a billionaire. He could have spent a lot more, but he sees the handwriting on the wall.
Right. He's not gotten a return on his investment at all. Yes, he's in third place in South Carolina, which is a big deal given the fact that he's never held office before. But he has not. He's not gotten a delegate as far as we know. I mean, he's under 15%. Perhaps if he gets that threshold in one of the congressional districts, then he will get a delegate. But to spend as much as he has, and I'll just pull it up here, you just remember, $22.5 million in television and radio ads in South Carolina. I mean, he completely trounced all of the other candidates when it came to spending, and that's not even including the direct mail and other campaign staff and other spending that he did there. And the other thing that I just want to put out there as a question is whether or not, despite his money that he could put behind other candidates, whether or not it makes much of a difference when it comes to other candidates getting his support, because he has no delegates to date, 0 delegates to date, and it didn't look like ahead on Super Tuesday in some of the big states he was going to get any at all.
The question really is, do other candidates see him drop out and think maybe I should have that conversation with myself? Because, you know, that's the only potential impact here, is to get the other candidates to think about it. Andrew Yang was just talking about it during the panel conversation earlier. But you know what? Am I really making an impact on the race? Because in our California poll that came out the other day, Tom Steyer was at 3%. In Texas, he was at 1%. It is not like Tom Steyer getting out of this race is creating this giant opening, you know, to take a pool of voters that would otherwise be for Tom Steyer. He simply didn't have the support. South Carolina was his best state by far. I'm just going to glance again and look, 11.8% statewide. That is nowhere near a return on the investment. And let's give him some credit in the sense that he did spend a boatload of money there. He also spent a lot of time there. He did try to develop relationships in the community. So this is one where he worked hard. His wife moved to South Carolina, more or less. He did a ton of events there. He tried to develop at least a decent base in the African-American community. And tonight is proof that it didn't work. And so getting out, you know, my only question here is, he doesn't have a big impact in future states because he doesn't have a big reservoir of support. My only question is, do other candidates say, you know what, that's what's happening right now, maybe I should think about it?
That's an important point. Being in South Carolina, talking to African-American voters just anecdotally, he did have a presence there. And it wasn't just Johnny-come-lately coming in to say, hey, I'm here, please vote for me in this presidential primary. He and his wife went in and invested in the African-American communities years ago, and that stuck. I will say, just one quick anecdote. The Uber driver that David and I had the day before, 2 days before our town hall, he was going to vote for Tom Steyer, heard that Jim Clyburn had endorsed Joe Biden, and real time, we told him, and real time he said, well, maybe I'll change my mind. I'm guessing he wasn't alone. Wolf?
All right, thanks very much. I'm here with David Chalian right now. We're talking about the all-important delegate count. First, let's talk about the delegate count tonight. What do we see happening right now?
Well, as you see here, 54 delegates are at stake tonight in South Carolina. We have been able to assign 22 of them, 19 for Joe Biden, 3 for Bernie Sanders. And that's because you see he is above that 15% threshold statewide. He may be in some congressional districts as well. But right now, we have 32 more delegates out of South Carolina to assign tonight. But look at that. That shows the depth of the Biden victory, not just in the vote totals, but in this delegate haul tonight. He's so far netting 16 delegates.
So what does that mean for the delegate count to date, 4 states?
Well, take a look. So you know you need 1,991 delegates to win the nomination. Look where we are. 48 delegates for Sanders now, 34 for Biden, 26 for Buttigieg, 8 for Warren, 7 for Klobuchar. Joe Biden is making real gains on Bernie Sanders in this delegate count. As you know, Wolf, the first 4 states are really about momentum. This delegate game goes on super drive when we get to Super Tuesday.
It certainly will. 14 states plus American Samoa. John King, 60% of the vote is now in. A really impressive, very impressive win for the former vice president.
It's a blowout with an exclamation point in the sense that this is a 30-point win. There was a poll just a week ago that had Joe Biden up 2. There was another poll that had him up 5. Then one came out midweek that had him up 20. Everyone thought, well, what's right? The Clyburn endorsement certainly helped, but the Biden campaign, that is a blowout. We're at 60%. The numbers could change some, but there's clearly he's winning, and this tells you everything you need to know. All right? These are the counties of South Carolina. You go through them one at a time. 50% in Richland County. That's the second largest county in the state. There are 46 counties. Wolf, there's 2 we're still waiting for results from. Orangeburg County, heavy African-American population here. You would expect it's going to fill in just like everything else. You move down here to Bamberg County, very tiny, more of a rural county. 0.3% of the population, but you can expect by the end of the night, barring something we don't see, this looks pretty typical.
It looks like Biden is winning every single county in South Carolina. You know, what about Bernie Sanders? He's coming in second, I assume, in some place.
Right, and if you look, that's why he's going to get some delegates tonight. Bernie Sanders not coming in first anywhere. Joe Biden is winning every county that has reported results so far. And again, we're only waiting for 2. But look, in all those counties, Bernie Sanders came in second. Add in some more counties where Bernie Sanders came in third. That is why early in the night we were looking For a lot of the night, he was below 15%, the threshold you need to get delegates. As David just noted, he's going to get at least some of the statewide delegates because he's above 15%, and he may pick up some congressional delegates, too, when you go through the congressional districts later tonight when we get the full count in, and we can overlap that with the congressional map. So Sanders coming out with some delegates, but this is overwhelming, especially if you take it out in the context. Just come out to the other states here. Remember, Iowa went first, Buttigieg, but very narrowly. Right, very narrowly, and look at the competition throughout the state. Several candidates winning counties across Iowa. There's 99 of them here in a very, very close race. Then you move over to New Hampshire. This is a state Bernie Sanders wanted a blowout 4 years ago. Again, an incredibly close race in New Hampshire. 3 candidates pretty close, but especially the top 2 very close, and you see the vote split between several of the candidates winning towns in New Hampshire. Then we went out to Nevada. This was a big Sanders win. It's a big Sanders win, but you did have some Buttigieg here, but impressive here. 2 very close races in the first 2, a blowout for Sanders in Nevada, caucuses there, and then you come here to the first primary where the African-American vote mattered most, and you just see that's just a blowout. You're filling in Biden blue, just as it was all Clinton blue, if you go back in the race 4 years ago. And so you come out here and look at this, and we wait for the rest to come in. It's a big win. The question now is, you heard that Biden speech, went right at Bernie Sanders. We don't need a revolution. We don't need false promises. We need an Obama-Biden Democrat. Does this springboard into other states? We'll be back here Tuesday night. It's going to be fun.
It's only 3 days away, so we'll be busy. Coming up, Joe Biden's wife, Jill, on his blowout win in South Carolina and his battle against Bernie Sanders on Super Tuesday. We'll be right back. We have another key race alert right now. 68% of the estimated vote is now in. Look at this, Joe Biden. He's the winner, obviously, 50% so far. It's a blowout win for the former vice president. Bernie Sanders in second place, but way, way below with only 19.1%. Tom Steyer, 11.4%. He has just announced that he's dropping out of this race. Pete Buttigieg, 7.8%. Elizabeth Warren, 6.8%. Amy Klobuchar, only 3%. Tulsi Gabbard, 1.2%. I want to go to CNN's Jessica Dean. She's in Columbia, South Carolina for us. She's got a special guest. Jessica.
That's right, Wolf. We're here with Dr. Jill Biden, fresh off the rope line there, and your victory speech. Dr. Biden, I want to ask you, South Carolina is very personal to your family. It's where you came after your son died to grieve. Ironically, after this, what has been a bruising primary process, very personal in terms of the attacks, they delivered this huge victory for you tonight. What does that feel like for you and your family?
Well, it's hard. You know, as a mother, it's very hard for me to see my son attacked and to see my husband attacked. And these are all distractions for Donald Trump. It just shows you that Donald Trump doesn't want to run against Joe Biden because Joe Biden's going to beat him.
And you guys certainly have a lot of personal relationships here. This is a lot of years you've been spending here.
We've been coming here for years and years. You know, we knew Fritz Hollings and Pizzi and the Clyburns. Certainly, Emily was such a strong force and friend. And, you know, we have so many relationships, and I look forward to coming back.
And now, though, you've got to go travel to all that you're going out. I think it's fair to say you're your husband's favorite surrogate. And so you're going to go now to Arkansas and California. You've been everywhere. You were in California this morning. What is the message you're going to be taking to people? Do you think that you can take this momentum that you guys have here and really make a difference going into Super Tuesday?
Yes, absolutely. This is just the beginning. You know, I'm a marathon runner, and this is just the beginning of our marathon. We have all those other states to hit, and I think when they, you know, they see Joe and he's so presidential and he has the experience, and I think we're just going to take it the whole way. And before we go, I do want to say thank you to the people of South Carolina, because they opened their homes and their communities, but best of all, they opened up their hearts to us. And really, the Bidens will never forget this. They gave us wings, and, you know, we're so thankful.
It's interesting you say that, because I talked to a senior advisor with your campaign who said money doesn't buy relationships, which was clearly a swipe at Michael Bloomberg. We're going into Super Tuesday. That's a big strategy for him to win in some of these states like Arkansas, Tennessee. What do you have a message for him tonight?
People see through that. Money can't buy people. And I think he hasn't been out here. He hasn't been on the trail. He wasn't in the first 4 states. And you saw his debate performances. And I think, you know, Joe is just head and shoulders above Michael Bloomberg. So I think people are going to see that in Joe.
All right, Dr. Jill Biden, thanks so much for being with us. We appreciate it. Wolf, back to you.
All right, thanks very much, and thank Jill Biden for us as well. All right, we got a lot more that we need to cover. We will right after a quick break.
I said if I didn't see a path to winning, that I'd suspend my campaign. And honestly, I can't see a path where I can win the presidency. So am I going to continue to work on every single one of these issues?
Tom Steyer dropping out of the race just moments ago. Want to talk about it with the group here. Andrew Yang, I mean, it's a decision you made as well. It's interesting you talked about kind of looking at this rationally, trying not to get, you know, obviously there's a lot of emotion with the race. Looking irrationally, there wasn't a path ahead for you, you saw, and that seems to be the decision he made as well.
Yeah, it's not surprising to me that Tom dropped out. I think that Tom is a rational, principled actor. He was not going to do something that he thought was bad for the country. He invested a lot of energy in South Carolina, so he wanted to see it through. The question now in my mind is whether several other candidates follow suit in the coming days. The big question marks to me are Pete and even Bloomberg. And so for Bloomberg, he's likely to see Super Tuesday through. But if you make this decision before Super Tuesday, it's actually much more impactful than if you make it after. So those are the conversations that I think some other candidates should be having.
Yeah.
You know, I think in a way he had no other choice, but it was the right statesman-like thing to do if you want a Democrat to win. And if you spent also $210 million on radio and television, and you may not even get a delegate out of tonight. And he, as he said, he saw no path to the presidency. He did not endorse. No. So that'll be an interesting question. And also, will he help any other candidate who is the nominee go up against Donald Trump?
Look, a class act. Right. All the way. You know, Tom Steyer, somebody, I've known him personally for almost 20 years. He's somebody who really does care about these issues. He's not just, hey, you know, I heard climate change is a good issue to run on. I heard racial justice is popular now. Let me do some woke, performative stuff. Maybe I'll get, you know, some attention. He believes in this stuff, and he put his money where his mouth is, and I think he did the right thing to back out. I hope that other people will do the same thing. We do need to clarify this race. We need to give people a chance to vote for one part of this party or the other. And I think Tom Steyer did the right thing tonight, and I'm not surprised.
Hey, Governor, if you're Team Biden tonight, what are you doing to try to capitalize on this for Super Tuesday?
I think you're on the phone right now with Tom Steyer. Would be one of the first calls you would probably make. But the campaigns right now, Anderson, they're all talking to each other. I mean, they all know each other. They've all worked on campaigns. So there is a lot of interaction going on to the different campaigns right now. But, you know, I think Biden gave probably the speech of his life tonight when he said there's no greatness without goodness. I mean, I thought that was a very impactful speech. And I think a lot of the candidates who were watching this tonight said, wow, I can see him as president. I think a lot of people saw that tonight. And I think that will have an impact on the candidates as well. Say, well, he put a great message out there. I think we ought to get behind him. But campaigns are talking. I'm sure Joe Biden is on the phone right now with Tom Steyer, as I would assume Bernie and everybody else.
You also have Clyburn earlier on CNN saying this has been a badly run campaign for Biden. It needs to be revisited, retooled. He wants to get involved with it. How does that? You know campaigns. How does that happen?
Yeah, and I will tell you, Joe was much better in the campaign. I can't answer like in Iowa how there was virtually no field operation. It just didn't work. I don't know who. You know, someone ultimately has to be responsible. He was the incumbent. He was the vice president. He was the front runner going into it. You would assume you could have picked up a lot of early support. I think one thing, the vice president waited too long to get into the race. That's all. I mean, this is just mechanism of politics. But, you know, I think they've retooled the campaign. But Joe's going to drive it now. This was a huge win tonight. Nobody can say it wasn't. It was a gigantic win. There'll be huge momentum coming out of this. And he will get a tremendous amount of financial support tonight. I guarantee his online is through the roof tonight. Yeah. But a lot of major donors will say, I got to get behind him. And I'm sure his super PAC is having a spectacular night tonight.
Can I just say this? And I think I agree with everything you said about his performance here, about his speech. But every campaign reflects the person at the top. It's not really true to say, well, it wasn't his fault. His campaign didn't serve him well. The fact is that when you're the candidate, one of your responsibilities is to be the sort of chairman of the board of your campaign. And, you know, Biden's never had great success in presidential politics before, and this is one of the reasons. Now, the question is, has he had a wake-up call here? I thought his speech was magnificent tonight. Can he carry that message through every bit of his communications? Can he carry it through on the debate stage? That's going to be the test for him. You can't just have one good night, and the campaign can't just have one good primary. They've got to retool. And he's got, you know, he's got to recognize that this has been a flaw. And not just this time, but every time he's run for president.
Is there something to be read into the fact that no one is seizing the moment right now? I remember when we were together and the governor said, Amy Klobuchar should get out there, and she followed your advice. It seems to me that this is a free media opportunity for the asking right now before Super Tuesday. And we've heard from Senator Sanders. We've heard, obviously, from former Vice President Biden. We just heard from Tom Steyer. But where's everybody else? And should we be reading something into that, the fact that they haven't come out and said something?
Well, I mean, I think some of these are, you know, some of these folks are giving campaign speeches in different states. I think Warren is down in Texas, Houston, Texas. Of course, that's going to be a big contest on Tuesday, and I think she's hammering Sanders and Biden. I don't think we're necessarily going to cover it, but I think they're going to try to figure out what their message is going forward. For Biden, I do think the question is, can he be consistent? Can he show up as the Biden we saw tonight? As the Biden, I think people remember from 2008, remember from 2012, remember from standing by Obama. It seems like the campaign has hidden him in some ways. You know, you think about all of these other candidates out on stage all the time, out doing interviews all the time. Hasn't been the same with Biden at all.
He's apparently doing four Sunday shows tomorrow.
The old advanced man in me says, you put together an event, you plan it out on a night like tonight with friendly faces around so that people across the country who are watching see that there's still life in your campaign.
So for those who've run campaigns here on the panel, I mean, is this a conversation, the conversation of, you know, should my candidate drop out? Is that a conversation the candidate and their campaign already have? Has Buttigieg, Warren, Klobuchar?
I don't think you can have that conversation with a candidate who is out there trying to campaign. I think campaigns have had conversations internally about here's our situation. When are we going to talk to the candidate? What is the recommendation we're going to make? And I think those conversations are going to happen. You know, Michael, I think one of the reasons why not everybody has stepped out tonight is because it is hard to just stop short and walk out and say, okay, I'm out after devoting yourself to you and your whole organization.
So, which is why I asked the question. This is not something they have pre-thought out already because of the, emotion and...
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm sorry.
But they're not in, one of the reasons they're not in South Carolina is because they want South Carolina to be in the rearview mirror, and they don't want to come out and talk about how badly they did. If you look at all of our numbers, I mean, Bernie Sanders, to his credit, came out, was not in South Carolina, but came out and congratulated Joe Biden. And that's important. That's important for Democrats, I think. So it's not, it's not easy. And you're just a recent candidate.
Let me just say, if you're a candidate, I've been a candidate, I've won, I've lost, you never think you're going to lose and you never want to get out. Let's be very clear. At some point, your campaign manager and your team, and it's a very tough conversation, comes in and says, there is no pathway, or we don't have any money left. You as the candidate, you never want to get out because you always hope for that long ball.
This is the moment, Terry. This is the moment. Yesterday wasn't the moment. This is the moment. South Carolina primary is over. This is the moment to have that discussion.
I mean, Tom didn't decide just now to get out. Like, what he was having conversations with his team saying, hey, if we don't hit a certain result in South Carolina that gives us some kind of fuel moving forward, then we'll get out. And so Tom has been thinking about this. The other candidates are thinking the same things. They're looking around the map and they're saying, if we get this result in these states, then let's continue. And if we don't, we fall short, then we should consider dropping out. I will say that the race looking ahead is much better for Biden because it becomes much more familiarity, earned media, and advertising campaign than it is the retail campaign that has gone on thus far. And Joe's very strong, obviously, in familiarity and earned media. And I think he's going to raise a truck ton of money. So I think he may be firing on all cylinders very shortly.
I think the conversation
you just
you'd like
run
to
out
be...
of money. I've said this on the show a couple. At some point, I mean, we finished Super Tuesday. That's going to come very quick. Then you've got big states on St. Patrick's Day. You've got Arizona, you've got Illinois, you've got Florida, and Ohio. 4 big contests. those are very expensive media markets. Chicago.
I think everybody look, I think the teams know, okay? They know. Everybody kind of knows what the score is.
Sure.
It's just a question of getting around a table and having that discussion and figuring out the
what I'm
orchestration
suggesting,
of
David,
what you
is
have
that
to do.
they're headed toward the exit. The fact that they're not out. Look, none of them can afford to get on television except Bernie Sanders,
Mike,
right?
one thing, though, is that if there was someone having like Tulsi Gabbard could be having an event right now, just no one's going to cover it. Like, as a candidate,
I'm thinking
you
of
actually
Repeat.
know that, like, if someone had an event right now, there's a good chance they just don't get a coverage. So
Elizabeth
if you were
Warren were
if you were a
speaking right now,
campaign
I think we'd
and
be
you
on.
knew you were going to get coverage, of course you'd give us a speech. But they're just not going to get coverage.
Really?
Yeah, she was down.
Why is Tulsi still in, you think?
I think she's running for different reasons than many other candidates. I mean, she already said she's not running for Congress anymore. She's got a different agenda.
Oh,
So
the
conversation.
What's the agenda?
Yeah, what is it?
To be a Fox contributor, isn't
Right,
it? I mean, I don't have any information. I'm just assuming that's where she appears.
Right. I do want to say Elizabeth Warren did speak tonight. I feel that the conversation that we all want to know about is the one that's going on inside the Bloomberg campaign. Because money is not the issue. So you can put that to a side. It's different from every campaign you've been in, Terry.
Yep.
Governor. It's different because it's, okay, we don't have to think about the money we're going to raise. It's about something else. It's about how do we help a Democrat get elected president? How do we not embarrass the candidate?
I want to tell
it's a whole different
I want to
thing.
tell a Bloomberg story that I think will be helpful. I had coffee with a marketing staffer from my campaign, and I was concerned, what are you going to do next? And he said, don't worry about it. I'm working at the Bloomberg campaign, and they're paying me 2.5 times what I got paid here. And they have this massive operation that is leaps and bounds ahead of anything the DNC is employing in terms of data and resources. They have their own digital war room. So, Gloria, when you ask how is Bloomberg going to make this decision, they've got this incredible data projection.
Algorithm.
Down to the district, down to the delegate. And they're mapping it and simulating it. And Bloomberg saying, okay, if we get this in this place, as soon as he has a clear picture from the data that he's not going to be contributing, he'll be out.
But that's what I was telling you before. What they are saying tonight is that their analytics suggest that the project of stopping Bernie Sanders or slowing him down would be better served by him being in for this round than out. That may have changed because of how Biden performed tonight. But that is what that big war room is suggesting right now.
That's fascinating. Still ahead.
Anderson,
Yeah.
I can tell you, I remember South Carolina primary 2008. We were broke, the Clinton campaign. I remember like it was yesterday, 7 o'clock in the morning before I got on a flight to fly to Puerto Rico for a meeting. I had to go in. President Hillary still in the PJ, 7 o'clock in the morning, knocked on the door.
Too much information. Okay, go ahead.
No, I just got in the morning. And I said, listen, this is going to continue. You're going to have to put your own money in. And to their credit, Hillary, without missing a beat, said, I'll do it.
That sounds like a persuasive argument, actually.
Yeah.
But I mean, these are hard decisions. If you can't put your own money in, these campaigns end.
Yeah. Still ahead. We're going to get reaction from some of Joe Biden's rivals to his big win in South Carolina as the field is starting to narrow. Steyer out. Back after a break.
Welcome back. Let's get another key race alert right now. 81% of the estimated vote is now in. They're doing an impressive job counting votes in South Carolina. Quickly, Joe Biden is clearly the winner, 49.2% right now, way ahead of Bernie Sanders, who only has 19.5%. Tom Steyer, who's just announced he's dropping out, 11.5%. Everybody else in single digits. Buttigieg, 7.9%. Warren, 6.9%. Amy Klobuchar, only 3.1%. Tulsi Gabbard, only 1.2%. Let's check in with some of our reporters covering all of this. Ryan Nobles is over at the Sanders campaign in Virginia Beach, Virginia. Set the scene for us. What's happening now as far as the Sanders camp is concerned?
Well, there's no doubt, Wolf, that the Sanders campaign is looking ahead to Super Tuesday. That's one of the reasons that they ended the night here in Virginia, which is, of course, one of the key Super Tuesday states. But there's no doubt a little bit of angst within the Sanders campaign tonight, just given where we thought they would be coming into tonight. The Sanders campaign felt that they were making real progress in South Carolina. They actually upped their media buy in the closing days of the campaign. Sanders ended up spending a lot more time in South Carolina than they had originally planned. They never thought that they were going to win, but they never also thought that they were going to lose by the margins that Sanders lost by tonight. Yes, he did come in second place. He's now come in first or second in every single one of the first four contests, and he is certainly in one of the strongest positions heading into Super Tuesday. But this this is no doubt going to be a bit of a knock to the campaign, something that Sanders is going to have to recover from. And you heard him talk about it here tonight, Wolf. He did make brief mention of South Carolina. He congratulated Joe Biden, and then he immediately made the pivot to Super Tuesday, saying that they are focused on Super Tuesday in states like Virginia, where he believes there are still many wins in his future.
All right, Ryan Nobles in Virginia Beach, Virginia. Rebecca Buck is covering the Steyer campaign, no longer a campaign. He announced that he's dropping out. Rebecca, he didn't announce that he was endorsing anyone, at least not yet, right?
That's right, Wolf. So Steyer really focusing tonight in his speech on the issues that brought him into this campaign in the first place. And he said to his supporters here tonight that he had no regrets about the race, despite the way this turned out for him, that he felt that this was an amazing experience. And particularly here in South Carolina, he intends to stay involved. He said, I am not leaving. And he really feels that the fight here is his fight as well. Of course, he was a very influential Democratic donor and activist before he became a presidential candidate. And so we can certainly expect him to stay involved, even if he doesn't ultimately endorse. That's an open question. But really, what happened here with Tom Steyer's campaign? South Carolina was supposed to be the strongest state for them, and it was ultimately. But they saw this as, but you can hear his campaign staff behind me sort of saying goodbye. This was supposed to be a launching pad for Tom Steyer into Super Tuesday, an excuse for voters to give him another look. Instead, much weaker results than they expected. They were hoping to hit 15%, and so, as his spokesman told me before Steyer made his remarks this evening, they felt that this was the statesman-like thing to do, to drop out at this stage. Wolf.
Thanks very much, Rebecca Buck in Columbia, South Carolina. All right, we got a lot more to cover. We will right after a quick break. All right, let's take another key race alert right now. Look at this blowout win for Joe Biden with 48.5%. To Bernie Sanders, only 19.9%. But take a look at this. He's beating Bernie Sanders with 86% of the vote in by 122,000 votes. That's so impressive for the former vice president. Tom Steyer, who just announced he's dropping out, 11.4%. Pete Buttigieg, 8.1%. Everybody else in relatively low single digits. Let's go over to David Chalian and take a look at the all-important delegate count right now. Biden, as a result of South Carolina, he's gaining some significant numbers of delegates.
There's no doubt about it, Wolf. And you know, 54 delegates at stake tonight in South Carolina, the biggest delegate haul of the first 4 states. Take a look at what we've been able to allocate so far to the candidates. Joe Biden tonight, so far getting 26 delegates, compared to Bernie Sanders getting 8. They are the only 2 to get delegates so far. And look at what a huge delegate win that is so far. We still have 20 delegates of the 54 not yet assigned, and we'll look as the vote continues to come in. But the big Biden win is also giving him a big delegate haul tonight over Sanders.
It was impressive because even the polls didn't show a blowout win like this, did it?
Well, no. I mean, there was a poll earlier in the week, I think, that only had Joe Biden with a 5-point lead. Then we saw a poll later in the week that had him with a 20-point lead. This is even greater than that.
Here are the delegates to date.
Yeah, and take a look. You needed 1,991 to win the nomination. That's the number that these are going to add up to. The person that gets to 1991, if someone gets to 1991, will be the Democratic nominee in Milwaukee. Right now, Bernie Sanders with 53 delegates so far to date. Look who's right behind him by only 12 delegates now. Joe Biden. He's at 41, and that is because he leapfrogged over Pete Buttigieg and is getting close to Sanders because of the big win in South Carolina. Buttigieg with 26, Warren with 8, Klobuchar with 7. Keep your eyes on Sanders versus Biden as the rest of those 20 delegates get allocated tonight, Wolf.
Very interesting indeed. And speaking, Dana and John, of Sanders versus Biden, we all listened very closely to Joe Biden's victory speech tonight in South Carolina. And there were several moments where he really went after Bernie Sanders, didn't mention him by name, but it was clear who he was referring to. Listen to this.
If the Democrats want a nominee who's a Democrat, a lifelong Democrat, a proud Democrat, an Obama-Biden Democrat, join us
As all of us know, Bernie Sanders, Dana, he's an independent who caucuses in the U.S. Senate with the Democrats.
Yeah, I mean, that was most likely supposed to be about Bernie Sanders, but it also could have been about Mike Bloomberg, who was an independent and Republican. Yeah, it was a twofer. And but what wasn't ambiguous at all was one of the next things he said, which is he said, most Americans don't want the promise of revolution. They want more than promises. They want results. That was about Bernie Sanders. And, you know, we heard a lot of talking from my colleagues in the other studio about how compassionate he was, how energized he was, he being Biden in his speech tonight. The best speech he's given of his campaign by far. But it wasn't just because of the energy and the adrenaline. It was because he was so pointed and so clear about who his target was and is, and who he knows he needs to beat, and that is Bernie Sanders. And it is not going to be easy when you look at the delegates. But the fact that he articulated that in a way that he hasn't so far was really noteworthy.
And energy and confidence in political communication helps.
Yeah.
And so the fact that the ghosts have been excised from the Biden closet, if you will. This is the third time he's run for president. It's the first time he's won a primary. And you could see that. You could just see the happiness in his face, the joy in his face, the confidence in his face. Does that carry over? We'll find out Tuesday, on Super Tuesday, when 14 states vote. But it helps a lot to the optics if you look confident, if you do not look shaky, if you're not looking over your shoulder. And that was a very confident Joe Biden tonight. I do think it gives him unquestionable momentum, a 30-point win in South Carolina. He was expected to win. I don't know many people thought he was going to win by 30 points. So that gives you momentum. I do think
the Jim Clyburn endorsement in the final few days really helped him a lot?
Absolutely. Absolutely. David Chalian talked about it earlier in the exit polls, that people saying it was either the most important factor or a very significant factor. There's no question about that. If you just look at the map that's filling in, if you look over our shoulders, every county is filling in Joe Biden blue. This is a blowout. Which is, this is more than Biden thought he was going to get, I think, and it's just what he needed. And I do think the fascinating conversations now are going to be in the other campaigns. Elizabeth Warren is in Texas tonight. She just gave a speech where she congratulated Joe Biden, but then she criticized him, saying he wants to cut deals with Mitch McConnell. That's not what we want. And then by the day, she is getting more personal in her criticism of Senator Sanders, which has always been with the progressives, have more of a break. She criticized Senator Sanders as well. So clearly, as the other candidates try to decide what do we do next, it's not tonight for Elizabeth Warren, but she has now come in third, fourth, and fifth. That's tough.
Yeah. And looking ahead to Super Tuesday, there's another thing. Ryan Nobles was talking about how the Sanders campaign didn't expect to win, but they didn't expect to be trounced the way they were tonight. And it's not just the overall number. It is with the black vote. And David Chalian mentioned earlier exit polls that are, in the teens when it comes to what Sanders did with the black vote, which is not unlike how he did 4 years ago with Hillary Clinton, where she just demolished him with that group. And it's not just about South Carolina. If you look at Super Tuesday, you were looking at 6 southern states, where, as we talked about earlier, that African-American vote is going to be absolutely huge. And it is going to continue to be huge for the Biden campaign hopes it's going to continue to be huge for him. But the flip side of that is that if Bernie Sanders can't show that he can do well with African Americans, it is going to hurt him big time here. The saving grace for him on Super Tuesday is that he has Texas and he has California, which are the biggest hauls for delegates. And he, according to the polls, he's going to do quite well there. But when it comes to the overall Democratic electorate and Joe Biden making the case that his base of support is more reflective of Democrats, certainly helps him when you look at how not just he did in South Carolina, but how Bernie Sanders didn't do.
Remember how important it was when the PT vote Bernie Sanders was posing a major threat to the aircraft carrier Hillary Clinton 4 years ago. Everybody thought, wow, where's this coming from? Everybody underestimated Sanders all along. It was the African-American vote in the South that was key to her regrouping, including the big South Carolina one she had 4 years ago, was the key to her regrouping after getting stunned by the size of the Sanders win in New Hampshire. So we'll see if that plays out to that point. Bobby Scott, congressman from Virginia, tonight announcing his endorsement of Joe Biden. So will there be a rally around Biden among other African-American leaders who saw Jim Clyburn step forward for Joe Biden, saw Jim Clyburn help? The exit polls certainly say quite a bit. That'll be something fascinating to watch in the next
Terry
couple
McAuliffe,
days.
the former governor, a CNN contributor, he endorsed Biden. Tim Kaine, the senator, he endorsed Biden. Virginia is a big prize. coming up on Tuesday. Dana, what happens on Tuesday if Amy Klobuchar doesn't carry her home state of Minnesota and Elizabeth Warren doesn't carry her home state of Massachusetts?
It's going to be very bad for them. The Klobuchar campaign seems more bullish than the Warren campaign about the notion of carrying their home states. And you heard Jeff Zelony's excellent reporting earlier about when they're looking at the math from the Biden campaign perspective about the need for those two to stay in order to keep Bernie Sanders' delegate count lower, because those are two, prime states for him because they tend to have more progressives. Bernie Sanders did incredibly well in Minnesota, for example, 4 years ago. But one other quick thing I want to mention, I was talking about the African-American vote. The other thing is the generational divide, which continues to be huge across ethnic groups. Bernie Sanders continues to do incredibly well among younger voters, and Joe Biden doesn't. Now, lucky for Joe Biden, in most of these states, historically, young voters don't, there aren't as many of them as the older voters. And that is why Bernie Sanders, at every single rally he has, you hear him say, we have to increase turnout because increasing turnout means we're bringing out new voters / young voters, and that is going to help us.
Because in every election in the United States, historically, older voters have voted in much bigger proportion than younger voters.
Right, and so this was part of the Sanders' success in 2016 when he surprised in places, and I think it's an open question in this campaign, in the sense that if you look at Iowa, very narrowly won from a delegate perspective by Pete Buttigieg. Sanders a close second there, not overwhelming. New Hampshire, a state Sanders was expected to win, he just barely won. Nevada, he had a blowout victory on the back of the Latino vote. And so now you go, and Joe Biden with a blowout tonight where Sanders underperforming, way underperforming what he thought he would get.
And they worked really hard.
Yeah, what he thought he would get among African Americans. So now you have a battle. Latinos and African Americans, the core diverse constituents of the Democratic Party, huge in California, the Latino population, huge in Texas, the Latino population, advantage Sanders there. Biden's going to come in now with a bounce. He believed he had significant African American support anyway. Now he thinks that gets magnified by this resounding victory in South Carolina tonight. So we're going to watch this play out on Tuesday. One other thing, you just talked about Senator Klobuchar and Senator Warren. I also think this is testing time for Mayor Buttigieg in the sense that he's already made history as an openly gay candidate for president who has won a state and has had significant support. But it's all about trajectory when you get to this point of a campaign. First in Iowa, second in New Hampshire, third in Nevada, fourth in South Carolina. That's going in the wrong direction. So what do you look? Where does he? If he can't get wins on Tuesday, where can he get a significant delegate haul to say, I have reasons to stay in?
Yeah, it's going to be wild on Tuesday. 14 states with an enormous amount of delegates, plus American Samoa, but enormous amount of delegates. We're all going to be here. It's going to be and it could be decisive, too. It could be a critical moment for all of these candidates. All right,
March Madness.
We're going to have a lot more on what's going on in South Carolina, but looking ahead to Super Tuesday, 3 days from now. We'll be right back.
And welcome back to our continuing coverage of the South Carolina primary. I want to go to David Chalian, who is looking at some new numbers that we have been getting this evening. David?
That's right, Anderson. We are taking a look ahead to Super Tuesday to show just how important the African-American vote is now that Joe Biden has succeeded so tremendously with the African-American vote in South Carolina. What does that mean going forward to Super Tuesday? Take a look at these numbers here. 54% of the Alabama electorate in 2016 was African-American. 32% in North Carolina. 32% in Tennessee, 27% in Arkansas, 26% in Virginia. These are the top 5 states of the Super Tuesday states of the African-American vote, the share of the electorate that African-Americans make up in these states. These top 5 states, they make up more than a quarter of the electorate. This is where you're going to look to see if Joe Biden can take tonight's South Carolina success and actually convert this into victories and big delegate hauls out of these states. And just one final note on this, Anderson. It's not just do well with the black vote because they're an important part of the Democratic base. I just want to remind everyone, the way the delegates are awarded, the districts that perform best for Democrats get more delegates to award. And those are primarily heavily African-American districts. So it's not just do well with this key part of the base. It is part of the delegate math that is so important as these candidates are seeking to get 1,991 delegates.
David Chalian, we'll come back to you shortly. Van Jones, when you look at what lies ahead for Super Tuesday, assuming there is now momentum for Joe Biden, does it carry over in the African-American populations of the state?
Look, my conversations with African Americans are that we're pretty much like everybody else. People are still making up their minds. It's very, very late. People are still like, well, I was thinking about this person last week or somebody else. And so I do think that a big, big vote of confidence like this is not a minor win. This is a blowout win, I think will have an impact on a lot of people who have not voted yet. I've got family in Tennessee. I got one cousin, he was for Bloomberg until Bloomberg got on the debate stage, and he was for Bernie until Bernie started saying like he was praising Fidel Castro. He's probably going to wind up back with Bernie, with Biden. I think a lot of African Americans will take some direction from this kind of blowout win.
Alexandra, David Axelrod earlier was saying, you look at the percentage of African American vote that Bernie Sanders got this time around in South Carolina, not much different than what he got against Hillary Clinton 4 years ago. Does that concern you moving forward?
Well, I think that it's also important to put things into context, which is that, nationally, right, Bernie Sanders, at least from recent polling, as recent as a couple of days ago, he is doing well with the African-American community. It doesn't understate and take away from the fact that Joe Biden had a really excellent night tonight. But I think like what I was talking about before, which is this focus on defeating Donald Trump, Bernie Sanders has this unique ability, I think, to not just build this sort of younger, multiracial, multi-generational coalition on one side, but he's also able to capture the sort of white working class votes as we saw here in South Carolina tonight. So he also won the young African-American vote, which we're seeing consistently. So I think headed into Super Tuesday, especially, in the same way that it seems like Joe Biden has this firewall with black voters, I think Bernie Sanders also has a firewall with Latino voters when it comes to California, when it comes to Texas. And so I think, I don't know if that tonight blunders that, considering that he's going to pick up some delegates and is still in the lead.
Governor, to Alexander's point, does it concern you when you look at the numbers Gloria pointed out earlier of Joe Biden among non-college educated white voters in South Carolina? Bernie Sanders, I think, was better.
31-26, yeah.
31-26?
Well, it was 31-23, but it's now 26.
Yeah.
Oh,
so it's gotten
Yeah,
tighter.
it's gotten tighter. Yeah.
Listen, the big win, and I've been saying this on the show for a long time, once we move the African-American community, which is the heart of our party, who can win that should be the nominee, I've always said, of the Democratic Party. Joe Biden proved tonight that that's with him. But, we got a lot of contests going forward. I have always said for Senator Sanders, the challenge for him is to expand his coalition, show that he can win in the African-American community. Now we've got these other southern states coming up, and that's what he has to prove to us because, you're putting a coalition together to get ready to run in the general election against Donald Trump. You need excitement, you need enthusiasm, and I think tonight people were really fired up. This was a big night for him. It was a great speech for him, and it's going to give him momentum.
Nobody matches Bernie, though, for enthusiasm. Let's just be honest. Let's not get too excited on a Saturday night. Nobody.
And to that point, to that point, one of the things you have to consider is California and Texas have been voting.
Yeah.
So whatever bump that Joe Biden is going to get out of tonight is lost on those voters because California's been voting for 3 weeks. No. And they have obviously the bundling program, where you can go around and grab people's ballots, which is very controversial in that state, especially to Republicans. But in a primary, what that matters is who has the energy to have a volunteer base that can go and organize things. Just the stories I've been reading on what Sanders has been able to do with Latinos. Yeah. So we're talking about African Americans. That is obviously hugely important as an observer of the democratic process. But the Latino vote is hugely important, too, especially in California. And Sanders has, I think, a huge advantage on the ground in organization. And that really matters in campaigns. And they've been voting for 3 weeks.
One interesting thing will be on this early vote question. What we've seen in a lot of these early races is people have been holding back because they're not quite sure what the right vote to cast is because they do want to beat Trump. And I'll be interested to see if that is true in California as well, and if there are people who are voting later than they normally would, to see how this whole thing
Well, the numbers, we can see it. The numbers are up. But they're up everywhere. So that doesn't mean we don't know how up they are because you have to wait and see till you see the whole population. But compared to 16 and other elections, as we've seen in every election in the last 3 years, everyone's motivated, everyone's fired up. So far, what we see in Texas and California is the numbers are up.
Well, this timing for Biden couldn't be better because it's 3 days before Super Tuesday. If you're going to turn out voters who, particularly African Americans, who are going to look at what happened in South Carolina and say, I'm with them and I'm with him. because they made a difference and they changed, perhaps, the course of the presidential race. So it clearly could affect turnout. The question, I think, and the answer we don't know about Bernie Sanders and turnout, is that Bernie Sanders has said that that he can establish a Democratic coalition that will turn out that is different, that it's younger, et cetera, but it will be there in larger numbers. And we haven't seen that. We've seen moderate increases, but we haven't seen Barack Obama 2008 kind of increases in turnout, and I think that's worrisome.
Well, I think that it depends on the state. So I think Iowa was an example where
Sure.
it did not reach the 2008 levels, but it did surpass 2016. New Hampshire was also a huge increase from 2008 for 2020, or Nevada, I'm sorry, and New Hampshire as well. So I think that it's a little bit early to be able to see that, but I think it's what we're saying, right? It's not just about moderation; it's also about motivation, and that's going to be pretty pivotal heading into.
I think what we're going to find is that, pardon me, is the value of a news cycle, because it's too late for Joe Biden to convert the success of tonight into money that he could put on the airwaves, obviously, in time for Tuesday. It was a really rough ride for him in the first 3 states. Let's not lose sight of the fact that those were 3 tough goings, and then to rebound in this state, based largely on the strength of African-American voters who hung with him, suggests to me that they'll be hanging with him again in the states that are about to unfold. Their faith in him wasn't shaken by what transpired in Iowa or in New Hampshire or in Nevada.
But the only difference is there's not a bunch of Clyburns in the world.
You're right.
You got to understand now. Part of what you saw was Biden. Right. But Clyburn is like that
was remarkable.
That family, they're like Kennedys. They're like Kennedys for us. Exactly. That family is a beloved family. They're not that. There's no Clyburn family in Tennessee. Maybe the Fords. So we don't know what the black community is going to do. Right. We know that there was a waning of support a little bit for Biden, and I think that frankly Bloomberg doing so badly helped people come back home to Biden.
And it seems like a lot of people are making their decisions closer to Election Day. And I think obviously the number one question here is still who to defeat Donald Trump. But I think the exit polls were really interesting when you also look at issues, right? Or when you look at, this is another state where over a majority of the people supported a single-payer Medicare for all type option system, though they also said that they want to go back to Obama's policy. So again, it's not necessarily ideological. It's sort of about issues that I think are going to speak to people. And I think also on a personal level, right, I think the Clyburn endorsement is huge. And the question is, do they exist in other states coming up?
One thing we do know for sure is that the president came last night and urged Republicans to cross over and vote for Sanders. Not a lot of evidence that that campaign worked out very well.
Still ahead, we're going to see who's leading in the overall popular vote after 4 Democratic contests, and we'll look at how the delegate fight moves into overdrive on Super Tuesday.
Very impressive win tonight for Joe Biden in South Carolina. Harry Enton is with us. That's good news right there. Harry, you know a lot about what's going on, so walk us through the pathway forward. What do you see unfolding?
Yeah, look, Super Tuesday is in 3 days, Wolf. 34% of all delegates in the Democratic primary allotted, and that is very little time for Joe Biden to change the trajectory of this race, because take a look at where the national polls were, or poll of polls, before South Carolina voted. Look at the large lead that Bernie Sanders had, 28%, Joe Biden all the way back at 16%, Bloomberg at 15%. But of course, it's the states that actually vote. So let's take a look at the 2 largest delegate prizes on Super Tuesday. Take a look at California. We just had a poll out from there. Bernie Sanders, a huge lead at 35%, over 20 points ahead of his nearest competitors. And look at Warren, Biden, and Bloomberg, all underneath that 15% threshold. Also, take a look at Texas. This is another key state, 228 delegates at stake. Another state where Bernie Sanders is well out ahead with 29%, Biden at 20%, Bloomberg at 18%. And I'll tell you, Wolf, I'm very interested to see coming out of this evening sort of that Bloomberg vote, where exactly it goes. Will it shrink? We don't know, but it's an interesting question.
Very interesting indeed. Biden had a blowout win, though, tonight. What kind of bounce, potentially, might he get coming out of South Carolina?
This is a great question. Obviously, Biden wants to boomerang out of South Carolina and shoot upwards. And take a look at 2008. This is, I think, a prime example for him. This is what he wants to happen. Before Obama won South Carolina in 2008, he trailed by 9 points to Hillary Clinton in the national polls. Then look at what happened after Obama won South Carolina, but before Super Tuesday. Obama shot up into the lead. So to me, this is a key example that, in fact, South Carolina can be used as a board to jump up nationally, which is obviously what Biden wants heading into Super Tuesday.
But, Harry, is 3 days enough time to generate any kind of significant bounce?
You know, in all honesty, I actually think it's the perfect amount of time. Take a look, or I'll explain to you. In 2012, the Republicans, out of South Carolina, Newt Gingrich was trailing in the national polls, won in South Carolina, shot upwards, and then 3 days afterwards, he actually fell back. So to me, 3 days is the perfect amount of time, especially for someone with little money like Joe Biden, because it means he'll get all that media and he'll be able to focus that attention heading into Super Tuesday.
All right, Harry Etten reporting for us. Harry, thank you very much. Dana, you know, and John, a Biden bounce, that's what he needs right now, especially, as Harry just pointed out, in Texas and California.
Yeah, and because those are the biggest halls. Texas especially has over 400 delegates that are available because it is proportional. You know, he could do well there and still not win, and it will still be very good for him when it comes to the delegates on the board. But, you know, he is going to need some wins after this. And you know what? After tonight, he might get them in some of those southern states that we've been talking about. David pointed out earlier, and you did as well, the percentage of African-American voters in 2016 in Tennessee, in Alabama, in North Carolina, even in Virginia. And that is, again, if Biden can keep this going, that could serve him extremely well. And the flip side of that is that Bernie Sanders just didn't get there.
Yeah, he didn't get there tonight. California has 415 delegates. Texas has 228. Those are major, major delegate prizes.
Those are the two biggest prizes in the country for the Democratic delegates. So, and they're the two biggest prizes on Super Tuesday. We're going to do 1,300 plus, roughly a third, as Harry was just saying. Those are the two biggest prizes. So the challenge is, if you assume, and there's 3 days, but if you look at the Sanders lead in California, the Sanders lead in Texas, and if you think that's strong enough, and his organization certainly is strong in those places, that he's likely to win. If you're someone else, your challenge is just to keep the margins closer. Make this more like New Hampshire and Iowa, where you're sort of the number 1, 2, and 3 are splitting delegates, and not like Nevada and South Carolina, where somebody's running away with the delegates. Because if you get a Nevada-size or a South Carolina-size win in California, wow, or in Texas, wow, then you're just starting to stretch it out too much. So the challenge for the candidates is to keep it as close as they can in the states that Sanders is winning, and then try to win, you know, try to pick off some other places, just so when we wake up Wednesday morning and we're doing the delegate math, which gets a lot more complicated, we're adding a lot more digits, that it's close. The question, this is really the question in the race right now, and the Biden win in South Carolina makes it a much more interesting question. How big can Sanders stretch it out on Super Tuesday, or do we wake up Wednesday in a competitive race? And if so, has Joe Biden proven that the message he tried to deliver tonight, that I am the alternative, that no offense, Senator Klobuchar, no offense, Senator Warren, no offense, Mayor Bloomberg, no offense, Mayor Buttigieg, I am the alternative. Can he prove that? That's what Tuesday is now about. He has to run competitive with Bernie Sanders on Tuesday. Doesn't mean he has to get more delegates on Tuesday night, but he has to be competitive with Bernie Sanders so that when everybody wakes up Wednesday, that would be, if no other candidates make that decision beforehand, Wednesday would be the moment of choice.
And if that happens, it poses another question and a potential risk for Democrats, which is, you know, part of the argument going into tonight on Super Tuesday for consolidating the non-Bernie Sanders voters is because Texas and California, for example, have such big numbers of delegates, and he's expected to do so well there. The concern is that he would be so far ahead of the next person behind him that he would be impossible to catch, even if he doesn't get the magic number of delegates to actually clinch the nomination, 1991, right?
In the first round.
In the first round. And so what would that mean? That would mean dreaded contested convention. And that's something that we've talked about so many times during so many recent elections when things have been very, very tight. And this time, it really could happen. So that is the ultimate, you know, it's fascinating for us to watch, but for Democrats, it's the worst case scenario and their nightmare scenario. And you know who is the happiest about that potential? Donald Trump. Yeah. The campaign is seeing tonight and seeing how scrambled the race is, and the more scrambled it is, the happier they are.
There are 3 very important Tuesdays in a row. coming up in March. The first Super Tuesday, mini Super Tuesday, then St. Patrick's Day. We're going to know a lot more very quickly. We've sort of marched through February slowly. Now we get, again, the blur, and it's going to be fun.
You know who's really good in math? David Chalian. David, you've been going through the popular vote over the first 4 states, including the Biden dramatic win tonight. What are you seeing?
Yeah, so now adding up the votes across these 4 early states, and obviously they're still counting in South Carolina. Thankfully, the counting in Iowa and Nevada have finally stopped, but they are still counting in South Carolina. But here's a snapshot overall. Take a look. You see 281,000 votes for Joe Biden, 27.8% of the total popular vote to date across these 4 contests. Bernie Sanders is in second place, 24.8% with 250,000. Then Pete Buttigieg, and then Elizabeth Warren there at 10% of the vote. Wolf, you know Bernie Sanders likes to say every time he takes to the stage, he won the popular vote in Iowa, he won New Hampshire, he won Nevada. Well, what he can't claim now and what Joe Biden can claim after South Carolina has weighed in is that overall, Joe Biden's gotten more votes than Bernie Sanders in this nominating season to date.
Yeah, that's really significant. We're going to discuss that. Oh, actually, let's discuss it right now. It's a claim that Bernie Sanders would like to make, that he's winning the popular vote.
Not would like to make, he has made.
Of course he likes to make it, but you know what? That's not happening, at least not now.
Not right now. Not right now. You know, it is what we have heard from Bernie Sanders, particularly after Iowa when things were so messed up there. He seized on the popular vote, and he continued to do that throughout the contest. And it isn't a claim that he can make as we speak. Everything is going to change in 48 hours. But for right now, it gives Joe Biden a lot of bragging rights.
You know, we know the president has been watching the election in South Carolina. He's already been posting some nasty tweets, not unexpected, as you can imagine. But what do you think, John? Who do you think he fears more in a one-on-one contest?
I think they have shifted their thinking on this. There are some of them who will cite some polling data and say they would prefer Bernie Sanders, if you will, because they think they can sell the Democratic Socialist argument to where they're trying to do it. And then there are others who say, well, wait a minute, at least the theory that Bernie Sanders can increase Latino turnout, can increase younger turnout. So it's untested in some ways. You know, they've always looked at Joe Biden, if he can get through the primary campaign in good shape, on paper, as the biggest threat in places like Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, the states that flip them over. But their thinking evolves on this. I will say this, though. The one advantage they have about this is as their thinking evolves, so does their testing and their data. The fact that the president has no serious challenge, why we're going to go through at least another month of the Democrats having this internal family feud, they have millions and millions and millions and millions, and I could keep going, of millions of dollars to poll every day, to test every day. Dan and I were just talking this off camera. Watch what they're doing. They're targeting African Americans. They're targeting Latinos, not because they think they're going to win those constituencies, because in certain states, if they can move the margins that much, you know, it keeps you Wisconsin if you get a little higher African-American vote in Milwaukee. It keeps Michigan if you get a little higher African-American vote in Detroit. It takes North Carolina completely off the map if you get a little bit more African-American support there. They are working the margins, and the president will make mischief all the time. He'll use his insulting nicknames. 1 week he'll focus more on Biden, and everyone will say, oh, he thinks he's worried about Biden. The next week he'll focus more on Sanders. Everyone says, oh, he's worried more about Sanders. The president does his mischief. His campaign is doing some very serious, thorough work around the country, testing everything.
Only 3 days before Super Tuesday, 14 states. We're getting ready for Super Tuesday. Much more of our coverage right after this.
As we've been following Joe Biden's big win in South Carolina tonight, another major story has been playing out in the state of Washington. A patient infected with coronavirus has died. It's the first known death in the United States from the fast-spreading outbreak. CNN's Jake Tapper sat down with Vice President Mike Pence, who's leading the White House coronavirus task force. He asked about the risk to Americans in the days and weeks ahead.
There will be more cases.
And possibly more deaths?
And you know, it is possible. I mean, the reality that Dr. Fauci and others explained to me since I took on these duties a few days ago is that for most people that contract the coronavirus, they will recover. They will deal with a respiratory illness. We'll give them treatment. But for people that have other conditions that would militate toward a worse outcome, that we could have more. We could have more sad news, but the American people should know the risk for the average American remains low.
You can see the full interview with Vice President Mike Pence on State of the Union at 9 a.m. Tomorrow on Sunday, as well as noon as well. Gloria, I mean, how freaked out are you?
Well, I have my Purell here. Yeah. I think that the administration is trying to get its act together in explaining to us how, to use your word, freaked out we ought to be, because it's been very unclear. It's been really unclear.
Some of the basic information is frankly unclear. I mean,
unclear.
How long does it stay on surfaces?
Yeah, and you'd have to think more.
Right, can you get it again if you've already had it?
Right, and what is having an underlying disease mean? I mean, I was listening to Dr. Emanuel on the air, on our air, saying, look, 50% of the public has some issue. And so you don't know where it's going to be next and how it's going to affect you, but more to the point, how dislocating it's going to be for you and your family and your children. Will your schools close? We're not necessarily talking about losing our lives, but we're talking about living our lives every single day and how this could affect us. So it's a question of getting information every single day. I know they want to make the vice president the spokesman here, but I would like to hear from a scientist every single day, the same way you hear from the head of NOAA when a hurricane is coming towards you, and you want to just get the scientific information out there every day, tell the American public what's going on, and then move on, kind of an update every single day, and take it out of the political realm. As a parent, as somebody who would like not to get sick, we all just want to know.
But I think that's one of the things that is very concerning. You have a crisis of confidence and credibility for some people as they watch the administration try to handle this. There have been press conferences where you did have those great scientists saying things, and then you had the president saying something quite the opposite.
Right.
And so when you start getting these messages, and the president made that unfortunate comment about it being a hoax, he meant the Democrats were trying to use it as a hoax, but some people thought he was saying the disease was a hoax. All these unforced errors in the middle of a possible plague is not building confidence. And I think this is one of those moments where I agree with you. Politics and partisanship should go out the door. We're talking about people's lives, but we need to have the administration to be much more straight down the line. Give us the bad news. Don't spin it. Don't try. Hey, this is a great plague. It's a good. No, give us some information that we can actually use and quit playing games.
It may also provide a new prism through which we evaluate the candidates, right? God forbid it gets worse and unfolds. We might start looking at each one of these presidential candidates as who among them is best to lead us through this type of a crisis. The other thing that occurs to me, Anderson, is that when you think about basic human contact, the handshake, the hug, the crowd that gathers, you've just described retail politicking. And so this could have a profound impact on the way in which this campaign that we've been talking all night long ultimately is carried out.
Mike Shields, I'm wondering what you're...
Well, first of all, I want to say thank you to Van. It's one of the reasons why I respect you for talking about that hoax thing, because that sort of blew up on Twitter today, and you clarified what the president meant, and I respect you for saying that. Look, 5 weeks ago, the president declared a national health emergency, and when you do that in the government, you open up the ability to get into funds. Congress had passed a pandemic, a billions of dollar pandemic fund a while ago. They now have access to that. You have Mr. Fauci, Anthony Fauci, who's the head of the National Institute for Allergies and Infectious Diseases, who was with the president today at a press conference. He's named the second constitutional officer in our government to head up this. He has in turn named essentially a czar, Deborah Bricks, who was from the Obama administration forward, head of our HIV and AIDS.
Right, which is very respected.
Respected. She's in charge. So they have a task force. And yet what happens in politics, of course, is you've now had 5 briefings on the Hill. And Democrats are coming out of those briefings going, we're not doing enough. And so, that's what's very frustrating. I think Democrats really risk hurting themselves with that.
Although you also have Joe Kennedy going after the acting head of the Department of Homeland Security, clearly believing he wasn't up to it or wasn't thinking it was part of his purview.
I think Governor McAuliffe can speak to this. One of the reasons why Pence is there is he's a former governor, and the governors are the ones that are in the front lines of this. And maybe I haven't heard of it, but I have not heard a prominent Democrat say, I'm putting politics aside and I'm working with the administration on this. This is too serious. I think that would do a lot of good, and it would probably be a Democratic governor that does it. And that may put some water on some of these flames of just turning it once again into a partisan fight all over again when it shouldn't be.
We've got to take a quick break as the Democrats assess the new landscape after Joe Biden's South Carolina win. Several of them will be crossing paths tomorrow. Details on that ahead.
You know what the best
anniversary and Joe Biden anniversary.
He's joining us right now, Jeff.
Call today for free information.
Call 800-710-0020.
Jeff Zeleny is joining us right now. Jeff, I understand some of the Democratic presidential candidates, they're actually going to be at the same place tomorrow.
They are indeed, Wolf. They're actually traveling to Selma, Alabama for the 55th anniversary of Bloody Sunday. It's something that presidential candidates have done over the years, and they all will be there. Amy Klobuchar, Elizabeth Warren, Mike Bloomberg, Pete Buttigieg, and Joe Biden. So imagine the conversations that could potentially be had tomorrow in Selma as they do the bridge reenactment. Crossing over the bridge and then doing the anniversary commemorations. But, Wolf, we are talking to advisors for all of the campaigns tonight, and they tell us that they are studying their paths forward. Separately here, we do know that Amy Klobuchar plans to compete through Super Tuesday at least, and she's even looking beyond that. But she wants to compete in her home state of Minnesota on Tuesday. The Biden campaign would love her to compete in Minnesota because they believe she can be competitive with Bernie Sanders. Elizabeth Warren, a similar situation in her home state of Massachusetts, also a Super Tuesday state. If she remains competitive and in the race, she too can compete with Bernie Sanders. The questions tonight are surrounding Bloomberg and Buttigieg, their respective campaigns. On the Buttigieg campaign specifically, talking to a Democrat very close to the campaigns, say that they are looking for their path forward. The candidate himself is going to take a look at this, study this, and see what their path forward is. He actually is going to start tomorrow off by meeting with the former president, Jimmy Carter, in Plains, Georgia. He's going to be attending a church service with him, so perhaps he will get some guidance going forward there. But, Wolf, we do know the path is narrowing for all of these. But as for the Buttigieg campaign specifically, this top Democrat told me that how he gets out of this race, should that happen, is very important to him. He's had a very impressive run here, a 37-year-old mayor, winning the Iowa caucuses and getting to this point. So how he exits, they believe, is very important to him. But they also say this. They pointed me back to an interview I did with Mayor Buttigieg yesterday. And he said, look, a majority of Democratic voters are looking for something other than Senator Sanders. It's not up to candidates. It's up to voters. So he told me that candidates should take their cues from voters. So certainly not a sign that he intends to stay in long beyond his time. But, Wolf, let's not get ahead of ourselves here. All of them, as of now, are competing on Super Tuesday. But tomorrow, we'll be in Selma, Alabama together, again with Joe Biden as well. So we'll have our eye on their conversations that they could be having in Selma.
Yeah, that'll be a dramatic picture indeed. Jeff Zeleny, good reporting as usual, Dana. Several of these candidates after Super Tuesday are going to have to make some major decisions.
Right, and just think about Pete Buttigieg, what Jeff Zeleny was just saying. I mean, he seems to be very clear-eyed, as a few others are, about where they are right now. He, in particular, is and should be incredibly proud of where he's gotten, given where he came from, which is as somebody who it was unknown with a name that nobody could pronounce, and he won the Iowa caucuses. That's no small thing. And, I'm looking down. He's got 26 delegates up until today. I don't believe he got any in South Carolina, so he's still there. And so he understands. He's a smart guy. The people around him are incredibly smart and sophisticated. They understand where he's going, but also that he is a young man who's got a very, very big future ahead of him. And the fact that he's proven his mettle in the way that he has with a very, very talented field, could be enough, at least in the short term, understanding the difficult path ahead.
He clearly, John, has a huge future ahead of him. He's, only 38 years old.
He's already made history. Openly gay candidate for president who's won a state, who has campaigned across the country, making the case, and who's been an incredibly impressive candidate. So he has made history. It just reminds me, I've done a few of these, just how, timing is everything. Timing is everything in politics. We could be having a very different conversation. Pete Buttigieg out of Iowa was on a path to win New Hampshire. Any of the other campaigns will tell you this. It's not just his campaign. Amy Klobuchar had one great debate in New Hampshire, and it just changed the race heading into the final weekend, and Buttigieg came in just behind Bernie Sanders. Any one moment can change a race so much, which is instructive. Number one, that potentially changed the path of the Buttigieg campaign. And number two, it should give us all, remind us a lesson to just take a breath here. Joe Biden gets a huge win tonight. He gets a giant springboard out of South Carolina. We don't know how giant. That's what Tuesday is going to prove. He does not have, insert a little skepticism in the sense that Biden does not have a great infrastructure in these states. He has never been good at building nuts and bolts campaign organizations. He's going to raise a lot of money now, but he did not have a ton of money. He had some money, a modest amount of money, a competitive amount of money, but not blowout kind of money when we woke up this morning. So how much can you get? How fast can you spend what you raise in these states? So this is going to be a giant test of can Biden get an organic bounce because he doesn't have the nuts and bolts infrastructure.
It's very interesting indeed. This was a very, very significant day for the former vice president of the United States. But you know what? 3 days from now, all of us, we're going to be back right here on Super Tuesday. 14 states and American Samoa will watch it all very, very closely. And to our viewers, please stay with CNN for interviews with Joe Biden and with Vice President Mike Pence. That's on State of the Union with Jake Tapper tomorrow at 9 and noon Eastern. And our special coverage of Super Tuesday, once again, it will begin. All of us will be here 4 p.m. Eastern on Tuesday. Until then, thanks very much for watching. I'm Wolf Blitzer in the CNN Election Center. The CNN original series, Race for the White House, is next.